Wow, here we are again, back for another finals. What a setup video. Thank you so much everyone for joining us here at the Four Nations Grand Final Spring 2024. My name is Trajan. I'll be your host for this evening. We hope you all enjoyed our previous game show, but it's time to get into the real meat of it. It's time to get into the hashtag esports of it all. The finals is about to start. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have Melvin Izzle and Temporal, who you will all know very well from the broadcast so far. But also on my far right, we've got player slash coach slash player slash coach, Lawai, who you might recognize from the previous support position on Nuclear Vikings. Let's start with you, Lawai. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us first as well on the Grand Finals desk.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really excited to be here today. I think everyone is. It should be an absolutely banging matchup, and I don't think there's a better first time to be on the desk than today. I've had the pleasure of playing against both of these teams, and they're both very exciting teams to play against, shall we say. So it should be a good finals.
Oh yeah, they certainly keep the games exciting. We know this for sure, and we can have high hopes for this Grand Finals, I suspect. Temporal, let's come to you. Now that we're here at this Grand Finals right here, Paragon from 4th at 7-7 to the finals, but Lionscreed making it all the way as some would have suspected. How do you feel about this matchup?
The last time a team went 7-7 in regular season and ended up in Grand Finals, we won, and I won. Yep, it was a very fun time. No pressure, Paragon. Not going to be an easy feat. Two teams that haven't seen each other since regular season, under like different sort of shapes, different sort of phases of their gameplay. I'm so excited. We get something fresh in finals. We get something exciting, and we get to see both these teams again in the future.
Absolutely. We had to mention the 7-7 just to kind of trigger the response from Temporal.
I didn't bring that up in any meetings. I'm very glad that all three of you nodded and knew what I was talking about.
It has been a whole 7 minutes since he brought up the fact that he's won UKL, so, you know, we had to give him another shot to pull that one out.
Just
to
dig it even deeper, we have someone missing today. Wasn't able to make it. If you know previous second place, you saw him in the VT there as a very old UI flash through. He's not doing so great right now. If you follow him on Twitter, if you know him at all, go and say get well soon, Josh. We miss you. I hope you recover soon, buddy.
Yeah, get well soon, Josh is in the chat. Please, everybody. And now, Melvin Izzle. Your attendance, I'll be honest, has been spotty this year. You know, we were close to sending you to detention for it, but you've really shown up in these last few weeks. You've really put the effort in, and to be honest, to pull the curtain back, he's done way more prep than anyone else, and his prep doc has saved all of our lives, so we have to give him prep for that. Props for that. How are you feeling coming to the finals today?
Ironic that the first time that's brought up is the day I'm actually stealing points from Josh. So
it's fine.
So,
he lives on in spirit.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, but I'm extremely excited. It's been such an amazing split to get back into things, and I don't think anybody had this on the bingo card at any point really in the split for being the finals. But I'm so glad it's the one we've ended up with.
No, that absolutely not. I remember just watching those early Paragon games and going, well, see you next split, guys. You know, I guess Div 2 is really leaking up into Div 1 right now. But here we are in the Grand Finals. No one got it together better than them. And now let's take a look at these teams in a little bit more depth. Let's get the rosters up here. Let's take a look at who we are seeing playing today. Paragon, Refresh 27, Snepex, Timotopper, Last, and Sack with Coach Rob. And then Lionscreed Academy, Bust, Pop, QQR, Spark, The Heathen with Coach Zeta. So, Lionscreed Academy coming in from 2nd. Paragon coming in from 4th. Melvin Izzle, we'll go in reverse order. Let's come back to you. Tell us a little bit about Lionscreed Academy, how the team got here. Clue us in for anyone who is joining us for the first time.
Well, as for Lionscreed, it was honestly pretty simple if you just look at the start and the end of the story for the most part. At the very beginning of the split, they were extremely dominant when, I believe, at one point they were even 10-0, technically speaking, and honestly, it looked very, very clean throughout the entire first half of the split. Started to have some faltering moments in their games, though, but always pulled it together in the end. During the middle of the split and the last half, definitely had some faltering. We saw multiple teams manage to get the better of them. Nonetheless, they managed to make themselves up into the playoff bracket in the upper side. However, they got immediately wasted down, unexpected. We were not ready for that one. Venom Crest, who were on a bit of a soar, threw them down, and you'll see Lionscreed have gone through a hell of a gauntlet right there. This is going to be the 5th series for them in playoffs. And they have had to work to get back here, but they do look good right now.
It was a hell of a journey. It was a tough road down in that bottom side in the lower bracket here. A very competitive playoffs we've had this season in the Four Nations. Temporal, talking about Lionscreed, just to get your take on them here. Given that we had such a strong transition, or a strong first half of the season and going into some struggles now back here, do you feel like they have reached that level of dominance again? Or do you feel like we are still, you know, they had such a high amount of wins to build off that we just kind of scraped the way through? There were a lot of 2-1s down in that lower bracket. How confident should they actually be feeling today?
I think we should see Lionscreed as very confident. Reason for this, big justification. I think it's a sentiment that the desk shared in many of their victories on their way to being the last team undefeated in the regular season, was that some of those games, arguably not the most confident victories. Maybe some 50-minute gameplay was involved. Maybe we had to reach a bit deep into the let's find something clutch in here or we're in trouble pocket. Not so much in playoffs. I think they sort of crushed Venom Crest's confidence, a team which many saw as a favorite as soon as they played through that first upper bracket game. And instead, we see a new Lionscreed that are confident from the get-go and aren't relying on going deep and going late. And it's about time, because Paragon have inherited that ability to pull out a 50-minute banger.
Yeah, absolutely. Paragon has certainly gone through a lot of evolution, and we'll get onto that in a second. But for Lawai, as someone who has played against Lionscreed, especially in that earlier stage when we were pointing out these flaws with them and seeing like, well, you can't surely get away with this stuff the whole season, they have now made it all the way back. What kind of evolution do you see as has taken place from Lionscreed Academy? What do you think they have grown through to get here back in the grand finals?
I can speak firsthand how scary it is playing against this team. I don't know if you remember the Blitzcrank game, but I thought I had it in my back pocket, and they just they don't die. They are the T1 of UKEO. They can be 10k, 15k gold behind, and they'll find a way to win a fight and go back into it. Wow. So they always have that in their back pocket. As Sampuro was saying, I think during the playoffs they have showed up their early game weaknesses quite a lot, which is nice to see. But yeah, I think they always have that wild card in their back pocket they can pull out and just come back into any game, so never count them out.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they would be very happy to have the T1 of UKL as their, championship moniker. I'm sure they will love to keep that one. I'm sure we'll get that one clipped for them later on. But let's talk about their opponents. Let's talk about Paragon, the complete mystery that we did not expect to be here. A lot of people had high expectations coming in. The expectations went through the floor after a couple of weeks, and now here we are back in the grand finals from winner's side, no less. So Temporal, I'll let you lead the way on this one instead. Paragon, 7-7, fourth coming through here, but now they're in the winner's side. Now they seem like the most kind of impossible to solve question of the whole league. What's going on here? Why are we winner's side of grands?
It does seem like it's the puzzle that's impossible to solve. It's throw game one to give the enemy confidence and do a little bit of scouting. Pivot once and never let go. Never let your opponent overwhelm and overpower. By inheriting that late game clutch factor, I'm really excited to see what Paragon come up with. I think it means Lionscreed will have the tempo earlier on, so they've got to keep proving, they've got to keep pushing on this ability to just overwhelm in the late game, be it Team Atop as a Mirelli and Sol, be it Last from the bot lane. Paragon have surged all the way up from Div 2, and with the same rough core, they look to go even further. It's so exciting that this team has these big explosions and plays forwards from them.
Yeah, I believe we do have a graphic just to show the kind of the inflection point here for Paragon. This is from week 6 when they were 5-7. You can see out of playoffs, 2 full wins behind Verzik Esports, who were looking like they were going to be another dark horse in this season. Melvin Izzle, given that so much of what we saw from Paragon before this point is functionally worthless, that Timotopper was in jungle or he was in support, and we had different players across all the roles, from this point, what has the journey been for Paragon? Once they got from that 5th to 7th point, just outside of playoffs, what have we seen from them to go from there to where we are now?
I think the most fundamental thing we've seen from this team is that they've managed to pull together the team comps that are so incredibly greedy that they get away with just giving up a lot of early dragons, trying to mitigate some of that early game pressure. But most importantly, unlike a lot of teams who just default to we'll pick scaling champions, and we just won't play the game for 35 minutes, and then we win. Smolder.
Smolder, no!
I'm sorry to have to say it first, but it's something to talk about later. Anyway, the thing that Paragon have done that's special, though, is that when they see the enemy team overextend, they hit back, and they hit back hard, which has enabled them to play these greedier champs and manage to get back to the late game in pretty good style, honestly. In a lot of game states, we'd look at it at a glance and go, oh, so they've lost. So they've lost. And we say that for about 20 minutes straight until Paragon kills the enemy Nexus.
Yeah, that is one thing that Lionscreed Academy and Paragon do have in common, is a distinct, it's not over until the Nexus is exploded kind of energy that they have. Now, how they arrive at those points is quite different, and we'll see some videos to illustrate that a bit more. But Lauai, I know that you have some thoughts to share on how it is that Paragon are actually getting these wins. You know, are they stealing them from teams in the way that sometimes Lionscreed Academy do, or was it all part of the plan all along?
So I think Paragon are actually a very interesting style. The best description I could give is wild cards. They do not play by the book. I think any amateur comp would be a bit confused as what's happening, but they have certainly found their style. They're on a massive upswing. They were looking like an absolute bottom tier team, and they've made massive strides to find their own playstyle, which is scrappy, messy. They find the kills. Like you said, they tend to have this kind of backup late game scaling champ, but it doesn't seem to be part of their game plan. It's just they do everything else. They run around finding kills, which buys time for the scaler to come online. It's really interesting. I think Refresh in particular is a big driving force for this. It doesn't seem to matter what champ he's playing. He will be engaged in the fight 1v5. But if the team doesn't follow up, it's not my fault. I think it's what Refresh says. Certainly interesting playstyle to go towards.
And as we see going on in the VT, this is another one of those examples of Paragon not letting the enemy team, in this instance Venom Crest, get away with pushing their lead too far. And excellent segue here, Refresh being one of those main members who will happily sack resources and collapse down to punish an overextension, playing out of your own temple. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have to put the credit under every line here. For Bravus, thank you so much for taking a look at some of these VTs. But yeah, so Paragon, it does seem like you can see, as you guys have said, you can see them hitting back. You can see them punishing enemy teams for overplaying their hand, as Venom Crest did in that series where they beat them in the first round of playoffs. So they beat Lionscreed Academy, I should say, in the first round of playoffs, and yet somehow there's not that level of polish there, right, to get some of these wins over the line. And Paragon has been one of the few teams ready to punish that from several of these teams. So, something that has been alluded to that we've started talking about here is the picks specifically for Paragon, right? We've talked about these late game picks that they draft very greedily, was the word that Melvin Isle used. Temporal, talk to me a little bit about Paragon's crutch picks. Why are these the choices? What is it that these picks are bringing? And how are Paragon actually, why are they going back to these wells time and time again?
We've got the biggest bridge in the world. He might be in the middle on that graphic, but Aurelion Sol has been the, should we say, blunt force trauma of the rest of the Hammer of Paragon. It has smashed late games open. It scales up infinitely. It allows them a cheeky Baron after a play that otherwise you might not be able to obtain without such a hyperscaling mid. We've seen Team Atopa come time and time again over a wall from left field to eviscerate his opponents, even in numbers disadvantage. Refresh, engaging, being a force of nature in his own lane. Camille is his best champion. I expect that we're going to see it today. It does pair up nicely with some of Bust's favorite picks. Aatrox versus Camille skill matchup will be one to watch. And of course, a little bit of Poppy, both in top and jungle, just as that nice bridge, just as that nice block. Because if Paragon should lose a fight right now and you bonk away and you walk under your own tower and you sit there, you buy another 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the nature of a crutch pick, definitionally, is that a crutch tends to be compensating for some sort of weakness, right? Lauai, is there a weakness here that is shown by this, the returning to these picks over and over again for Paragon? Is this something that is exploitable by Lionscreed Academy? Is there a lane or any of these picks in particular that you think is attackable, either through just removing it and leaving the player with no options, or through some sort of counter?
I think that is an interesting question. It kind of depends on which angle you want to go at it. Is it a weakness? Probably. Is it exploitable? Probably. Can Lionscreed exploit it? That's a whole other question. Yeah. Right? I wouldn't say you want to change your entire style just to counter the enemy style. I think everyone's tried that, and it doesn't tend to work for most teams. But is there ways to exploit it? The ASOL, maybe not so much. The Poppy is more of a counter pick. But if you look at picks like Camille or Jax, if you take them off these picks, Refresh, like I was kind of alluded to earlier, is a confidence player. If he's ahead, he looks incredible. He's behind, I think not so much, in my personal opinion. So if he's off these comfort picks, he's getting counter picked, he's getting ganked a lot. Can he step up? That being said, Timotopper and Snipex have looked to 4-man bot a lot. So there is kind of a give and take depending on how you want to look at it. But yeah, I think I'd say it's exploitable, but will it be exploited? That is the question.
Yeah, it does remind me somewhat of questions I've asked Temporal in the past, especially referring back to those Lucent days of, should this team change their style to accommodate what the enemy is doing, or just keep doing what works for you in all of your games,
Tom, should you be doing this? Probably
Tom,
not.
Should you be letting them do this realistically?
Can we jam Cassidy here?
Yeah, maybe it's a Cassidy angle. Well, Timotopper, to be honest, is now the king of the Cassidy angle currently in the Four Nations, so we can't discount that anymore. We haven't seen quite as much success on the Vayne from our players, but Ashes rest in peace. So if we take a look at the other side though, Paragon are not the only team that have gone back to the same wells more than once. Lionscreed as well do have some picks they tend to favor. Melvin Izzle, we do have a couple of top laners here, a couple of mid laners here. Talk to me about these picks that Lionscreed have been relying on.
So we look at both sides. There's two types of champion here, both of which are the most played for each respective player. Bust, on the Aatrox, it's comfort. When they can find some of these mid to late game flanks, it really does just end the game entirely. And suitable to the champion's title of World Ender, Bust really does live up to that when they get attention from Porp. Similarly, with that Cassante, these are both champions that if you give them the leg up in the lane and can put a confidence player like Refresh down in the early game, something we've seen Porp being very, very good at with Lionscreed's resurgence in recent time, then honestly, it's an absolute win condition, and it's one of the ways that Lauai was potentially alluding to there of you can actually punish some of these picks. Then we look at mid. You know Vigar, you know Corki. We've seen this. What is that? 11 times we've seen this just from QQR. I hope we don't see more of it, not because QQR isn't amazing on them, because they are champions that guarantee us at least a 30-minute game.
Yeah, it does become a little bit of, this cannot be allowed to happen again. We approached Lars Fiora's levels of why QQR got Corki again at the early part of this split. Maybe not quite that level, but there's certainly a similarity there. Lauai, a question that opens up here when we say they're especially in mid lane for me, because both Refresh and Bust have fairly limited pools, that they tend to focus on a similar style, or Bust requires a fair bit of assistance, right? But in mid lane, there's a big disparity here. QQR has two main crutch picks. As Melvin has said, they're quite slow. Timotopper has played 15 champions so far in this season. He has been role swapping a lot, but even taking that into account, he's played a lot of things in the mid lane. How is QQR expected to deal with Timotopper's pool? Are we just taking the slow scaling picks and just going, well, I hope I don't lose too hard, or is there actually some sort of way for QQR to deal with whatever Timotopper brings at him?
I think it actually comes more down to the team playing around it. So if you look at Timotopper's picks, like you said, he's got a lot, so it's kind of just it's difficult to pick out a couple.
Yeah,
but he does play a lot of chance that do like to move from lane. I've noticed he's done a very good job of kind of matching up with his jungle and making plays bot lane. When you're playing against champs like Corki and Veigar, they can't really match. They can't really wave clear like Talia can, maybe like an Ari can, whatever else is meta right now. So can QQR survive? Maybe save his TP to help his bot lane when they're getting 4-manned? Can he do these types of ideas? Or just ward well and pray to God that bot lane doesn't die 5 times? That might be the best response. It's very difficult from QQR, especially, I think. If he looks at something more like Karma, I know he also played some of that. That can contest the push, so that could be an answer for him. We'll just have to see what they pull out.
Yeah, we will support the Karma as an answer to this problem. We will not endorse Karma as a mid lane pick generally. We will not endorse this kind of behavior, but sometimes, needs must in the grand finals of the Four Nations. So who knows, maybe QQ will have to go to that. What you said does kind of bring to light another problem that I think Lionscreed maybe have had. That kind of, well, maybe I'm just going to ward and hope that bot lane do not get absolutely steamrolled, because that's what we've got to do. This speaks to maybe a little bit of the inflexibility that Lionscreed have shown, is that they're not necessarily able to adapt and change and adjust adjust based on what is happening around them. So Temporal, let's talk a little bit about Porp, because specifically in the jungle, we have seen him go to the same game plan quite regularly recently. Tell us about what that means for Lionscreed's game plan, and maybe about how Paragon can look to exploit that.
So a pattern we've noticed, and I think Melvin sort of nodded and alluded to it earlier, wherever Porp goes, Lionscreed find great success. He will often, in their biggest victories, visit a lane multiple times and capitalize on flashes blown and on, like we see here, and on great situations that can then get the team forward in 1 versus 1, and he'll move away a bit slower. It's not something more like a solo queue style where you might visit one lane, visit another, and then you've got sort of a plethora of options. Instead, it's hammer home, hammer once, and as we see here, Venomcrest unable to deal with it. Whether you can survive the oncoming storm, just go through another lane and get them ahead, it will only be one of Bust or Spark sort of coming for you in the mid game with that lead, with that acceleration. There's a little bit of movement there to try and guess where Porp is going to go, being a bit predictable perhaps, and then adjust and overwhelm another side lane or be more flexible yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, if we talk about potentially the inflexibility or maybe even the predictability of one jungler, we naturally have to assume that the enemy jungler is going to be aware of this and will have some sort of plan. Melvin Izzle, what do you think we're expecting to see out of Snepex? If Porp is naturally going to have to be assisting Buster Lost to get him in the right spot, maybe covering for QQR in a matchup that is not favorable to him, what can Snepex do to really punish that the inflexibility that Porp might feel like he is forced into or might just choose to go to?
So I think that one of the things that we've seen when Lionscreed was having their big slump in that almost middle to latter part of the split was when Porp was playing level 6 base junglers, the Sejuanis, the Vi's, and was getting chain invaded. Players like Strangler was really punishing the fact that when you are on these champions, if you do not have priority in the lanes, which usually they have to generate themselves when you're on these kind of champs, it's usually lane plays for jungle to get them ahead, and then you can return that with the level 6 jungler to absolutely decimate, chain dive, whatever, punish a mobile carries as we see all over the place. When Lionscreed was falling apart, bit dramatic terminology, but it definitely felt like it in these early games, Porp was losing red buffs, he was getting pushed out of his jungle, flash being blown, killed with no counterplay because there's just a numbers advantage. Snepex, I want to see early proactive picks. I think the Gragas is one in particular that they've been playing that is quite good. Poppy, if they get it, you can punish, but it's really a situational one. And really, when you take a look at how both of these junglers line up, I think it's going to be a major deciding point of the series. If Porp is on a champion like the Xin Zhao that can contest the early game and isn't just going to get steamrolled, then Lionscreed do such a good job of building up that early, slow lead and just become insurmountable. Paragon, with Snepex, they need their laners to help go in, get Porp broken, and if that happens, then Lionscreed typically does fall apart come mid-game.
There you have it. An important matchup for sure. The jungle tends to be very important. But before we move on to predictions, just to wrap up the jungle discussion, Lawai for Snepex particularly, I think this is a player that through the first half of the season was very quiet, right? We really didn't see much from him. We didn't hear much of him. He was playing, he was certainly jungling, but we didn't really see the big plays that we've seen in the last few weeks. The Taliyah game really springs to mind for me there, right? Talk to me a little bit about Snepex, because we know who Porp is. We've seen Porp in the UK scene for many years now. We know the quality is there. What do you think it is that Snepex is bringing to a team like Paragon, and what are kind of you think his main strengths are as a jungler?
I think it's actually very interesting because, like you're saying, Porp lets the play for one lane and repeatedly go for it, whereas Snepex is quite different. I find like in terms of his picks, he seems to kind of fit his team comps a bit. He kind of plays a bit of every style. But it's really interesting how he seems to like to play through mid. So everything he does is linking up with Timotopia. Okay, we're going to go to top lane together. We're going to go to bot lane together. We're going to use the prio to invade and get like a ward down here. So it's very interesting to see how he kind of adapts his play style to what his mid wants to do. I think Timotopia is a very polarizing player. He plays all sorts of champs. I think Snepex does a really great job of kind of facilitating him and Refresh, particularly with their kind of polarizing picks. He's much more of a facilitator and can kind of play off the back of the players in his team very well.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that he plays off the back of the other players in his team and can be, he can lead the charge when he needs to. Just to give one last credit to Previous here, something that he was saying in our prep sessions before, that he often feels like SnapX plays as though he's playing for himself in the way that he's kind of moving around the map. He's still like ganking and still playing champions that can be facilitatory, but he's not necessarily sacrificing his own game for that of his lanes. And potentially that can come across as a little greedy at times when you're trying to play for yourself while also picking these certain champions and playing around them. So let's see if that jungle matchup is going to be butting heads with each other or if it's going to be all about the lanes. But for now, let's talk about the games coming up in front of us. I want to get some predictions from you guys. So this is a really hard series to predict. We did collect the predictions earlier, but if we can get them up here, we'll get you guys to talk through what exactly it is they are. Here we have all the talent predictions that we have, and it's a great mix. It is a really great mix here. I think is that dead even numbers or slightly Paragon favored? Maybe 1 in favor of Paragon. I think it's 7 to 5.
I think if we count mystery symbols,
yes.
Which, if you know Mac, should be pretty self-explanatory.
Yes. Yeah, he's bet 3-0 on somebody. Who could say?
Yeah,
who?
Can't think who. I can't Mac, imagine. Good luck with the nerves today.
Yes, yeah, for sure. He's stressed about enough on the game show, and I imagine he'll be sweating plenty watching this match. But you can see a lot of 3-1s and 3-2s. It is overall Paragon favored, though. Melvin Izzle, why don't you talk first about one of the boldest predictions we've had, the only 3-0 that is allowed to declare their team. 3-0 for Paragon. Tell me about that.
So, I am absolutely ready to just immediately look like an idiot. But
I think you might be the smartest one of the lot. I think yours is very
I feel quite confident. Now, again, we haven't seen that much Paragon. They won 2 series and then have got to chill. Lionscreed have had to play 5 series, which is quite a lot when all of them go to 3 games. So when you think about it, Paragon have got to sit there, watch Lionscreed play, dissect their gameplay on the current patch as well, quite important given its playoffs. Yeah. And the way that Paragon typically plays, like, I believe it was, Temporary, earlier you said, they throw something at the wall, kind of like test the limits, and then wind it back in and go for a more, conservative style that actually is a lot more reasonable to execute on. And once they hit that, they just dominate. And I think that they've had plenty of time to establish, right, we know how Lionscreed play, we've spent the entire pre-show talking about it, we can beat that. It's just how greedy do we want to get? And if Lionscreed, who are going to be strained at this point, having played so many games, can't beat that initial greedy strategy, it's Jova. It's going to be so tough for them to come back into it. Because Paragon have had time to cook, and Lionscreed, they struggle with the spice a lot of the time.
Yeah, they do. They are proper UK and Irish representatives. It's just a
medium Nando's.
I think the point I'd like to add is I don't think these rosters have faced each other since Sack has joined the roster. No. And I feel like Paragon has really found his style with Sack joining the roster. If you look at the style they have, it's this messy skirmishing style. What style has Lionscreed struggled against in the past? It's a skirmishing, messy style. Every Lionscreed fight they win is when they set up the vision. Everyone gets in a straight line. Okay, back to fight, we win.
Nautilus casts his ultimate. Everything's the same. It's always the same.
Very straightforward. Heathen shot calling. We can sort it out. When people are getting Yone-ulted on, people coming from the sides, up top left. For example, Twitch, I know is a pick that Paragon play. They have a very difficult time dealing with that. So for that reason, I would also believe Paragon's going to pull away with this one. I'd probably say 3-1. I think they might in a game away with some spicy pick, but we'll see what happens.
I have to say, it is bold to take 3-0 for a team that you then openly admit will throw entire games just to see what the enemy does. According to their coach.
They have had the extra time. They have had, they should have got that target centered by now.
It was one of the craziest excuses I've heard from a coach in this region to be like, no, we actually just drafted that so badly just to data gather. We just wanted to see what they would do, bro. For sure.
Scouting wasn't finished, so we had to go a bit further. So, Lawai would be our 10th square on here at 3-1. Yeah. That's another Paragon sort of lead. I'm on here with 3-2 Lionscreed, but I've been a huge Paragon fan in everything they've done this playoffs. You've seen me on these desks. You've seen me cast their upper bracket finals. Why have I done this? And the answer is clear. Paragon will give the first game for more scouting information because they think they've been dialed in every other series. Sorry, Rob. Then Paragon are going to win 2 in a row. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to best of 5, this version of Lionscreed, Cabbage Core, the UK and I, like best of finals winners every time they show up to LAN. Last 4 in a row? I think it's 4 in a row. And I was there last time and I saw Ruddy really push them, that version of the Ruddy Painkillers.
Yeah.
And then the magic started. Their back up against the wall is what Paragon have done so far this playoffs. I think this version of Lionscreed is going to show Paragon something else they can inherit, and that's even deeper clutch factor with their backs up against the wall. I think we're going to have 5 special games tonight, and I don't want to see it any other way.
Yeah, I love calling the exact series trajectory to go 1-0 Lionscreed, 2-1 Paragon into 3-2 Lionscreed. So we'll keep track of that for sure. And I also went 3-2 for Lionscreed Academy. I kind of feel the same way. I think that just the heritage and the veterancy that Lionscreed have in important matches above all else is so heavily in their favor. You know, Paragon, they just came out of Division 2, right? They just promoted. This is one of the crazy things about them making it into winner's side of Grand Finals is because they just made it into Div 1 this split. They're on a crazy meteoric rise right now, but they've reached the top, and Lionscreed has been up there for literally years, bro. They are ready and waiting for all challengers, and I'm sure they are prepared here today. Now, we are going to throw to a quick video with Bust and Rob to talk a little bit more about what they're going to see today.
Hi, I'm Bust, and I'm the top winner for Lionscreed Academy.
Hi, I'm Rob, and I'm the coach for Paragon. Yay.
I think we had a pretty clean start, and it got a bit rocky. Maybe we got too comfortable or too confident in the beginning, because we were just so individually good. Then we started experimenting, you know, with the comps and stuff, and we had to find our identity kind of, but I think it's gone pretty good for us.
It was easy. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, if you couldn't guess we were going to be in the finals, then you're not a very good analyst, are you? I can't believe I just said that.
Yeah, I think the casters are giving us a really tough time, you know. I think they're a lot better than us, but they're not actually out on the rift and playing. That's pretty not cool, you know.
It's a difficult question because there are so many things that have been incorrect. That's really toxic. Actually, cut that. Don't put that in. I think a lot of people's perceptions on how draft works and how people pick champions and their ideas about what's strong and what's weak is just being completely incorrect. It's bust. The greatest UK core is being carried by a 16-year-old from the Faroe Islands.
Okay. I need to be a little bit toxic. I have to. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the UKEL scene. I haven't played it before and stuff, but on that team, it's just definitely not refreshed. Like, I've seen this come out. There's nothing to brag about. So, yeah, I can teach him though if he contact me. I just wanna wish you guys good luck. You're gonna need it. You know, history just is gonna repeat itself this time. Not for you guys.
I know they're getting old now, and I'm getting old as well. So we'll make sure it's quick and that they can go to bed early, because it is past their bedtime.
All right, I just think with Lionscreed, we are just simply different. We're a lot better than anyone in the UKEL. Like, it's undoubtedly. We just have to fix our early game. Every time we get in the late game, we just win. Like, we're just individually a lot better and play together a lot better than every other team.
Because we have the best laners in the league, and I don't think I need to say more than that.
Wow. Lionscreed are just different. You heard it direct from Bust, and we heard a lot of things direct from Rob, I'll be honest. We heard a lot of statements being made about their team and about the broadcast, about everybody, to be honest, who's in the crosshairs there. But definitely not a bit of an unserious man, but, you know, we love an unserious man here in the UK and Irish scene. So, okay, reactions, Melvin Izzle, initial takeaways from our look behind the curtain here before we get into draft?
I mean, first of all, the edit went so hard during that. That was absolutely top tier back and forth gaming. But for the actual more analytical points, if, as you know, the measly desk hosts were allowed to make those still, I personally love the energy going back and forth. Obviously, Bus being one of the players on the Rift, just so much confidence, and I really do hope we get to see just these two top laners going at it on these skirmishing picks we expect them to be on. Please, just no Ornn gaming unless you're solo killing at level 6.
I mean, Bust said he's happy to teach Refresh Camille, so maybe we need to see a Bust Camille game to make sure this is happening. Yeah, so we'll see if that's the case. Lawai, I don't know how you feel, given that, you know, Bust and Refresh, maybe not, we've had our questions about them. Do you think Bust could teach Refresh something on Camille?
I mean, that was fighting talk. It's making me want to get in the Rift, and I'm going to stop pounding some heads. I feel angry now.
Lawai's
Camille. No wonder Nuke didn't go for that all-in bot lane.
No.
It was you could argue disrespectful a little bit, but I think banter is probably where you pull it. I would like to see Bust absolutely scrap. If he can put his money where his mouth is, he starts teaching Refresh a lesson. I would absolutely love that. Like I said, Refresh is a confidence player, so if Bust is destroying him on his own champ Camille, I can imagine Refresh mental exploding. I don't know him personally, so I don't know if his mental is weak, but I can certainly see it getting a lot harder if Bust can gap him like he's trying to claim he can.
Yeah, I mean, you break the confidence of Refresh, and maybe they don't have the guy who's always going to go in 1v5 to set themselves up if he's going, I'm actually 0-6 on my favorite pick, maybe I shall farm. You guys have fun. But to Poral as well, from what we heard from Rob, as an ex-coach yourself, speaking, how do you feel about Rob's grasp of the league, of the game, as a student of the game generally? You know, what are our takeaways from the coach of potentially the champion of the region here today?
I don't know about my tummy hurt. My jaw currently hurts after watching that.
Yeah.
The confidence has to be there. You have to have done the work. You have to believe in the work. You have to believe in the players. You have to be a unit together. That's the sort of confidence we want to see from a team that has come together, that has this ready. And from the 16-year-old from the Faroe Islands he respects so well. What Marksy to just be like, yes, I'm going to destroy your top laner. That's what we want to see. That's what I want game one to be. You know, 2 bruises, none of this Ornn gaming, like Melvin said. No tanks, no Maokai, just fists.
Yeah, we love the energy from Bust, that's for sure. And as a player who we'd heard originally at the very start was potentially a little bit nervous in scrims, and as anyone would be stepping into a roster with that much cohesion, you're stepping into a team and an environment that is probably pretty set in its ways, right? It knows how it operates. To step in there as a new player, that's got to be difficult, but we've certainly seen massive plays out of him, some world-ending plays. For sure, especially on the Aatrox. So we are going to get into the draft very soon. Let's start thinking about this in realistic terms. And we've talked specifically about the crutch picks from both sides. I don't know if production can confirm or someone can confirm who has blue side right now into game one. I believe Paragon would have had selection as the winner's side team. Lionscreed have blue side, as we have heard. So Paragon, the team with an answer for everything, have chosen red side. But Melvin Izzle, let's talk about B1 picks for Lionscreed. We talked about the crutches. What do you think we need to see coming out number one if they can get it?
Just please, for the love of God, Paragon. I know you picked red side. I know you've cooked. But a dragon's fire is too much for the kitchen. Do not let Smolder through. For the love of God, please. Let's see.
So much
I am predicting blue 1 Smolder for Lions.
Oh, I am too. But I don't want it.
There's no shot.
For Sack.
Sack joins late stage in the season and earns himself a Janaban in game 1 of the grand finals. That's a confidence booster for sure. I don't know.
I wonder if we're going to see more target banster in this case. We all know Eden loves Nautilus. So yeah, the turret gets banned. It does open Nautilus up a bit more.
Big.
The Smolder is taken away. Everyone hates this
Okay.
champ, so I'm very glad we don't get to see him.
No
Okay,
way.
we're
Three support bans, maybe? Because on blue
Be
now, you're looking to blue 2-3. Like, Volibear will be getting through here multiple big picks.
Karma?
There's no point defending red 2-3. They're gone.
I'm liking this ban phase right now. I think a lot of teams have been getting away with a lot of things so far in this season, but a big power takeaway from Paragon. I love the fact that I introduced Paragon as the mystery that no one's been able to solve. Maybe the answer that no one's tried is target Sack. Target the guy who is going to play excellent defensive support play, and maybe that is going to destabilize things in the bot lane for Spark and Heathen. There's the Volibear, so power picks across the board. Now we see what is left. Melvin Izzle, back to you, because the Smolder didn't happen. We've got the Gragas.
What?
How do you feel about this instead?
Okay, that is jank. It is what I must say. Look at this. Unless you are about to lock in Yasuo Gragas, because when I saw that Janna ban, I was like, you don't ban Janna unless you're playing super hard aggro bot lane, and then the Taric just leans further into that. So I think that might be shoot, go for it.
I was gonna say, one thing I would say about the Gragas pick is it does kind of block Jax. I do know this is a traditionally very hard matchup for Jax. I'm not entirely sure how the Camille matchup goes, but it doesn't sound fantastic for Camille either. So they might just be thinking
Takes
that's
a
very
long
good.
time to come online. Gragas' early game suppression and dampening of those 1v1 tops. It's not the confidence I think Bust maybe alluded to. I think Gragas a slight cop-out.
But it's a
we are
flex.
on 14.5, so this is pre-Gragas getting gutted for his mana economy. Paragon coming in with fists flailing. I'm not sure this was the plan from either team from minute one.
I did
Okay.
not expect this, that's for sure. So we see the Twitch here. It does not have the Taric, which has been paired with it, I believe, both times they've played it so far. So what are we thinking for the Twitch now? The Janet is also removed. What is still expecting to come through for Sack? Are we expecting the Zillion to come back out, or is there another thing we'd like to see with it?
Blitzcrank.
I would quite like to see an R5 support pick from Zach. I think Twitch counters a lot of the late game scaling champs that Spark likes to play, so I do actually really like the Twitch pick. As long as you get a good support matchup to get Twitch through lane, because Twitch does have a very bad laning phase. We do see Senna come through, so that is a bit interesting. And the Nautilus, as we predicted, is here.
Is Giga comfort for Spark and Heathen. Senna, I believe, Spark's most played. Another very varied, wide pool in that bot side, but Senna has been their most played, and the Nautilus is just the bread and butter engage for Heathen. So that's kind of the one power that didn't get stripped away by Paragon, trying to flex away with the Smolder.
Let's
that's
go
pretty
with the
scary.
R5 support. Oh, you flex it. Okay, that's a decent answer.
Okay.
Maokai pretty happy into the Gragas generally, or multiple positions to move to.
Imagine if top we asked for
No,
Camille
no,
Jax
no.
and we get
Put those
Maokai
dark thoughts
Gragas
away.
top side. Please,
No.
Sack, just
So
take it. Just take it away
Gragas
from them.
is still a flex in theory. I
We've
expected
had
to go
full
top.
AP Gragas, like, in the jungle
By
the
Snepex.
last 3-4
Yeah.
games.
Yeah,
So
Snepex
it's very
taking it.
feasible.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. All right, okay, now the mid lane has been remembered.
Yeah.
As we're into the second half, Vigar on one side, we're potentially expecting the Corki, I imagine, to join it. The Ace all away from Timotopper. Now, we know we cannot ban out Timotopper. That's not possible. The Kassadin is still an option that specifically is rather unpunishable by QQR's normal pool. We'll see if that is going to be an answer, or if Timotopper wants to go more of the Yone direction and go a bit hyper. Melvin, what do we have?
Let me cook. So
Okay.
I think there's an angle here where Lionscreed are being baited into taking this Corki just to have the Kassadin slam down. But then Lionscreed are seeing that that's going to be the case and going, okay, no. We have this Gragas right here that we can just as easily shove in jungle, go full AP, and pick the Yasuo mid. But I am 90% certain that Timotopper has laned as Kassadin into Yasuo and gone even. So I don't know if this is the gambit that is happening right now. I'm not feeling very happy for Lionscreed. I am feeling good for my prediction though.
Bit of an odd read from Lionscreed. With the ban on the Cassante, that Maokai will not be going top lane. It is his best matchup. You would not choose to waste a precious ban there. Ari mid now attacked, so Lionscreed did not see that Maokai is probably destined for the 2v2 around mid.
The Jax is the
Just
option here for
take the
refresh.
Jax anyway.
So yeah, he's
Why
just
not?
taken that
Why
the
not?
suffer. He's chosen to suffer, and that's fine. You know, it's as maybe just going for comfort instead of matchup. That's fine. We know that Refresh can try and do the job that is so often his role later on with this pick at the very least, and we'll see if Bust can actually punish this. Poppy is open, but Snepex doesn't seem to care about that. Going for the early Lee Sin. Unless they're going to flex it into Timotopper mid lane, which honestly,
real moves.
Weirder things have happened. Weirder things have happened. Pop as well, getting the Zinj out. His by far most comfortable champion so far. It allows him to get scrappy early on. He's got a bot lane he can play to. He's got potentially a top lane matchup he can play to that's favorable. So I'm liking what we have, what Pop has in terms of options. Now we need to see what the mid lane answer is. What is the matchup going to be, and who is going to be expected to be leading coming into this?
We need Qqiana mage carry here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's doable, but it is one of those champions. I mean, there's stuff, if you want to get abstract, there's things like the Xerath that could be slammed here. I'm very curious to see where in that bag of tricks we end up finding Timotopper pulling out this last pick for the team to really try and pull together the Paragon draft.
Right, I think just send the Kassadin. I think it's time. I think the Maokai has a really great setup in bot lane.
Yep.
There you go. It will be the Hui instead, so more of the omnipresent carry. Bit of a better 2v2, sure.
Yeah, bit of range there, bit of scaling as well. They've got the double front line, they've got the double back line, and Lee Sin to get things kicked off. So Paragon with a, if you ignore the Twitch, a surprisingly normal draft from Paragon. Now, they did have some of their specialists taken away, the Asol, the Turret, the Talia. However, is this something that has gotten them the edge, as we would say? Normally, Paragon ends up with some sort of crazy advantage in the draft with a late pick, usually around this mid lane. Do we think this has happened? Because Lawa, you were saying that Twitch does not have a fun lane, and Senna Nautilus, I think, is good in lane. I would think they're a pretty confident lane duo. So does Paragon actually have some sort of advantage from the draft here, or are they betting on themselves being better players today?
I'd say that the Maokai does get Twitch through lane. If Lasp can pick up some kills, there is 2 mobile carries in QQR and Spark you can look for. However, I think Lionscreed draft is just a lot easier to play, so I'd be leaning more towards Lionscreed. Is their classic picks. I'm not too sure where the Lee Sin wants to play around early game. So I'm not entirely too sure what their game plan will be here.
Sure, absolutely. So let's see if Lionscreed are able to make the use of the advantage they have gotten. It's a lot of comfort for them. The top lane matchup, we need to keep an eye on what Bust can do on this Gragas. And then for Paragon, as I said, Rob said in that video, he's got the best laners in the league. It's time to show it. We do not have the craziness necessarily that we've come to know from them. The Twitch is the only piece. Let's see it's enough for them to start this series off right, or if Melviniz's prediction will crumble at the first hurdle. For now, we're going to pass it over to our casters for the final, J-Real and Sheikah. The series is ready to go. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Trajan. We are here today to bring you the finals. And I've got to say quickly, Sheikah, Melviniz might go 3-0 for Paragon. I'm not feeling it. I'm going 3-0 to the Lionscreed. It's a crazy shout, but I'm putting it in there. They are the ones that have come to the best of fives and cleaned up every single time. I'm not going to bet them once again.
And I think that's a very fair assessment to make, especially in a game now that we know what this draft is going to be. We've got Porp on one of these early game junglers that we like seeing him on so much throughout these games. And he has proven to be the prince of the jungle on these early game picks. I'm very interested to see how this game's going to go, because, I mean, if the Xin Zhao doesn't come online, there is a lot of things to try and deal with scaling-wise on the side of Paragon. So it might be a bit of a Prince and the Pauper situation coming through.
Oh, already on the puns. Okay, that's how it's going to be. I feel it.
I got 5 games of this.
At the end of the day, like, I got to say, Lionscreed, right, we've talked a lot about them throughout the season, right? Throughout the regular season, we talked about their early game, how they made a lot of mistakes. Playoffs, I don't really know. I feel like they were a whole different team, right? Not necessarily in a good way. They were kind of hit or miss. They didn't have that same late game safety. They've got the early game from the Xin Zhao, though. I like they've got consistency with the Orianna, and also that Sten as well to give them that later game staging. The question I have about Paragon, though, is are they going to throw game 1? Like, they love a game 1, like, loss. What are you feeling, Sheikah?
I mean, that's my prediction. I've gone 3-1 to Paragon. I think they're going to stick to their guns, go to the 0-1 comfort zone, and then come and wrap the series around their little finger. But this draft is very stylistically what they like to do. They've gone for some kind of early bridge into double scaling on Lasp and Timotopper. And when you hit a point, you're not necessarily going to cap out, but you are going to find these fights so hard to navigate, especially when your 2 carries are very short range for the most part. Senna a bit of an exception to that rule, but they're also very, very squishy. If anybody finds them, they should pop like a water balloon.
Yeah, we talked about Bust potentially teaching a lesson to refresh on the Dragons. Maybe we even get full AP, right? That would be a good way to shut down a couple of carries. But we're going to get on to this Rift, game 1 of the Grand Finals, people in chat. So make sure you show some love for the team that you are going to support as we get a nice little view there from production. Give us a real scope around the Rift.
A nice little look around as we get onto the Rift. Best of 5. One team ascends to the throne, the other goes home with a measly silver medal. It's not measly compared to what some of the other places they could have finished, but Lionscreed have fought tooth and nail to be here after dropping in the first round of playoffs, coming all the way through this lower bracket. Paragon, the only moniker standing in their way.
And I feel like Paragon came in with really high expectations, right? Mac was like, we're going to win the league from the get-go. No one was believing it after the season. They made their way all the way through here. But let's talk about this game, right? We're seeing the junglers on the same side, both on top side, looking to play bot. Now, actually, maybe we see Porp switch it up a little bit and go red side to start. But where are you kind of looking at? We talked so much about how this mid jungle is so important, Zika. But are we potentially seeing bot lane pro, top lane pro, mid lane pro? What are you expecting?
I think Paragon are sticking to their guns of using this mid-jungle 2v2 to its fullest. Snepex and Timotopper are very, very good at playing together and playing as a duo, especially if they can somehow get the support out of lane, and with them, they can make things happen everywhere across the map without fail. Porp, on the other hand, you're looking at a Senna lane, an Orianna lane.
We're looking at an invade from Refresh, who is now potentially a little bit caught out here. Might be going down, gonna have to flash away and will stay alive, but has reset this blue buff. So definitely delayed Porp, given the vision for Snepex as well, but has lost flash. Is that gonna be a bit of a problem?
Possibly. I think it depends on how aggressive Bust decides to be. Gragas top doesn't traditionally go for a full AP style. We are like to see this go into a more tank setup. However, that doesn't take away from Gragas's early pressure in the lane. Gragas is one of these champions that is known to be a pain to try and deal with as a melee bruiser. Okay, there's just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, talk about pain. Obviously, Sack, going to be a bit of an annoying one on the Maokai. Really easy to get onto Spark. But as we see, small trades, they're going to happen.
Yeah, and these smaller trades are exactly what we expect, especially into an early game Senna, who really doesn't provide you with much in the lane. You need to get to 20 stacks, then you can start to look to be a bit of a pain. But before that, you are kind of a sitting duck waiting to find out what happens. It is a fasting Senna lane as well. We are on 14-5, so farming Senna is still very much available. Spark and Heathen opting to go for a more fasting route allows the Senna to get those stacks online that much faster.
Yeah, interesting they chose Nautilus, not saying like the Tam Kench, but we'll see how that one plays out. As in the top lane, Refresh not going to be too sad, going to go for that early base, right? Cleared in those minions, push that in, and can just set themselves up. Whereas Snepex going to be on that route to bot side. And I want to talk about Snepex quickly, Zika. I feel like the player that changed the most from regular season to playoffs.
Absolutely. Snepex has had an amazing playoffs so far, has been able to find so many angles that even we on the desk or on the cast haven't been able to see. I remember distinctly in the series against Venom Crest, there was a fight in the bot side Tri-Brush. I believe we had a VT of it on the desk, where Snepex is just sat there, gets caught out by 2, turns the fight, and it ends up being a 4-for-1, I think, in the end. And it just shows that when you're in these positions,
Oh, talk about positions. This could be first blood right here. Lionscreed aggressive on the bot lane. Will be able to make it happen. And both junglers walking down as well could turn into more. The escape is potential for them. But there's going to be the double. And Snepex just about getting out. 2 to the center early on. Lionscreed are feeling it. And it might be more Jiggy. It might be one more refresh. Where's the flash, buddy?
Already 3 kills have gone down. We're not even 4 minutes into the game. Lionscreed are here to play. They're saying, feel our bark, feel our bite. That's disastrous for Paragon. You've got your 2 side lanes, which realistically you want to be impacting, just completely falling apart before they've had the chance to get their first recall off. It's a double kill to Spark, it's a solo kill to Bust, and suddenly everything is on the back foot for Paragon.
Hey, we talked about it. Paragon, they hate game 1. You know, this is limit testing. they might just be running it a little bit. You know, they might just be kind of giving us that extra bit of showmanship. We'll see if this can turn into something. QQR with a nice flash will get away from Snepex. But yeah, you got to be sweating a little bit, giving 3 kills over so early.
Especially with a Lee Sin in the jungle, right? Lee Sin is one of these champions who wants to have early pressure, who wants to be making plays in these early stages of the game. And now that's just got so much harder. Trying to find an angle onto this Gragas or onto this Senna, they suddenly have so much more ability to play the 2v1 or the 3v2 because of how much gold has just been injected into the two main players of these lanes.
Now, talking about potential players, we are seeing a bit of priority around the grubs there for Lionscreed. Going to be able to pick up 2, so making sure that there is no potential for Paragon to secure 6. As right now, it feels like it's chilled out a little bit around the rift, but I feel like there's just that looming of the fact that Lionscreed scales so well.
They do. Their scaling is immense. The Senna is eventually going to hit critical mass, and we saw just as we toggled the gold there, it's a 500 gold lead for the Senna and a 400 gold lead for this Gragas. That's not taking into account the CS anywhere else on the map. It's crazy just how big of a lead they managed to accrue in the first 5 minutes of the game. Currently sitting on a 2,000 gold lead, and that can continue to balloon. This Zin's out, another one of these early game champions like we touched on earlier. Definitely going to be happy to just kind of step forwards and say, yeah, okay, we can make the plays here. We have this advantageous situation, and we're going to make use of this gold lead.
Yeah, talking about step forward, Paragon really pushed away from this wave by the body of Lionscreed, as now Dragon is going to be started up, and once again we see that topside bust is really pushing Refresh into this tower, forcing them back and not having them a good laning phase. And they are going AP as well, Giga, so one to watch out for on the build path. But right now Snepex potentially going to make a little bit of movement towards Lionscreed, but they said, you know what, we're in control, we're going to go straight for our Drake.
And they can do this happily. They know that Snepex is somewhere on this bot side. They don't have to worry about grubs being taken, and we can already see Bust moving down towards them. Not sure if it's just to get vision or if looking to start them up based on the proximity, I would say. Just looking to get some vision, make sure there's nobody trying to sneak them in front of their noses. But you get this completely uncontested. You can get your reset off as Pork. Move to the top side and try for the first grubs as well. And first grubs with an Orianna Senna composition, you're going to outrange your opponent at a point. You can just siege these towers relatively freely.
Yeah, and Lionscreed, when we talk about sieging, right, a lot of it is about control. They are having control across the whole map. The only lane where I feel like there is a little bit of potential is Team Atopa in this mid lane, right? QQR hasn't started to snowball, hasn't picked up any kills, so maybe they can look there in a little bit. But at the moment, I feel like you're kind of chilling. But at the same time, we said both these teams scale a lot, as we do see a lot of play in this mid lane. Shockwave going to be utilized to equalize the damage from Team Atopa, and this might be a kill here. QQR is looking for the finish and will get it as well. And another one added to Lionscreed's score.
That is a crazy 1v1. Team Atopa thought they had the angle, trying to find that solo kill, playing around the fact QQR had so little mana. But I'm assuming there was a presence of mind, or there was a biscuit, or something ticking for QQR because the mana kept coming back.
Ooh, talk about coming back. Paragon trying to make something happen in the bot lane, but now the knockups are here. The damage is on top, and it could be goodbye to Sack. We'll be able to get out of range for now, but last, the next on the list is Bust actually getting ganked in the top side. Refresh able to do a lot of damage with Snepex's help there. Bust buying a lot of time for themselves. Will finally go down, surely, almost taking one back with him, but will finally fall, and Paragon getting a little bit of gold back in their pockets, a little bit of proactive play.
It's nice to see something like this happening. They went straight from grubs, of which they got one of, bearing in mind. The other two did go down to Lionscreed. Able to transition that straight into a top lane gank, punishing Bust for stepping up that little bit too far, getting Refresh back into the even in this lane. Now that you've got that Tiamat and Vamp Scepter, you can step into this Gragas that little bit easier. Likely what we're seeing come out from Bust here is a Rod of Ages start into full tank finish. I forget if Rod of Ages builds out of Lost Chapter now though, so don't quote me on that.
Okay. I will. I'm going to quote you on that. No, not already. But
no!
we are seeing a lot of play, right? Like, even though Bust went down there, I still feel like there's a lot of control in this top side, right? Up 20 CS, looking pretty good. Almost getting a kill in that 2v1 as well. So I'm not too worried if you're a Lionscreed fan right now. But what I do want to see is a little bit more rotation of your lead, right? You know, at the moment, they picked up that advantage. We're getting close to 10 minutes. They got 1 dragon, 2 grubs, a little bit of gold ahead, about 2.5k. But let's start seeing that turn into towers.
Yeah, if you can transition this into maybe a chance to counter jungle, or into this first tower, into these objectives like we've already seen, you can start to balloon your lead massively. Already grown to about 3,000 gold from when we last checked in. So it shows that Lionscreed are trying to push this, and it looks like Pork and Bust might be looking to make a dive onto Refresh, but the wave's in no position. Does cancel the recall. Might just be called off though as SnapX is around.
Ooh, Flash gonna come in. Nice movement there from Pork. Will knock him away, and Refresh gonna go down immediately. SnapX tried to assist, but is now in a 1v2. Will not make it out alive either. A double to Pork, and the kills just keep rolling, Zika. 6 now to Lionscreed.
Brilliant use of the Crescent Guard there to force the stun away from Pork. The Dawning Shadow tags onto Refresh and really just nails that damage down. This Jax might have had 6, might have had the Grandmaster at arms ticking, but there is not enough resistances in the world at this stage in the game to survive 3 people wailing on you, 1 from halfway across the map. And while the proactivity was good from Paragon to try and punish Pork for being that deep, it just wasn't enough.
And this is what I mean, right? I wrote this in my notes that we are potentially going to get a fight here. We'll see if this happens. But I wrote this in my notes that Paragon... Oh, wait, hold on one second. Last going to go aggressive here. It is a 3 versus 2 here. They're trying to turn this one around, but not for long because Pork is on their way. Nature's Grasp going to go forward, but it's not going to be enough. And once again, Lionscreed able to get out unhanded. And I've got to say, Zika, I wrote in my notes for Paragon, team on a good day, absolutely phenomenal. Team on a bad day, not the best.
Not the best is definitely the phrasing I would use. They do struggle sometimes in matchups, in situations where realistically they shouldn't be. And I'm not sure if it is it's fine, we warm up situation this game, or if we are just having a bit of an off day. We will find out as we go forwards. But Refresh just melted in this top side. The Gragas really showing its true colors and why it can punish this Jax so hard.
Bust said what he said in the interview. He said it with chest, and he came to prove it as well. He said, I'm going to show Refresh a few things, and he is doing just that. Sticking to the AP path as well, sticking to the aggressive nature. I know the desk were like, oh, Gragas isn't really what we expected to kind of turn up, but here we go. I hope they like that one a little bit. But at the same time, what I will say about Paragon, right? I do believe in this 0-1 deficit, right? I think that they can be a completely different team in game 2. But Zika, what can they do in this game to kind of turn their fates around? Because at the moment, it's only 13 minutes in and they're already 6k gold down.
It is a big gold deficit this early into the game, and you don't outscale. And you have a Lee Sin. You need to start finding something with this Lee Sin. Look onto the immobile carries of the game. Look onto the Senna. Try and get an insec off on her. Look onto the Orianna. Can you set Timatopper up for success? Right now things are looking dangerous, but it looks like QQR
flashing away, maybe enough damage to pick the kill up though, as they will. Will it be traded? Will be Xin Xiao moving in, but Pork able to keep himself safe with the Crescent Guard there, knocking them away and not going to lead to further plays. But as you said, proactivity, there we get it in the mid lane.
I feel like I'm being listened to. This is intriguing. Yeah, no, Paragon using this invisibility of the Twitch to make a play, knowing they've got lethal damage with Timatopper and Lasp together, being able to catch QQR unawares. It's very handy, but again, Refresh.
What is this damage, man? Gragas needs to be, I don't know, nerfed, removed, whatever it is, but it's doing way too much damage, and Pork is looking to potentially finish off this kill. Refresh in a bit of a precarious situation, no ultimate, and SnapX actually might be the one getting caught out. He might be paying for the sins of his top laner, and he will go down. Another kill, and we talked about mid jungle. This game, it's been all top jungle, Zika.
It certainly has. I mean, when you've got a pick like a Hui, you can look to make these plays in the mid lane, but it is that little bit harder because you don't necessarily have the easy setup that you want. You don't have a lot of early damage consistently to make these plays happen. So I quite like the idea of shifting that focus towards the top side, playing with something you know is going to have some early damage. I don't think Paragon were quite expecting Lionscreed to match them as well as they have. Blow for blow, time after time after time. We take a look at the golds, you can see 2,200 gold lead in this top lane, a 1,200 gold lead in the jungle, and we're still looking at about 1,000 gold lead in AD carry. along with the 2,000 in support from the CS that Nautilus is getting, there is so much gold being pumped into Lionscreed at this point that you're almost waiting for them to make a mistake. You almost need them to step up too far, or to try and overplay an objective, or try and overplay an invade, and then punish them for that, rather than try to look to be proactive in this situation.
Well, talking about proactive, we are going to get the Rift Herald taken easily by Lionscreed. No contention being showed from Paragon, which, to be fair, is respectable, right? They are quite far behind. Don't throw it any further. I want to bring our attention to builds, because we're getting a lot of first items here. Any that you find a bit strange? Because I'm not going to lie, the Jax is making me have a few questions.
Typically from Jax, we will see Trinity Force into Sundered Sky, and have utility that way. The Ravenous Hydra into something like a Gragas, I don't hate. There's a lot of chip damage. It lets you stay healthy in these exchanges, while also giving you a decent amount of wave clear to stop the Gragas really being able to move to skirmishes in the river. The problem is you've fallen so far behind that the Gragas is just going to all in on you, and you're going to lose half of your health for the pleasure of it. So it's an interesting thought process. I do think Trinity Force into Sundered would have been a better choice here, but Refresh has shown they know what they're doing a lot of the time. So we'll see how this plays out. Outside of that, I think builds are generally standard as there's a fight.
Pulp is going aggressive here, has been ulted, but he's just going to keep fighting this one out, and now the team are assembling. But this time, Paragon are actually making it work. We heard about scrappy fights being in their favor, and this is going their way. Refresh now on Heathen, looking to pick up this kill as they are on the other side, trying to find Pulp, but they're not getting the finish just yet. No one has gone down from Lionscreed, but Bust will finally fall, and Paragon makes something out of nothing. And we talk about the scrappiness of the fight. It works out for them, and they're going back again. Last out onto QQR, doing big damage, but getting hooked, could be in trouble themselves. It's gonna fall down, but Refresh here to claim a little bit more success. A couple more kills to Paragon will lead to their chance to come back into the game, Jika.
A delayed ace from Paragon, only losing 2 in the process. Sure, it was your Quay and your Twitch, but you are not complaining. That closes this gold lead that little bit. Bounties are still on the table as well. Timotopper TPing into this top lane. That'll be another bounty going down. And from the ether, from the nothing, Paragon find their way forwards, and it all starts here. Timotopper is caught by Port and just drops all of their damage, right? But you see, look on the side, Last hasn't walked into this fight yet. Heathen has found him. But meanwhile, Spark has stepped too far. You don't realize StepX and Refresh are just a jump away. Spark falls. Your damage is now all on the other side of the fight. Your Orianna, she hasn't scaled. So you see the Shockwave comes out early, peeling for the Heathen. But already, on the other side of the fight, 2 have fallen. Last still has Spray and Pray, decides to go for QQR. Gets a lot of damage down, but is unfortunately hooked because Sack flashes forward. Last will fall, but you still have so much damage on the map. SnapX is walking back in, Refresh is still alive, Sack is just playing every kind of peel known to man, and you can take down everyone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I don't know exactly, but I think Refresh got like 3 kills in that fight. So a lot of gold going back into this, Jax. They are going to be really springboarded up into this game, and Lionscreed, they got to keep themselves careful, because like the Death said, early on, they like a standard fight. They don't like the scrap, and that's where Paragon thrive.
Paragon absolutely thriving, especially with this draft. You're looking to find interesting flank angles. You're looking to find good picks onto the carries, and we see what happens when you find them. This dragon is being melted. I'm not sure if a fight will come of it for the 5, but Refresh is moving down.
Paragon are here for it. They're stepping up. They're looking for their moment. The Dragon's still 4,000, not in range, but Nature's Grass is going to be used, but they're going to turn straight onto the Jax. Refresh in a little bit of trouble here as they all snap on top, but can the carries be deleted? Senna very much in the backline, not being targeted, and they are going to go to QQR, but a little bit more time is bought for Lionscreed, and they have managed to set this one up for themselves. Last is going to go down, another will fall, but SnapX going to be the next on the list. Spark with no fear in this fight, stepping forward. Timo Topa, you're the last hope for Paragon's damage, and you are going to fall. Lionscreed step back onto the rift. They show a shift in their fighting. They go conventional, and they do not allow a chance for Paragon.
A lot of good peeling coming out of Lionscreed there to allow that fight to run so smoothly. The fight starts out looking good for Paragon. Refreshes on a flank. You've just chunked Bust, and you've got the Nature's Grasp moving forwards. But your only kill in that exchange lands onto the Orianna. Refresh wasn't able to live long enough, isn't quite at that stage where you can just tank through everything. We'll see the fight again here. The catch onto Bust is good, but Refresh gets immediately hooked, loses half their health before the fight has started. Now we've got Last opening for free, but Spark is kicked out of the fight and isn't returned to. Look at where Pork and Heathen are positioning. They are standard frontline for this Senna. Nobody can reach this Senna at this point. There is nobody with enough dashes left in the fight to get through to her. The spray and pray was used. There's no piercing projectiles. Timatop are really the only person that can hit them, and they were pushed out of the fight as well. 4 members go down, and they get the dragon. This game is turning into an all-out brawl fest, and honestly, I'm living for it.
Yeah, Paragon have shown that they can still fight. They can still be in the game, but Lionscreed, they're sticking to the plan. It's like they read the script from the desk. If they get the standard fight, they will win. However, Paragon make it scrappy. They could be a bit shaky. Now, Herald gonna be utilized. We'll smash up the tier 2 tower. Next Dragon up for another 4 minutes. So I feel like once this tower goes down, we make it a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a more relaxed status in the Rift.
I think it largely depends on whether Paragon decide to make some kind of Hail Mary. If they feel the need to have to try and stop something from happening, to feel the need to try to bring themselves back into the game instead of just farming up, trying to get to second item, third item on some of these carries, and then playing the fights, we could see very, very scrappy situations. But the onus is entirely on Lionscreed.
Here we go. Refresh on the flank, but might be caught out here. 1 versus 4 for the moment as the team are trying to mobilize again. A scrappy fight, but goodbye to Refresh already happened. Now the 4v4, and they have stacked up Lionscreed in a good situation. They are front to back, and they are winning this fight like expected. And here comes Bust. As if it couldn't get worse, you're gonna go down. Another kill. Snepex trying to finish off Spark, but the support is too much. Goodbye to Paragon. Timatoba, the last one alive, the last man standing. Will they live? Bust looking for the kill. The slow is there, the bonk on top, and the ace for Lionscreed.
As if, like clockwork, Paragon look to find a way forwards. They look to find a way to punish, and they just fall into the trap. They've stepped foot into the den, as the Baron will be the prize for Lionscreed. If this game wasn't hard before, it's definitely going to be hard now.
Yeah, they got a bit of time before Snepex is up, so they should be able to take this one with no problem. They might even look to get a push to secure themselves a Cloud Soul, but Paragon, what's their answer? What can they do to come back from this? Now sitting at about a 7,000 gold deficit. Their items down, they don't have the kills, the carries aren't able to do enough, Sheikah, and they're being forced into these front-to-back team fights.
You have to hope for a miracle flank. So if we look at what actually happens in this fight, Refresh gets the TP flank, thinks, okay, we can fight this. But keep an eye on Refresh throughout this fight, because the amount of CC that's dropped immediately onto their face just stops this fight dead in its tracks. You see, the knock-ups coming through, Spark is already out, and now, Refresh is dead, you've got a 4v5 to play. Hawk is stopping Timatopper and Last from walking into this fight beautifully, while Sack is melted by Spark. Senna doesn't like playing into tanks, but this tank is not tanky enough. So now Snepex is trying to find some kind of assassination. Sadly, the Sonic Wave goes wide, and there isn't anything to be found, and Lionscreed can just mop up their prize. Everything is going to their mouths as we speak. They are eating well in game number 1 of our grand finals.
Yeah, and that's expected, right? I don't think anyone is crazy for saying that they think Paragon might lose game 1. You know, it's been the consistent throughout their whole playoffs. Lionscreed, a little bit more 50-50 on their game 1, so going off the blocks fast is good. But the thing I'm really excited about, Sheikah, is Lionscreed looking good from the get-go as they're looking to make another play onto Sack. This time, the Maokai is caught out. There is no support for them. They will fall down.
Can't be that deep in your jungle with no vision and your mid tower down. Now, about 8,000 gold down, Paragon, as Lionscreed are knocking on the doors of their base quite comfortably. In fact, Timatop are still off in this side lane. They will get this inhib for relative free as the Dragon's spawning in about 20 seconds. We might see another fight down there, but I don't want to see Paragon fight this. I think at this point, you have to just wait for your item spikes. You don't outscale, but you have a much better chance at winning these fights if you manage to get to a point where you have your items. But Timatopper,
Heathen not going to be able to land that CC, but Bust does. Goodbye, Team Atopper. No spells allowed to be utilized there. And now it's going to be Lionscreed forcing once again onto another objective. This time it is the bot inhib, and I believe they should be able to siege this one pretty easily. The power is in their hands. And look, Refresh said, I can't flank anymore. I'm just going to have to try and split push, but this might be the end of the game.
They are knocking on the doors to the base, and we might see a base race, but the base race won't go well when it's a 5 versus 1 in this situation. Last is alive. We could see a fight start here. Good flank.
Twitch is on the flank, kind of making it a bit difficult, but at the same time, Lionscreed are just attacking the tower, Chica. They're just going for the end. They don't care about your flank, but Slepex finally makes a move, but Last not able to get enough damage down. And look at the center, absolutely obliterate through this team. Lionscreed roar in game 1 with a fast finish. 25 minutes, game 1, Lionscreed.
A beautifully played game at every stage from Lionscreed. It really shows the tenure and the control that they have been able to gather from their years of playing as a team. Paragon, from the get-go, looking a little bit lost. I mean, we said they have this 0-1 comfort zone, but that didn't look like playing to a comfort zone. That was a massacre from the start. And if we see 2 more games of that, Lionscreed may be walking away with a very, very happy win.
Yeah, and I'll be happy as well, because that'll be my prediction. I want 5 games, but I also want to be right, you know? So at the end of the day, 3-0,
it's a toss-up.
hey, not too sad. But what I will say, Paragon doing Paragon things in game 1. Will they come back and surprise us like they have before? Remember what they did against Ruddy? It could all turn around. What's got to say? Shout out Melvin Izzle. I love you, bro, but your prediction's already gone. We're sending it to break.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 down. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 down.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy. I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest.
Well, there we have it. That was a quick one. That was pretty decisive, everybody. 1-0 to Lionscreed Academy coming out of there. And I've got to be honest, Melvin Izzle, we explained why your prediction didn't make any sense. And I think we've just seen why, and J-Real was happy to explain to us how that works. So, why have we just thrown this first game win the exact same way? Melvin Izzle, since this was something that you drew specific attention to, do you think this data gathering was worth it? Do you think some data was maybe gathered from this, or have we just yeeted the first game in a best of 5?
The optimist in me wants to say that there was something valuable learned here. But in all honesty, this Jax pick at that moment in time, I feel like you didn't need to run the simulation to see how this one was going to end.
We've seen the simulation. We have the data. We have the tapes, on that one. We'll get into that more in just a little moment. But first, I want to focus in on this bot lane is where we start, because we did have several problems with the Paragon draft, especially once we got into the game. They didn't really look like themselves. Some of the picks were outside of the normal comfort zone, and Temporal, Lau, I know you actually wanted to focus on this bot side. Talk about the way that Paragon are approaching this lane.
So it seems like they've backed off the wave because they're scared of the all-in, and they're walking back up anyway. They know the jungle is pathing down, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the Maokai is there to protect the Twitch from the hooks. If you're not going to Maokai Q the Naught hooks, I don't know why you're picking the Maokai. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And they've already backed off the wave, so they know they're in danger. So it also doesn't make a lot of sense how they're getting engaged on there. I don't know if it's a bit of perhaps not familiar with the matchup, or they don't know when they're in danger. They think they're baiting for Lee Sin. There's all sort of answers you could give for it. But yeah, it was a bit of a, I don't want to call it an int, but a bit of a questionable depth, should we say, on that one.
There's a decent chance it's nerves as well. Those are the first sort of things to go, is like the superstructure, like the rationale. You always, like, we saw Heathen activate Aftershock, take 80% of his health, shrug it off, walk away. That's the sort of thing you got to be relying on down there.
Yeah, I think that I agree that they definitely, as I said, they look nervous. They don't look like themselves. We questioned the drafting for sure with the Lee Sin and the Maokai specifically, and how they were used. Temporal, I know that you were maybe teeing up there's a potential flexibility for Maokai up to top lane, but then they kind of locked themselves out of that, and Sack just did not look like Sack in this game. Honestly, did not look like the cool, calm, and collected final piece of the Paragon puzzle that he has been. He looked like a bit of a weakness here in this game, and that was easily exploited, as we could see by Heathen and Spark on their most comfortable duo possible that you could give these guys. So, Melvin Izzle, in terms of just before, we're going to take a look at top lane in just a second. Actually, let's go straight into it. I believe we have the replays ready.
All right.
So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about Gragas versus Jax. We'll get some of these replays up. Bust had some big words coming into this series. Melvin Izzle, do you think he backed them up here?
Yeah, I think he held up to his end of the bargain right here, as honestly, I just was astounded that Refresh felt confident taking the Jax into the Gragas. And Bust definitely is going to be feeling good about the words said in the interview after how this one ended up turning out. Not one, but 2 solo kills on the top lane matchup. And this one was just crispy clean. Like, it really does go to show that this is a pick they are proficient on. Bust having a barnstormer of an opening game to this series. And it really does make you wonder, does Refresh have an answer in the pool? I see exactly one.
Yeah, exactly. We have had, you can see the stats on here for Bust, and this was someone that we also worried was a little limited, but he came out swinging B1 on a fresher pick for him that in theory is not supposed to take over the game, but he absolutely did. Temporal, when we're considering what we've seen from Bust versus what we've seen from Refresh, do you think once again it is just focusing on the comfort at the expense of the composition in this game on nerves, or do you think there was maybe a bit of disrespect from Refresh here on the matchup?
I think it's a little bit disrespectful. Sure, if the Jax breaks out, then the Gragas can't do a lot. He's just a cooldown that slows him down. We saw the Jax actually, I think maybe we'll come on to this in a minute, but to prelude the future, the Jax did do what Refresh wants to do in one fight, in the one glimmer of hope from Paragon. He took a 2v1, and sure he died, but he bought an immense amount of time for the rest of his team to actually overcome from a losing position. So maybe Paragon just took the call here that this was what they were going to go for, that he didn't need to win, he just needed to be relevant.
Yeah, this is exactly what Lionscreed has been struggling with in every single game. Every time a fight like this happens, there's a scrappy fight in the jungle, people aren't all together lining up, they seem to get a little bit lost, the fights seem to go very poorly for them. This is the blueprint to beat Lionscreed. If we can see Paragon do this a bit more, I'm sure we'll get a very competitive series. Obviously, every other fight didn't go quite so well, but they have shown even, I believe they're down like 5k gold at this point, and they're still pulling out a victory. It's very impressive.
Yeah, for
none
sure.
of this further position becomes possible without Refresh drawing Shockwave, drawing a load of cooldowns, being present to play through.
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence perhaps from Lionscreed. Certainly not lacking in impetus is Paragon. They are not ones to get kind of folded up and put away and stop trying to fight. They will always go down swinging. And yeah, potentially if they can get off the ground a little bit better, we might see a little bit more from them. So, looking forward into this next game now, Melvin Izzle, you mentioned that there might be an answer for Refresh in that top lane pool. So can we beat top Gragas now? As we were saying in the green room, top Gragas cannot be the pick that becomes the series warping, series defining pick. That should not be the case. I won't allow it. How can Refresh break out of that?
So if, for whatever reason, Paragon decides salty run back, which hopefully they don't, Olaf is an answer. It is a champion that we have seen Refresh play, and it does demolish the Gragas in isolation as the game goes on. It's one of the few champions that can just walk through Gragas while he's doing his absolute knock-up nonsense. So there is an angle if you really do want to say, all right, we gathered our data, we made Melvin Izzle have the incorrect prediction, which, you know,
we did. We got that.
Strays were had. But if this is really what they want to, you know, put the series on and go, okay, no. Have it again. Have the Gragas flex again, because that's the important part to me. This didn't have to be Gragas top until you blind pick the Jax, because then it's like, oh, sure, we'll play Gragas into Jax. Yeah, this is fine with us. We're going to chuck that jungle, but if you're going to give it to us for free, we'll take it.
Yeah,
did feel like red side ended up playing blue a little bit there. A little bit risky.
It's very nice as well. Rob did give us a heads up that no one knows how to draft in UKEL. He was talking about his own team, of course.
Yes,
you know, Lisa Jackson to Gragas, but
he's got a warm up. He's got the crank. He's spinning it. Eventually, he'll just like, bang, real draft.
He's just checking to make sure that Bust has a Gragas. You know, he's like, is this BO1 Gragas? Does he actually have a Gragas? Let's just give the most easy, unlosable matchup for Gragas of all time and see if he can win it. And he did. So, well, good for him. Well played, Bust. So I think going forward into this next top lane, we know that the Gragas is an option, and we've talked about there is an Olaf option there potentially for Refresh. I just want to dive into that a little bit deeper, because surely this now changes the rest of the draft for Paragon. We can't just drop Olaf in where Jax was. Olaf cannot be necessarily the TP flank stun engager that Jax can be. So Lawai, if you just take the Paragon, slot an Olaf in the top lane as an example, what do you think needs to change across the rest of the Rift to make this still function?
I think you can look for Olaf picks. However, Olaf tends to need some sort of enchanter or some sort of thing to support it. So the whole draft does need to change around that. The alternative, I'm wondering, do they ever take the Gragas away? It'd be very unusual to see Paragon B1 Gragas, but it would make a very spicy draft if it is a big problem.
It's manifested. It's gonna happen.
No, yeah.
I think the other thing to point out is maybe they just weren't expecting Gragas top. So we've seen a Gragas jungle a few times, but not so much top lane, I believe. So maybe it's just gathering the data. Now they know that it is going top. They're ready for it. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, you say enchanter support. I see Sak on your team. I think good. I think, okay, let's give Sak an enchanter to play with the Olaf top. That sounds good for him. Now, he was denied the Janna and the Turret from the last game, and Karma, of course, took kind of taken down in the crossfire from mid lane. Melvin Izzle, let's talk a little bit more about the jungle matchup, because we did tee this up as an important one, right? Porp got his most played champion, had a great Xin game. No notes, really, to be honest. Love that from Porp. Snapex's Lee Sin, we questioned it blind. We questioned it in gameplay. The Poppy was open. Can you explain this to us? Like, what do you think the Lee Sin was for, and maybe what do you think we could see instead now the Lee Sin has been summarily slapped down?
So, one of the biggest benefits that Lee Sin offers to a game is when you have a mobile carries, it can just completely ruin their life. Like, they won't get to play team fights, they have to play super far back to make sure they're completely out of threat range, and, most importantly, I think fundamentally it is something that Lionscreed are weak against. We've seen when this team has folded, it's been picks like the Yone, like the Lee Sin, that can engage from a screen away that does a lot of work for them. As for the pivot, though, if you're not going to take a pick similar to that for Snepex, then we need to see that deep, long-range engage from somewhere else on Paragon's pocket. They have secured the blue side. Could the Gragas end up doing it for them? Will we see that double B1 Gragas? It's definitely on the table, but let's hash out what happens in the bans at least.
I think I sort of highlighted in my divine prediction. You know, Paragon always give game one, and that was in best of threes.
Yeah.
Now so they have the opportunity.
Now 2 for them, right?
Yeah.
This is 2 wins for them. Okay.
Opportunity to give 2 games potentially, and then perform their, 3-0 magic. We'll have to see.
So we have seen the Senna hit the ban pile. Not surprised by this. Spark had a great game, and we know it's his most played champion. Now, last time it was Volibear, Karma, Smolder. Who is going to get let through? The Gragas is banned, so bust, or rather banned by Lionscreed, so they're clearly expecting that denial potentially.
They are scared of the B1 Gragas.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
Absolutely quivering. The Talia remains around, but what is going to get left open by Paragon? Which power pick are they giving over, and maybe which one can they steal away if they leave it up?
Money on Smolder right now. Lionscreed
is
afraid. Oh no, they've run away from it.
He's lost the house on Smolder once again, unfortunately. So the Karma is open. Do we take it away? Do we leave it for Paragon?
There's a lot of strong picks up right now. There's Varus, there's Maokai, there's Karma. There's a lot of options here. Obviously, usually when you see there's 3 power picks open, it's better for red side because you get 2 to 1. But it's just you have to wait and see what they do choose to ban here. Obviously, if you don't pick Varus, that is always like Varus, Ash Thresh, and respect on the Taric once again.
They're leaving them all up to make sure they get 2 of those 2 power picks potentially, and now we'll see what the priority.
To me, that does say that Nautilus will be high fire again for Lionscreed. I wouldn't be surprised to see, as a Karma, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nautilus once.
I would imagine they probably, you'd hope at least they save that for 3 so they could get rid of the Janna as well on the back of it, because otherwise it's just going to be a rough time for Heathen. With that Karma picked up though, it is similar to what we saw with the Gragas, massive flex pick. You'd expect it to head towards mid lane in 9 out of 10 games, but the fact that it can go either side lane in any of the roles really is a massive nuisance. It means Lionscreed now, as we get in, they get to formulate their own plan from start. They have to say, right, okay, this has got to work regardless of where we're facing this Karma. Varus, very cookie cutter. This is standard. This could have easily been the B1 pick. Now, will this be a jungler paired up with it? That Xin Zhao is still through, that Poppy is still through. Big pick for both these junglers right now. What's going to happen?
Maokai or a similar flex, the Rel, jungle and support. Pretty decent. Pretty decent setup on R2. If Paragon are going to bite back, you want to keep this Karma as open as possible. You've seen a jungler that lacks her own agency and clear speed. Let's have something fast. A Kindred, maybe a bit much, but a similar style of pick, something that Snepex can really rail through the jungle on and then play for himself, as we've called this season, would go down a storm.
Yeah.
Really, that's early. That's early. Ooh, okay.
Dropping an early Cog McGraw down there. I'm wondering as well when we're going to see the top lane enter into the equation. Since last time we saw the Gragas and then the Jax into it, now that the Gragas has been removed, no other top laners have been touched so far. We're assuming that Karma's probably not going to go there. But the Kog'Maw locked in there for bot lane for Lasp, and the Xin Zhao denied for Snepex. So Pop will have to dig a little deeper. They, of course, can still go for the Maokai and just get both, and then swap them around jungle and support. Or they can look to try and set up something. And I'm expecting top lane to be the focus of second round of bans, because we do have so much focus in the pools for Refresh and Bust. I imagine they'll try to fix that matchup somewhat.
Yeah, I think it's highly likely Bust gets R5 here. Wow, never mind. The Cassante read from last game showing its face.
You got to ban Olaf here. Like, Olaf demolishes Cassante, works so well with Paragon's comp so far. And what I'm looking at right now is Paragon have an amazing claw for having the Juggernaut be the highlight of the comp. You can put that Karma in any of the remaining roles, and it'll facilitate the Xin Zhao all the same. So,
I think
if
it's got to go mid for Xin Zhao at the objectives. I think it's very likely you want that push and move. And I think
I'd actually love to see an Ashe ban out for Paragon here, because that would open up a Janna pick, and Janna works incredibly well into Lionscreed comp.
Yeah,
obviously, Varus Ashe is miserable for Janna, so you would probably need that con.
Sparks Ashe as well, championship winning previously, highly skilled on the pick. Might have to go down to something else.
Yeah, I was waiting for the support to come through, but the Janna is still open. And with Heathen, I don't know if he's played an Ashe game so far, and I think the Milio is the only noticeable ranged pick that he's had success on, so I wouldn't expect to see that in his bag of tricks. And he's picked the Heathen champion, so we now know this is a Rel jungle, Nautilus support, Maokai potentially going unpicked throughout an entire draft, which is rare.
Crazy.
But now let's see what Paragon has to offer. Do we pick out the Janna? Do we pick out something like a Tom Kench to add more defense?
I love that. Yep. And that is right up Sack's alley of champion. It bullies. Thanks for listening.
Oh, they've been listening to our stream. Oh, good.
We gotta highlight. They're not listening. They're not listening.
We either both don't have to draft or neither of us do. Let's find out which it is, Paragon.
Big fan of the Olaf. I think if we were going to go deeper, a Lulu really knits everything together for me here. Sure, it's slightly vulnerable to the Nautilus in lane on occasion, but with a controlled atmosphere down there, I feel like it should push forwards. The Janna, as highlighted by everyone else, adds a little bit more.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about a little bit.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm missing the wild growth. I'm missing a little bit of power on the all-in, but Janna does prevent the reverse. So really gives Rel a hard time.
Oh, mate.
One thing I do want to say about this Janna pick is it does, kind of like what you said about the Lulu, does leave them vulnerable early game to kills. Varus is a lot stronger, assuming Kog'Maw W is down, which you let the play around. So there is 2v2 potential in the bot lane, but if they can get through the lane, this Janna is a power pick. And the Orianna comes in.
There's a lot of wincing going on the analyst desk with that Orianna pick. Temporal, do you want to share the...
Like, if you were going to do that on R3, the rest of your draft gets far simpler. I think it is not the big smash that you need. I think the mid 2v2 is poor. I think Yone there would have absolutely eviscerated this game and completely reversed the ability of Paragon to play these slow fights, because they're always going to be eye on the Kog'Maw, eye on the nerves, and then you get to split them into these two groups. One will be unsupported, one will fall. Instead, we're going to have Shockwave, which hopefully will get you there, maybe.
So,
I think it does fall into the typical Lionscreed comp, though. You know, you're looking for that big team fight victory. You're looking for the Rel flash engage into KKR ult, which is just every single Lionscreed game ever.
Yep.
So
I think it's fair to say Paragon are getting closer, boys. Do we think?
I like it.
Do we think they've locked it in? Do you think game one's over?
I think that this could be game 1.5 because
I'm not sure.
I really like what Paragon have got cooking, but Pop is on this rel, and it is one of those picks that we highlighted before the games that this just enables them to play low econ in the jungle and snowball the lanes. If Olaf gets behind, he melts. If this Varus gets ahead, like Laiwa was saying, you can take advantage of this Kog'Maw Janna. Pre-6, the Janna doesn't have that many knockbacks. They can only push away one of the engagers. There's a lot of angles for Lionscreed to take this game by the horns in the early and not give Paragon an angle in.
the only worry I have, I like the focus on Lasp. I think Lasp is a very proficient AD carry and is worth investing in as a bot laner. I like the matchup that has gone, seems more playable for Refresh. I am worried that if Paragon do not fix all of their laning problems straight away, because their laning, just the way they were playing out the early game was just not super good in game 1, right? If they're not back to 100% yet, they might end up a little bit behind. What does one do with this comp when you are not able to force the enemy team to come into you and play your game? Because how are we starting a play? How are we engaging? Laowai seems to be praying to the gods above, I think, is maybe the only solution here, right?
You check your ghost summon a spell cooldown. You look real hard, and you can't until it's ready.
Where's the refresh flank angle? You know, he's got TP, but he's playing Olaf. It doesn't quite hit the same. And whereas, you know, Lionscreed have Rel, they have Nautilus, they have Cassante, they have Varasol. They've got so many tools to play with. And I feel like Paragon has a Kog'Maw with a lot of shields, which is good. But
to be fair, Paragon should have first move off of mid in the mid game. Before rotations come through, they should be able to say, "Come here, Lionscreed, I'm already at the objective." Should, in theory, lots of asterisks on that one.
Ooh, it's tough. Like, if you take nameplates off, I think I favor Paragon, but stylistically, this should be so much comfort for Lionscreed, and considering you've just come off of a pretty decisive game 1, I really do think that while I would love for this to be game 2 and Paragon to just turn the series around and make me look like less of a fool, I could definitely see Lionscreed with Porp just getting a small lead and then just having it be a complete walk for Spark for the rest of the game.
He's playing hot today. Spark was looking good in that bot lane and the mid lane fights. He has definitely come warmed up. And yeah, I think we need to see Paragon show us something new in the first 10-15 minutes, or we're just going to be going a quick 2-0 lead in this series for Lionscreed. But let's pass it over to our casters, J-Real and Sheikah, to take over the game. Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Sheikah. We're getting into game 2. Game 1 was not as destructive as it was way more destructive than I expected, and I did think Lionscreed would win, right? I predicted 3-0. I'm a little bit worried about this one, I'll be honest, because Lionscreed, they got a good comp. The desk said yes, they can win if they take early game, but Sheikah, let's not forget, Lionscreed were the throwers of early game for the whole regular season.
They absolutely were, and I mean, this game especially, the onus is on you to find these leads in the early game. You've got a lethality Varus in this bot lane based on runes. If that thing doesn't snowball, you don't really have a mid game or a late game until Orianna comes online. And you've got a compositional mismatch for your team fighting as well. This is completely out of what we're used to seeing from Lionscreed stylistically, whereas Paragon, they've gone for scrappy. They've gone for solid fighting. They've gone for what they know works.
Now, I will say this. We talk about Paragon game 1. Paragon game 2, different animal. And they've drafted really nicely for me, right? I really like that they've gone for this. They've gone for composition that makes a lot of sense. It flows really well. It has a lot of winning conditions, right? Refresh, if they get ahead on this, Olaf can be an absolute menace, especially when backed up by Team Atopa on the Karma. The bot lane there, the Kog'Maw with shields, like name a more iconic League of Legends champion. But the big question I have, because you said it actually in the green room, is you weren't a massive fan of the way they kind of put the Karma into the comp.
I think a Karma first pick is fine. My big problem with Karma in this situation specifically is the player it's going to. We're used to Team Atopa being one of these big, long-range, hyper-scaling carries who is able to move around the map and be able to impact the top lane, impact the bot lane, move around with SnapX in the jungle, and just have total control over the map. The ASOL is the prime example. This Karma doesn't really have the ability to do that as well as something like the ASOL. I think it still can do it, but not to as an effective a degree. So while I think Karma generally is okay, I'm not sure it slots into this composition quite as well as something else might have done. But I'm happy to be proven wrong in that sentiment.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out right there in the top lane, though. I really like that from Refresh, kind of showing a bit of confidence, saying, you know what, yeah, you may have got game 1, but I'm ready to play game 2, forcing Bust away and making them have a bit of a difficult laning phase. But similar, it's happening in the bot side for Lionscreed, so we'll have to keep our eyes closely on that one. And obviously, talking about early game, talking about that Varus especially being quite important, it definitely all eyes for me are on bot side.
absolutely is. This bot lane is where Lionscreed have to find this lead. Realistically, you're not getting a lead into the Olaf. You're not really easily going to get a lead into the Karma. You have to abuse the low mobility bot lane, especially pre-6. As the desk mentioned, this Janna doesn't have many disengage tools. You have the Tornado, that is about it, and it can only really land on one person unless the positioning is completely out in the ether for the side of Lionscreed. So I want to see Porp trying to make things happen bot side. Interestingly, Snepex kind of smells that this is the game plan and has immediately started pathing towards this bot side. Has said, okay, Refresh is going to win this top lane 1v1 solo, in isolation. I just need to make sure my bot lane doesn't fall so far behind that it's going to be impossible for them to continue to play the game after a point.
And it fits and it makes sense. And I also like Shout Temporal saying about how Karma's going to have that first move. We're already starting to see that impact. Already seeing Team Atopa start to make their move down to that bot side, securing that Skull Crab with Snepex as well and giving such an advantage. But early doors, no crazy action so far. No real big moments as Refresh has managed to build up a little bit of a lead. But in the bot side, we are seeing Spark take an advantage.
Yeah, able to quite happily sit far up in this lane.
Oh, actually, maybe not so happily though, Zika, because right now they're getting engaged on, and Last is looking for the kill, and Snepex is still here. They've come back. The flash is not going to get themselves out of it, and Spark will fall down. Snepex now setting up Heathen. It's going to be 2 kills in the bot lane, but this time it's for Paragon. However, Lionscreed trying to find something in the mid lane. Team Atopa just able to get out of danger.
Team Atopa trading flash for Porps. They're very happy. And Paragon, I was going to say they're having a bit of a better game than last game. They haven't dropped 3 kills, but they've got 2 instead. Bust, though, looking to go quite aggressive on Refresh. It's a huge wave to try and fight in, so I think Refresh will just back away. But Paragon with the early aggression now. What is it with scaling comps, finding the early aggression? Lord knows, but Lionscreed looking to dive Refresh.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would advise it, I'll be honest. It's quite tanky Olaf, and also, yes, maybe doesn't have the stats or the items and stuff, but that shield can really just be a game changer. So I think smart of them just to play it safe. And right now, if you're Lionscreed, you got to maybe think about that bot lane a lot, because we talk about how you kind of got to think about where you can build up leads, which they are, again, playing towards that top side, but this time the 2v2 not in your favor. Gonna have to dip out of this one, and they should be able to make it, although Bus going very low. Refresh looking for maybe one more axe, could have potentially done it, but it will be a safety moment to getting to the tower.
I think just a little bit of hesitation there, showing from Paragon, thinking, okay, we don't want to try and force this too hard. Does end in Bust being forced to reset, but let's just see how this happens in the bot lane. So Spark steps a little bit too far forward, takes the slows, and it just kind of has to run. But Snepex has already walked through the jungle and finds their way in. Is able to pick up Spark, and then we'll get the flash knockup onto Heathen to allow for that kill to go down as well. Very, very good awareness from Snepex to kind of say, okay, I should reset after taking Scuttle, but actually, I'm quite happy to move back into the bot lane here and try and make a play because they're basically under our tower.
Yeah, Spark has come back and has started to build up quite a decent chunk of CS over Last, but obviously massive wave being pushed into the tower should be equalized. But Dragon going to be the first objective on the cards for Lionscreed. They're going to be able to walk up for this one and should be able to take it. So even though the kills did go down in the bot side of Paragon, it feels like Lionscreed still quite comfortable on the map.
Certainly finding that angle of happiness. This Dragon is going to be spotted out. I don't know if Snepex can go for the steal.
Ooh,
but a fight may follow.
Might be bringing the bot lane up. However, Lionscreed are starting to walk away. They are moving towards that mid, so should be able to get 4 members here faster, but Team Atopa is walking down. Snepex maybe a little bit too far forward, will just about live, and Last flashing in. Does he have the damage? He gets the kill, and now maybe in a bit of a troublesome position himself, though. Could be going down, will be falling, and Janna, the next one on the list. Sack trying to make it out alive, but Team Atopa is there with Snepex, and it is once again Paragon making another move, and they take more kills. Lionscreed are not winning the early game.
It looks so over-aggressive coming through, but the snipes coming out from Last really play this to perfection as apparently we're looking at a fight in top lane. Did we miss a solo kill? Am I going crazy?
Be so. Refresh versus Bust definitely going toe-to-toe on this one, and I don't know where this one goes. Refresh actually not winning this 1v1, which is definitely surprising, as Bust just showing exactly why they picked the Cassante.
Taken to the school of Bust, it would seem. Refresh not able to win out on that 1v1. A couple of those axes went a little bit wide. But again, we're seeing Paragon try and make these early plays, and this time it's succeeding. This time it's working in their favor. That fight looked way too overforced, way too deep, and it still works because you have that early game of a double enchanter, but you've also got the Karma as one of them. The damage coming out of this champion at this stage in the game is absolutely monumental, especially when it lands onto multiple people.
Yeah, and Spark, even though up in CS, not up in gold, I don't believe. If we can have a little check of that one. Because we talked about it. We talked about this virus so much. The desk really hyped up this pick being like, okay, if they're ahead, Kog'Maw in trouble. Now, the question that I want to bring up, Sheikah, we talked about bot lane getting ahead, but what if Bust gets really far ahead?
I think in any normal situation, if a K'Sante gets ahead, we'd all be sat here like, okay, yeah, this is a bit doomed, right? K'Sante's one of those tanks who can just roll a game because All Out exists. He can go full damage. In this game specifically, Bust is going to have a very hard time getting to last. And one thing that people tend to forget about Kog'Maw is it's very, very hard to itemize against a Kog'Maw because he does mixed damage. His W is percent max health magic damage, while his autos do base like AD damage, and he has an armor and MR shred on his Q. Bust is going to have a very hard time killing Lasp if he can't get to him, while Lasp should just shred through this health bar with the ult.
Ooh, Spark going aggressive here, but once again, Snepex is there, but they've already killed off the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is gone. Snepex now going in, but Magnestorm is going to keep the ADC alive. The bomb from Kog'Maw will pick up one back, and Snepex now trying to finish off Porp. The damage is there for them, and we also got Team Atopa making their way down. They don't even need them, though, as QQR gets intercepted. Will utilize the Shockwave to give a bit of space, and should be able to get out with the Blast Cone. Although Team Atopa is very fast, we'll be able to keep this run going, but not going to be able to catch up onto QQR as Heathen. You don't want to necessarily be going for this one, buddy. There's still two more people chasing on top of you, and Sack now with the slow, maybe not going to set up for Snepex, but once again, Lionscreed, initial first play going their way, but just overextending and Paragon punishing.
Turning into a 2-for-1 in favor of Paragon in a fight you didn't initially want to take is very, very good for the side of Paragon. Sure, one of the kills goes onto the Janna, but you get another kill onto Kog'Maw. The last now is very, very strong. Has killed this Varus 3 separate times in lane. And while the Knight's Vow has been completed for Porp, which is something we're seeing tank junglers do a lot of now, the question is it really going to make that big of a difference at this point? Because your Varus is 0-3, is going lethality, hasn't got a lead out of lane, so really is not going to have the damage to stack up to something like a Kog'Maw after a point. In fact, that point may have already reached as soon as this Blade of the Ruin King is finished.
We'll have to keep close tabs on that one as Refresh, potentially the beneficiary of a gank against them, is going to be stunned up, but does have the Ragnarok, is able to turn this one around. CC immune for now, but Team Atopa with the TP and Snepex on the top side. We can all see where this is going. One dead from Lionscreed, and potentially a little bit more pressure on the second. But once again, Paragon, they just have the numbers, they just have the roaming potential, and they are once again taking another kill off of Lionscreed.
Trying to find that pressure, give them a bit of an easy way of taking grubs, stopping this extremely long range comp from getting 6. Unfortunately, the play does not go their way. Snepex and I believe it was Team Atopa are already on their way up to try to contest, which means the play doesn't go their way. 6 grubs go across the Paragon. You're now looking at a Kog'Maw who can put W on, and again with the solo kill.
Wait a minute, okay? Everything is going to the game plan of Paragon, except for this top lane, who keeps sneaking away the solo kills. Maybe we'll see that in a little minute, Zika. But this is exactly why I was a little bit nervous about Lionscreed, right? They had to win early game, and it's not gone their way.
You really are relying on Bust and QQR to hit a strong point at some point in the near future to start to contest over some of these fights. Because sure, you may have a dragon, but that's all you've got to your name at this point, realistically. You've not been able to take grubs. Towers are going to melt in the face of this Kog'Maw. You don't have the bot pressure to be able to take these dragons comfortably. You really are trying to find any way forwards that is just going to allow you to play this game out. As if we just take a look at this replay here.
Wait, was this a kill on the bot side when we had the
kill?
massive? No, it was the massive.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, Spark just getting stepped once again, and I feel like this has been the story of this bot lane, right? Spark has just stepped up a little bit too far, been caught out by the slows.
Yeah, and that is, for a Varus, that is terrifying, because you are immobile. You only have Chain of Corruption as your form of safety, and if you're having to use it as a disengage, it really harms your ability to play out the rest of the game. quite heavily, in fact, because you want to be using it as a way to catch someone out, not as a way to keep yourself safe. So, very good kind of initiative coming through from the Paragon bot lane to say, Nautilus isn't here, we can fight this. But Spark really just not able to step up anywhere close to the waves at this point. I think just finding himself in a bit of a greedy position.
Yeah, still very far ahead on CS, though, I will say. The one thing we can say nicely about Spark, but Paragon, they're controlling this mid and bot side. Yes, they're not necessarily having the best time in top side, as we are going to actually see the replay of that solo kill. It looks so good at the start of Refresh. Obviously, yeah, pretty low on mana, but Bust just once again with the all-out turns around the tower shot as well. Just a little bit too much for the Olaf.
Yeah, that goes Refresh's way, but the tower shot really just kind of putting the nail in that coffin as the chem plants bloom and we are on to the rift from Zorn. Chemtech has invaded our game. And now we wait to see if it has impact. I tell you what, though, there could not be a better soul for Paragon this game. You've got Olaf shields, Karma shields, Janna shields, Xin Zhao and Olaf healing. How do you contest if they get 3 Chemtech Drakes? As if we take a look at the gold quickly. 1,000 gold up for Bust. Meanwhile, across the rest of the map, about 1,300 up in the jungle. I think there was about 1,500 up, maybe 2,000 up in the bot lane as well. Things are going very downhill very quickly for the side of the Lions.
I'm still questioning, though, how much this K'Sante can do. Because I will say Kog'Maw, really good with the shields, but what if you get taken away to a place very far out, you know, by a K'Sante who can just kill you, you know? So I do feel like there's still a lot of play in these games. Obviously, I think Paragon, they've got their win condition going on, right? They wanted to get the Kog'Maw ahead. They've done that. The Olaf, Melvin did say himself, can become a little bit squishy if not ahead, and we are starting to see that where it's head. But the Varus not on Line Chica. Now, you kind of talked a bit in the last game about maybe Paragon going for some scrappy plays, waiting for the scaling. We've flipped the script. What do Lionscreed need to do to get themselves into this game?
You need to start finding some way to get Spark online. Get him out of this lane, get him into some of these scrappier fights, get him some gold in his back pocket. Then you can maybe look to contest. Same with QQR. Get some gold into this Orianna, and you're in quite a comfortable position. But Bust TP'd away, and now Refresh is TPing in.
Oh no, this is not the play that you want it to be if you're Lionscreed. You're now 4 versus 3 at the moment, but it's going to become 4 versus 5 if you cannot make it out. And here goes the Olaf, absolutely raging through the team. QQR will be the sacrifice for the team, but it may not be enough. They are being chased underneath this tower, and it's only a tier 1. Olaf running them down. That's another kill, and Ragnarok is the name. Lionscreed absolutely decimated.
A beautiful read from Paragon. They see the teleport back into the bot lane, and Refresh says, not today. Timotop will go after the fact to defend, but a beautiful decision by Paragon. Take the fight, bring your Olaf in. It's a triple kill for the Viking from the top side, and the fight is annihilated beautifully.
And it's just, it's the meme where it's the 2 cars, you know, like driving past, and it's like you see each other. It's like, oh yeah, I'm TPing down to bot to stop the Olaf. Wait, the Olaf is TPing back up to me.
And you can see, the flank is good from both Timotopper and Refresh. You sandwich. You force the team into a situation. And suddenly you've got everybody there. QQR is now separated. Collapse on QQR. Sack and Timotopper slowing the rest of the team. They can't get out. Now you start to see some of the disengage come in, but they're already behind you. Refresh, running under this tower, takes the CC, but doesn't care. Not in the face of the world does he give a damn.
And the big question is, you know, for Lionscreed, we talk about how they like a structured team fight. They like a front to back. They like to play it on their terms. This game, they are not getting that. I feel like they're going to have to become the scrappy ones, and I don't know if they can do it.
It'll be hard. This comp is very difficult to execute at a base level because you've got Lethality Varus. If you can find a way forwards, if you can find the angle to play this safely, to play this comfortably, while also taking some of these scrappy fights and finding yourself some out-of-nowhere leads, the game gets a little bit easier. Problem is, Paragon seem to always be that one step ahead of the game. They are constantly playing 3 minutes ahead of Lionscreed. They know where they're going to be, what they're going to do, how they're going to outplay the situation, and evidently it is working for them tenfold.
They do have to close out the game, though. Obviously, not so much in playoffs, but a little bit in the season. There were some question marks around that. I will say Paragon have become a lot more consistent, right? When they are ahead, they are very dominant. They have been able to shut out a lot of games, bar except for maybe 1 in the playoffs, I think, against Venom Crest. But all in all, very confident in closing out. So I do feel like Paragon, they can kind of keep themselves just ticking over. They don't need to do anything crazy. They're up 6,000 gold, and the dragon is about to spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we contrast their playoffs games to their first game of the split against Nuclear Vikings, which I'm sure Lauai will remember, they had this big lead in the early game. They just couldn't close it out. It went back in Nuclear Vikings' favor, and they were able to take the game. We have seen them grow and evolve and adapt as the split has gone on. And they've got better at closing out games. But all it takes is that one missed decision, that one set of miscommunication to completely throw all of that progress out of the window. So it is something to watch. Can Paragon close this game out cleanly? And if the answer is yes, there'll be two questions on my mind. One, where was this Paragon in game number one? For one. And two, will we see this for the next 2 games of the series?
Yeah, I mentioned it about the ruddy game. You know, when we saw Paragon in game 1, it was the worst match we've seen them play in the whole of playoffs. It was just not it. But then they came back in game 2 and they looked absolutely destructive. One of the best teams that we've seen in UKEL. But right now, we are seeing another fight going down. Lionscreed trying to get aggressive, but they just absolutely burn. The damage from last is unreal, and they've already removed one, and Bust looks like they're going to be the next on the list, trying to get close up and personal with the all-out. Is going to be able to get onto last. Do they have the damage? It doesn't look like they will. And it's going to be a lot of shields that save last, but once again, they win another fight. Bust could not do enough, and it feels like we're seeing the end of days for Lionscreed in this game.
The end may very well be near, the beginning of the end, possibly starting with that play, as you say. A beautifully played fight, but Timotopper's caught now as well and is blown up. Okay. Sure.
A little bit of something back in their pocket. I feel like, again, it's kind of a consolation prize that they're not going to be too ecstatic about, but something is better than nothing. Dragon, however, is going to be going over to Paragon. That is number 2 away from Soul Point. As you said, a very useful soul for them indeed, and I feel like the day is starting to dawn, and it may be even worse as Refresh now going to be going aggressive, looking for last, looking for that ADC. Going to find Heathen, though, instead, and we'll be able to pick up that kill. Baron is also spawned just now, so this could be a very early Baron on the cards for Paragon, but Refresh cannot land that undertow and will allow Spark to get away. But Lionscreed actually saying that they're not done just yet. Gonna go aggressive back onto this team, but they're not the powerful ones yet. Paragon stepping forward, looking for the kills, almost finding it, but Spark staying alive, Bust out on the front line, able to do a lot of work. Will be able to pick up Refresh, but has to run away because here is Last, the hero, the savior, the absolute monster that is on Paragon's side in game 2, will force away Lionscreed. However, no kills are had for Paragon.
Blinking health bars as you lose Refresh, trying to overforce your hand a little bit too much, as Paragon does give Lionscreed a little bit of an edge to get back. However, it is just losing Refresh in that situation. It could have been worse. You aren't super upset, just a bit of limit testing. It is worth mentioning, though, that the kill in the mid lane onto Timotopper gave a shutdown to Spark, who now has Serpent's Fang.
Okay.
That's the shield reave item right there, friends.
Mm-hmm.
Into a Janna and a Karma. Any arrow lands onto Last, or onto Refresh, or onto Snap Eggs, you're seeing that shielding get cut in half at the very least.
I like it. I like it a lot. But is it enough, Doji? That's the question I got, because it sounds nice, but will it be what they need to finish this game?
I mean, based on the size of the shield that Last got when fighting Bust in that last fight, I'm not so sure, honestly. But I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. It could be a game changer, but we have to see these fights go to a more standard style. Right now, Paragon are running away because they are scrapping. They are playing smaller, enclosed mini skirmishes across a wider fight, and it's allowing them to just roll through Lionscreed as Bust caught in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, Bust has been doing really well in these 1v1s, but now in a 1v2, not necessarily going to have the same fortune. We'll be able to get away, but the TP has to be burned by QQR to keep them safe. And the big question that's on my mind, right, is around Baron, actually, Sheikah, because we saw against Ruddy, there was a lot of dancing from Paragon. I want to see them do it cleanly this time. And are they just powerful enough to kind of force Lionscreed to check them?
I think it's a possibility. You've got 2 items on your Cogmore. I personally would like to see a Runan's Hurricane come out before you look to contest for this Baron. I think that once you get the Runans down, Lionscreed are playing a very bold fight because their plan is to just use these 3 tanks to play to keep carry safe with Refresh.
How have we
Talking
got
of safety,
a 2v1 in the bot lane against Refresh. I'm not really sure how this happened, because we saw the TP earlier. We're now going to see the kill, and Lionscreed are going to be able to pick up a nice prize in the bot side. But as you said, Baron is being started by Paragon, and this would be a very valuable trade indeed for Paragon. And right now they have full control. There's no way for Lionscreed in, but the TPs are going to make it a little bit more tricky. Ultimate onto Sack there. We'll get the knock up as Pork tries to grow aggressive but can't get onto the line. But there's the damage. Sack going down immediately, but Snapx now standing in the way between them and Last. When Paragon need to hold on to this Cogmore. If they stay alive, they can win the fight solo. And they are just cutting down Bust. And in the front, Snapx has made his way forward. Lionscreed are falling down, and they will burn in this fight. Paragon once again on top.
And it looks so good for Lionscreed. They find the angle to play the fight. They manage to get out a lot of good cooldowns. Then they force themselves into a choke point, and Last goes untouched. They blow everything onto Sack, and it allows this Cogmore to free fire, spitting all over the enemy team time after time after time as the clean ace and the Baron will be their prize. This is getting out of hand.
It feels like we're seeing the end, right? It was a 25-minute game in which we saw Lionscreed take game 1. Game 2 might be pretty close as we run back to this Baron play, Jika.
Yeah, and it looks good, right? You're forcing them off the Baron, Bust is TP'd in. QQR hasn't got TP, already used it. Look to commit onto Sack, but you're now choke pointed. You've got Snapx jumping in. You've got Last free firing. It's very, very hard to try and play, and Bust's health bar is just not big enough. There's no ultimate. It was used in the bot lane play, if memory serves. Initially when the TP was blown, so you don't have it for this fight, which means you can't blow Last up, and you've got Snapx Timbertopper just kind of running at the last of your backline to try and kill them as well. A very, very good turnaround for the side of Paragon, and they're not done yet, it would seem.
Yeah, Lionscreed once again in just a rough spot, and it's like, you can't fight, guys. You have to just stay alive, and it doesn't feel like that is going to be the path for them right now. Timbertopper walking around the edge to give a little bit more shielding to Snapx, who is just an absolute monster at the moment. Guard once again adding another layer to the tankiness, and the Heathen might be the prize left for Paragon. They take that kill. They're going to take tier 2 mid, and we might see more towers fall, Jika.
We definitely might. I mean, Last wasn't even in that fight, and they were able to do a number to the health bars. Last was just pushing this mid lane through. Now you're just hoping that Spark can get some good poke down to allow for a pick to happen. But the Dragon is available. Your support is dead for 14 seconds. Paragon, they're just beelining it. This could be Soul Point.
It could be Soul Point, but I feel like if they win a fight here, it could just be end of the game. So at the end of the one stage, it's kind of a rock and a hard place for Lionscreed. Do you play for the Dragon? Do you try and stop them from getting the third? I feel like it's not really worth it in terms of what you'd actually gain from it, especially if you walk straight into Last. The good flash will get him away from Shockwave, and this should be it. Here comes the Cogmore, the Jaw of the Void, absolutely unleashing the rain onto Lionscreed. They are falling and crumbling, and they are stumbling back to base, but they will not make it out alive. Another one falls down to Last, and he can just roam around the rift as if it's theirs.
Last is now godlike 9-2-8 on this Cogmore, and a beautiful fight to enable Last from Paragon. Lionscreed, they step too far into the gaping maw of this Cogmore. That was an attempt by the Heathen. Wasn't quite successful, but you do kind of need to make these plays at this point if you are Lionscreed. You are struggling, you are falling, you are down to a knee. One more blow and you will be out of the game. As another tower falls, you're down to just your base. 3, 4, 5 total towers and 3 inhibs stand between Paragon and taking game 2.
And Paragon are doing it slowly. I will say strategically, I do think this is the correct League of Legends, right? They're not overforcing, they're not trying to overplay their hand, they're just making sure that they do this one piece by piece, block by block, to slowly take down Lionscreed base. But it does make me think, Shika, if they take too long, is there a potential rebuttal from Lionscreed?
I think there's a possibility. A good shockwave, a strong magnet storm, a couple of stray arrows maybe landing onto the carries, or a good all-out steal. But generally speaking, it's going to be hard. You don't really have an easy way to identify this is how we win a fight, because you're just being ran at for the most part. I mean, that is what this comp does. It's actually quite smart from Paragon. Every champion in this game just wants to run at you. Just forwards. Just towards you. It's difficult. Generally speaking, though, there are angles to come back. The question is, will Paragon give them the room? And they might have just done with Snepex being caught.
This could be one of them. Yes, Snepex is in trouble here. We'll go down to bust. And
oh, no.
It almost feels like Paragon just let Snepex fight 1v4 there. They were pretty close. They decided not to get involved. But is it going to be enough, right? It does feel like Paragon are once again sieging the base. So if you are Lionscreed, you're going to be holding on, trying to just turtle out this game and give yourself a little bit of an opportunity. But as our desk said, Lionscreed had to win early, and they have not done that, Zika, and we're going later and later into the game, and Kog'Maw is getting way, way stronger.
We can see a Jack show being built as well, so even Bust might not be able to cut through the what's soon to be fortified skin of this Kog'Maw. It's going to get very, very hard to play this game out from here on out. The Terminus completed as well, which is, let's be honest here, essentially a tank item with the amount of resistances it will stack for you. And that fight really, while it was good to find the catch onto Snepex, the shutdown went to Paw, who's already hit their 2-item spike. They're not really getting any stronger.
They're not indeed. And it's a lot of doom and gloom, I feel like, for Lionscreed. It's very different from their first game. But, Zika, what can we say? You know, this is League of Legends. This is Paragon. Game 1 Paragon, not the same as Game 2 Paragon. We'll have to keep tabs to see what Game 3 is saying, because it feels like that's where we're going to go. I feel like we're most likely going to go 1-1. I'm going to lose my predictions. But Lionscreed, they're still in this game. I do think the Paragon, they have to show us here how clean they can close this game out. Because, again, it's another question mark that is against them.
It is. However, it's very hard to siege into the front line of Cassante, Rel, and Nautilus, so I actually don't hate what Paragon's plan is here. From what I can tell, they're looking to pick someone off or play to catch a inhib through splitting. If they can find a pick, then they suddenly knock that front line down a bit and can siege quite happily. If they're just looking to play through side lanes, you're forcing the presence of an Orianna or a Cassante in your side lanes permanently. While if they have TP, that's great, that's fine. If they don't have TP, Paragon are laughing all the way to the shops. It looks like they may just force onto Paw.
Paw in major trouble here, getting ran down. Will Magnustorm, but it's to no avail. And now it could be QQR that falls next as we see the step forward from Snepex. A lot of damage already down onto Spark, forcing them back once again.
Oh my lord!
Oh, Spark almost dying to Karma, but we'll just about survive. And this should give Paragon exactly enough time to go get Baron.
It's exactly what they need. Their sieging is already very good at the Baron. Just means that Paragon can essentially Exodia their way into the base. It's very little ways to catch them. As we saw there, all it takes is Refresh landing one axe to just say, I'm going to run at you now. There is a Shurelya's at my back. There is a Karma Shield at my back. There is people following me, ironically, at my back. I'm not scared of you. And if they can do that one more time, the game may well just end on the spot.
Baron taken. That's one more thing added to the bank. Do they go for the dragon as well? It looks like Lionscreed are maybe even trying to contest to take this one away from Paragon, which I think is a bold move, because I think if Teamfight does come down to it and Lionscreed lose, well, that's GG. We're going to go to the next game. But they are stepping forward. They're making a play, as we do see TPs coming through from the side of Paragon. That's both TPs. They're looking for this fight. This could be the 5 versus 5. Can Lionscreed turn this one back around and take a big chunk of potential to their next fight, or are they going to fall right here? Here we go. Snepex jumping straight in, and last but the one you got to watch will be forced back out of the fight as we do see Snepex in the mix, but it doesn't matter. Already takes down one. So tanky, so strong. Once again, Paragon thrive, and they will just go straight towards the end of this game to take us to game 3.
Paragon, they make the fight look so simple. The dragon was never their goal. And they managed to take it to the base. Now the forfeit. The first inhib falls, and they may just push for more. 3 dead for 20 seconds. They have no fear. Bust and Spark. The damage is not there. Soul or not. You can see health bars just melting.
Absolutely no potential for Lionscreed to do anything here. Last bit's just way too strong. They're going to force them all the way to the Nexus. Towers will fall. Nexus will fall. And Paragon 1-1. We got a series.
I called it. The Paragon 1 comfort zone reigns supreme. Game 1 Paragon? Game 2 Paragon? I quite like it. if they can carry up this momentum, if they can carry on this style of play and keep choking Lionscreed out, this series could be done in 2 games' time. But if Lionscreed can make these adaptations back to game 1, we could see a lot closer game.
It's all up there on the line. I think everyone that was 3-0 is now out, obviously. That includes me as well. But what is it going to be? 3-1 Paragon, 3-2, 3-1 Lionscreed. Still a lot to play for, as Temporal predicted it. Paragon should be winning the next game as well, so we'll see if that stays true. But either way, we're going to throw it to a quick break, then we'll see the desk to see what they have to make of that. It's a lot that happened.
welcome back, everybody. Good job, Temporal. Got himself just about under control when the cameras went live.
Easy.
Yeah. Okay, so the story continues to repeat itself once again. Paragon in Game 2 raises its stunningly beautiful head, and they even up the series to a very dominant 1-1. Now, we had continued questions about the Paragon draft coming into this game. You know, we liked what the refresh answer was, but we didn't like his game 1. We thought, you know, maybe it's all on last. We've got a very focused team here, and we don't have many tools to make plays. But ultimately, they ended up playing very, very, very well, and Lionscreed were the one getting a bit messy. And that's the first thing that I want to focus in on here, is in that bot lane, which we opened up with last time, and we've once again got Laoi on board here to give us the updated takes on bot side, because this time it was Lionscreed kind of putting their feet wrong.
Yeah, I think Sack definitely, he has moved over to Janna, which is, as we all know, a much more comfortable pick for him. And it certainly showed, I think, especially in the 2v2. Obviously, they get pushed in here, but they just ghost and run Spark down. Hits the Nado, everything's played very perfectly. They just very aware the timings when they can fight. Obviously, jungle's here as well, which does help, but that was just a win 2v2, even without the jungler.
Yeah.
It is very, very nice timing by Snipex. He also sneaks around that ward, which is beautiful. I just want to shout that out for him as well. And he just get the double kill for the bot lane. And it did not stop there. It kept rolling throughout the entire game. The bot lane kept 2v2 killing, absolutely smashing down the bot lane. Let us know that they are here to play. They do want to kill them. I think there was multiple situations where you could really see how good Sack is on the Janna. I believe the second 2v2, there was a Nado knock up into an R. There's the dives top, where he's looking for tanking it with his E and R. He's just very, very comfortable on this jump. Certainly stood out this game for me.
For sure. Night and day for Sack from Game 1 to Game 2. We can see why this was banned away from him in Game 1. Temporal, talk to us a little bit about the Spark Varus, because they prioritized that. It was the R1 pick for them, and this is a very high priority bot laner. It has been for the whole season long. What do you think was going wrong here? Is it a Varus problem? Is it a Spark problem? Like, why did we suffer so much in Game 2 compared to Game 1 for Lionscreed's bot?
It's a bit of both. To keep the recency bias real, we just watched like a Red Side 2024 issue where if you have an immobile bot lane, someone will sneak in behind you. That's a little bit of a risk that you had to take. With an immobile bot lane into Varus, with Varus into the Olaf, you were always running the risk that if Olaf got a decent mid game through, that ghost button, it's going to be running at you. There's going to be a Cogmore launching as well. Maybe they forgot the Paragon play this, because I think we have seen Paragon whip out the Cogmore before. We are on 14.5, where the pick is pretty much evergreen in the blind and in the counter. And it was just a bit too much. I don't think the lethality Halo Blades was the way forwards. That wants to rely on auto-attacking. You're into double ranged. And maybe an on-hit would have kited out the Olaf a little bit better. It's still rough, though, no matter what.
Yeah, and it certainly looked rough, that's for sure, and did not get easier as the game went on. Now, Melvin Izzle, we asked for your pitch in topside. You gave us Olaf, okay? And Refresh said, okay, I'll also give you Olaf. That was the answer. Into the Cassante, no less. The option picked. Bust took the Cassante blind. Olaf was the answer. Let's break down how this Olaf worked out, okay? Because we focused on this top side a lot. Just talk us through what we're seeing.
So, on the scale of things, it worked on a macro sense very, very well. But, as we came into the day, Bust has really just had something going, and it felt like he had Refresh's number. In these earlier plays, though, we did see multiple instances where Refresh got a really favourable trade, but it was just such good play from Bust to dodge away from the axes and then be able to wait out the Olaf ult, crucially. Really solid. I think that we need to keep our eye on whatever Bust gets his hand on in this win, because so far, winning matchup, losing matchup, both have gone well for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Laoi, does this open the door potentially to us needing a bigger carry from Bust? Because the Cassante is undoubtedly strong. It's one of his best performing picks of the season. You can see the stats here. It was another great individual performance from him. But if Lionscreed needs someone to try and stem the bleeding, if the rest of the map is starting to suffer, do we need to see something with a bit more 1v9 potential from Bust?
I don't hate the idea of Bust on tanks. I would like to see it a bit more spicy, especially with the pre-game talk he was saying about how he's going to put him in the dirt.
He did, to be fair. He still does. You know.
He did do that. I think when it comes down to the Cassante pick in this situation, is that you're playing against a Karma, there's lots of shields. I don't know exactly what you're trying to achieve, even when he has a lead. He kind of needs his carries to do a lot. So I think there's a time and place for the tanks. I didn't really like it this game. Hopefully he does get back on a carry, and he's performing very well in this series.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I hope we will continue to see that. Well, let's see if Refresh can now take that, as Melvin Izzle had said, the kind of the macro. And once the game got later and he was able to join it with his team, the Karma and the Janna, we saw the reasoning there. We saw the theory in action. It was very, very devastating. But this game was very, very tough for Lionscreed, the early game. This is obvious, especially through the mid and the bot lane. Let's take a look at one of the pivotal moments in this game in more detail. Temporal, we're going to look at this fight around, I believe it was the Rift Herald, around 15 minutes. So walk us through when the replay comes up what we're seeing and just how this fits into our Paragon versus Lionscreed stylistic narrative that we've been building here.
All right, any Severity Carry 2015 enjoyers, CLG, eat your heart out. This is an old move. This was a reverse teleport. So, Xante goes down to collect a wave, assuming everything's fine before it is halfway through its channel. Refresh on this Olaf straight up into the top side, and it creates a 5v4. A tier 1 tower at this stage of the game is not sufficient defense. And even under the tower, Refresh is in. Sat gets the tank off. Easy peasy. And from there, Paragon generated a huge amount of advantage. They also got a Rift Herald that they classically sent towards the mid-tier 1 tower to later break that over the next dragon fight. And it was just absolutely a huge upswing. There was not a lot that could have been done, except Bust being maybe a little more cautious with the summoner spells.
It is crazy the difference between Paragon like in game 1 and Paragon in random like lane scuffles versus Paragon as soon as the enemy team has done something slightly less than perfect. Suddenly they just become the greatest players of all time, and the snap decision making is so strong from them. We saw it in the pre-series setup that we had. We saw it in the early BTs. We're seeing it in game. We even saw it in game 1, and we're seeing it in game 2. This through line that Paragon are so ready to punish. Their punish game is so on point, and Lionscreed are going to have to sharpen up if they're not able to just steamroll them in game 1. Paragon are clearly ready to play. Now, something else that I wanted to flag up on here, we talked about the limitations in mid lane, or sorry, well, we're going to talk about the limitations in mid lane, kind of spoiled that one. We talked about the limitations in top lane specifically as well, in terms of draft, like, is Refresh going to be punished for his pool? Is Bust going to be punished for his? We also mentioned QQR a bit there. We've seen 2 Orianna games, Melvin Izzle. I'm not super pumped about seeing another one, honestly. I would not love to see another Orianna game. Are we seeing now the damage, that the limitations that maybe QQR has showing in the draft through this series?
I think it's definitely a bit of a fear factor where we know how flexible Timotopper can be on this mid lane. We did see the Hui not exactly get the job done as a pick into the Orianna in the first one, but even then, it's still just that threat of knowing whatever you want to pick for QQR, there's always something looming overhead just because the execute doesn't go down correctly. This game, Aurelion Sol just swiftly made their way through draft as something that you always had to be afraid of. And so I think that for Lionscreed, it really is going to need to be Port doing that thing we were setting up before this series of paying a lot of attention to mid and making sure that QQR can get onto a more proactive pick. Maybe something like the Ahri or the Syndra that can facilitate plays a bit better than the Orianna, who usually has to be a bit more reactive going off the back of a relo as opposed to setting up for the jungler, to see QQR get a bit more agency, because at the moment they're kind of falling a bit into the background, which really doesn't work when Spark is getting dive bombed in the bot lane.
Yeah, it does look a little bit tough for him. With Saw, as you mentioned, the ASOL just went completely through the bans, right? Timotopper was happy to B1 the Karma instead. Lawai, is this... I guess, is this Karma gonna now become a bit of a focus point here? Are we needing to ban this way from Timotopper? Can we just try and steal it away? Or is there something that we can deal with this, or deal with this champion with for QQR? Because the Orianna clearly isn't it. And like I said, the Corki's been left up. The Vigar's the only thing that's actually been banned away from him. So what do you think there is in the tank for QQR if Timotopper is going to keep going down this road?
To be honest, I think it's very difficult to specifically draft around Karma. I think the champion is so strong in this patch that it's can't really hard counter it. So it's more about what you want to do with the comps around it, right? I think the way that both these teams like to play, I think Karma is a big problem, honestly, on both sides. I would like to see it get banned, personally. I don't think there's a very good answer that would just auto-win the game, let's say. you might see they have something spicy up their sleeves, but honestly, Karma just doesn't really allow a lot of spice. Like the champion just clears waves and presses E.
Yeah, it is a bit of a
I think it's
spicy
got to
user.
be both teams. It's like red one concession ban. Like it's not allowed.
Yeah, let's think about what these bans are actually going to be. The draft will be coming around before too long. We've had the focus now shifted from Paragon. We're checking about game 2. They took the Senna, the Volibear, the Smolder. So Smolder and Volibear contained off there, and the Senna added on. And then Lionscreed was still banning Talia, still banning Taric, and they also banned the Gragas for the fear of the first pick from Paragon potentially going into jungle. So, I mean, to me, it feels like the Gragas is the easy answer to just remove and put Karma in there. Does anyone think that there's anything else that should be removed or any different ways to approach
do
this
neither,
temporal?
and you get the other one.
Yeah,
Just don't ban anything.
Lionscreed
any
have blue
champions.
side this game, so there's the answer to just say, all right, will you just ego pick the Jacks again? If they really want to do that? I think it's a terrible idea for
Surely
the
not.
record. You've just seen
Surely
Refresh show Olaf, who
Yeah.
will brutalize the pick the same way, but maybe, just maybe, Bust is on such a hot streak that they go, no, it doesn't matter. Like, you give draft resources to bot lane, bail everybody else out, I will keep winning my own matchup. It really is just a matter of approach. Historically, in the previous matchup between these two teams, we did see Refresh's Camille get counterpicked by Bust with a Darius who he clapped with. So if we see an early pick from Refresh in this draft, there's an angle for Bust to just run away with it.
Lionscreed have really been hot on this Talia.
Yeah.
I do
will
very
not
understand
be
it.
allowed that.
As a flex pick, both Snapx and Tippy Taper have performed on Talia. I really like that ban. I think it's very difficult to deal with. They seem to very respect the Taric as well. I suspect it's because they really like Nautilus picks. And Taric doesn't have and Janna, of course. They want to get Zach back off his comfort. He did a very good performance in that game, so I can understand that.
Okay. So we've gone back to game 1 for Lionscreed, the same 3 bans for them. Paragon keeping the Senna, keeping the Karma. They've left
No, he's
open the
gonna drink him under the
Volibear.
table.
No way!
Open the Gragas. So it's not the Volibear B1 that we might have expected before this series, which leaves it open for the reverse pick. And Lasp, again, just dropping the Kog'Maw. Lawa, you were saying while we were watching that game that Lasp does love to just drop a Kog'Maw kind of without any reasoning necessarily.
I think last game it made a lot more sense.
Yes, there was a
one
plan
is
there.
questionable one. This is him just saying this champion's broken, lock it in, I will carry. Kog'Maw traditionally very hard to play into Gragas, because Gragas can bomber you quite easily.
There's always like a crosshair on your head, and it's the
way.
explosive cast coming.
Now, this I didn't expect. This might be the first Lucian, or one of the very few Lucians we've seen in the Four Nations this split. It is not a common pick for us right now.
We've had some Lucian Milio.
Sure. And is this and Heathen Milio is the only enchanter that we've seen from
Question is,
Heathen.
You're okay playing into Lulu here, because Lulu traditionally counters Lucian lanes, and it's also very good with Kog'Maw, so it's a little bit odd to me.
Gonna be wide
Not
open.
bad into the Milio either. You've
Sounds like a
never,
sack champ to me.
interact.
That's dangerous. This is.
Let's see. So if Lulu is a really solid lane matchup here, is there anything else that Paragon need to be taking? Is there any other prior that we're missing from here? Or are we just fixing this bot lane matchup
You
right now?
defend your jungler on 4 with bans if necessary, and then you have the team atop. Will eat 2 bans because Lionscreed have to now. They have to throw 2 bans down there. Jungle and top, Volibear is open, the flexibility available. I like Volibear into Gragas. I am guilty of liking Volibear into things he shouldn't really be played into, but he won't struggle.
I can see it, because Volibear's Q does reset whenever he's CC'd. He's one of the few champions who gets that privilege, which means when Gragas goes to Bomber, he's always going to have a stun to follow up after the fact, having that unstoppable. If
he tries to play hooky as well with the Bomber, you just W start.
Yeah, and as long
okay.
as Paragon don't ruin this flex on 4, then I think that they're in a really good spot going into the second rotation as Le Standard mid lane as a band.
I just have to flag that our producer in the producer chat said Rob thought Lucian was on his team. Unlucky, truly, as he locks in the Nami. Very unfortunate for Rob there. Maybe just misreading the name tags a little bit. But so we have this Nami. We're getting through the bans.
It's still fine.
Yeah, and
it's absolutely fine.
It's still conceptually the same, right? It's not the Lulu, but it still very much is doing a similar job. It does have a little bit more burden of execution, but if Zach is going to play it like he played the Janna game, I don't think we have to worry about enchanter execution for him. to catch up quickly on the bans? Or
If you presume Gragas is going in the jungle, Nami evades 3v2 and 3v3 in the bottom lane more effectively than Lulu, which is decent waiting on the pick.
Yeah, so they have banned the Jux as well, which does kind of suggest Gragas is looking more jungle here. I don't really know why you'd ban the Jux otherwise.
Yeah, are we trying to bait them into thinking it's Gragas jungle by banning the Jax? Yeah, we don't want to place it in top lane.
Honestly,
for sure, totally.
I could see that. I could really see it, because you just want to try and slip the Paragon hand to get this Volibear into a role at this point.
They'll try anything to try and trick him at this point. They're trying to just destabilize Paragon and draft, the notorious draft destabilizers. Temporal, I'm seeing some confusion, a furrowed
brow. You know,
brow
the last
here.
time we saw Annie on the Four Nations, it wasn't so long ago, and it meant Lionscreed got into this game because Venomcrest picked it a little too excitedly. I think a decent 2v2 with the Volibear, which is fine. But once again, ways open, guys. That's a really decent 2v2.
So Annie has been gaining some priority recently, usually as an answer to Ari in LBL, I believe it started. But I can see it a little bit, because with Ari comes in and you Annie-ult him and stop him. Lucian's kind of a similar idea. I guess you can kind of stop Lucian doing what he wants to do, but it is a bit early, I feel.
Yeah. I like it in isolation. With the Nami speed up as an angle, like it definitely can be your bridge from the mid-game, really. It's not like a super amazing early pick, but depending on where this Volibear goes, which we're finally going to figure out, it can help snowball those plays, as it looks like. Okay, this is what we're looking forward to at the start of the day.
Okay, they banned out the Jax. They forced him to take his best champion in top lane. So we'll see if this is a bold strategy for Lionscreed Academy. We'll see if it pays off for them. Now, let's just take a look at the totality of what we have here. Let's first just wrap this up on Paragon. We have Camille, Volibear on top side. There's a lot of great dive potential there. There's a lot of great kind of engage and frontline engage with the Annie as well to speed up. I love the playmaking tools that Paragon have. And then we just have the Kog'Maw. We've got a lot of divers, and then we have the Kog'Maw and the Nami. Is this actually a problem? Is the Kog'Maw going to be a bit exposed here, or do we think this is still going to work out with what we've seen just far?
I think with the way that Paragon play the game, no. Kog'Maw, particularly if you've got Nimbus Cloak in the runes, is really, really quick and can actually follow with the divers, or even start the play, but with Paragon's flanks being one of their biggest strengths, I think that they're going to be all right with this. The only issue is if Lionscreed use that Jarvan, use that Gragas, and just make sure they don't get to DPS these fights.
I think we just saw the Uzi special locked in from Lionscreed as well. There was double ignite in the bot lane for Lionscreed, unless we had a bit of a freeze. That's a bit of a throwback as well, and there should be 100% uptime on one of those ignites and an all-in. There'll be limited healing on Kog'Maw.
Okay, so Spark and Heathen misplaying in game 2. Game 1, they were very solid, but now I think that the onus is on them to make use of this decision. They need to show the quality in this 2v2, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. If we take a look at the top side for Lionscreed, they rounded off the draft with a classic QQR Corki. Now, we know the damage he can do on this champion. Into the Annie, is this an issue? Do we have an issue with this last kind of Corki pick?
I think it's fine. I think that
it's all good.
It'll be fine.
Maybe, like, if he moves and he doesn't have full priority, then sure, Annie will jump him. The package lets you get away with so much at major objectives, and I think it also creates a zone that Annie can't walk into, which is Annie's worst enemy.
Package Jarvan combo is also something we're going to really need to keep an eye on in these team fights. It could really just take last bout of the game.
It's a hard one. This is even closer than last game, so I think that's a point in Paragon's favor if they've held the momentum, because first game, don't think it was close. This one, real close.
Okay, Lawai, just quickly before we go into game, you voted 3-1 Paragon. Now that you've seen, as we said, potentially a much closer draft, do you think we're still on track for that?
I think so. I think the Volibear dives are coming. I'm excited. I'm ready for the snowballs, and if it's not, I'm going to cry myself to sleep.
Well, that's how we all feel watching Four Nations. Don't worry about that. You're now a real, true analyst here in the UK and I. Okay, back over to you, J-Real and Sheikah. Let's get into Game 3. Let's see who's taking the lead in this grand final.
Might be new on the desk, but you're not going to be new away from scrutiny. And now it's all on this game, you know? If you get the prediction wrong, We're not going to forget it. But we are going to go into game 3, Sheikah, as I've now warned our new analyst. And how are you feeling about the draft? Because I feel like this is, as the desk said, the most even draft we've seen.
It definitely is. I think the biggest problems I have with the draft here, and there are minor problems, don't get me wrong. I think the game's still very even, very playable for both sides. For Lionscreed, you've got a lot of bridges and only really one super scaling pick, so that could prove a problem. But on the other side, Paragon, you're relying on a flash engage from an Annie. And a flash engage from an Annie is dangerous. I would actually like to see QQR not using the package super aggressively this game, but using it to draw a line between the two teams. Because Kog'Maw, Annie, Camille, Volibear, how do they can't really get to you if there's that line of fire between you. Well, yeah, you can use it to assassinate the Kog'Maw. You then are at the mercy of everything else around you to not just immediately blow you up. So I that's kind of my read on the situation. But again, much like last game, very happy to be proven wrong. Very happy for one of these teams to come out the gate swinging and just say, no, we've got this down pat.
I think once again, early game, going to be a pretty big factor. I like this from Lionscreed. They're getting a bit of information onto Snepex. Also, at some point in the game, we got to zoom in on this Volibear skin. Because, like, first of all, is it Ink Shadow Volibear that he's playing? But secondly, is he just wearing a bush? Like, do you get extra bonus, like, hidden ability from this skin?
That is Ink Shadow Volibear, to answer your first question. And yeah, it might as well be a bush, honestly.
So we'll see. But once again, refresh on that late invade onto Porp. They're going to cause a bit of problem. This time, though, not going to get in the thick of it. Not going to lose their flash. Playing into the Graves once again. I'm also really, really interested to see how this matchup goes. Because obviously, the last one, the Jax, didn't go too well. But the Camille, a notorious pick. And even in the interview, one that was talked about Bust saying he's going to prove to Refresh how to play this pick.
Well, hasn't had the chance to pick it up themselves just yet, but could send him back to the school of Bust for another game, third game in a row, and pull ahead in this lane. See how the game goes generally. Sort of trading across the map for now.
Ooh, a lot of trading actually. Team Atopa needs to be careful. It could actually go down. One auto is going to do it. QQR just gets the kill. Like, well, not what I expected. Sheikah said about the early game. We're seeing another fight in the top side as well, which is being won by Bust. So, Lionscreed, ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, Timatopa really wanted to save that flash. Apparently does give over the first blood. Not too sure on the decision-making behind taking that trade, but I'm sure there was something there. And in the top side, we are just going to see General Camille bullying and Gragas returning said bullying. Junglers on opposite sides of the map.
Ooh.
Okay, this could be dangerous now. Hookshot should be up in 3 seconds or so.
No flash for Bust. You got to be careful, bud. We'll be able to survive. Not going to be going down just yet. Also, super low mana, but Snepex is right here. This is an easy kill if I've ever seen one. Bust is very low. One hookshot could do it, and the wave being pushed in as well is massive. It's worth it. They just got to go for it. They're going to charge in. Bust is going to buy a little bit more time. Will go down. Snepex tanking the tower, and that will be a nice return from Paragon.
Very nice play there. A nice flash from Refresh to kind of force that fight to go their way. Bust caught very far up in the lane, a little bit too far to be able to escape without taking a lot of health in damage, and then opting to stay in the lightning strike from Snepex on the back kind of just solidifies the fate there. There's not a big enough wave to stop the dive from happening. They will just walk at you. Snepex tanks the tower up beautifully. It's just a very well played dive.
Yeah, and it's easy advantages, right? We talk about this top lane being very, very close and how we've seen that Bust has been picking up leads overall. So Refresh getting a little bit of a nice help out in the early, just going to set them up much better. And obviously on that Camille, there is a lot of comfort, as we already talked about, so could potentially turn it the other way. I'm really interested, though, about this bot side, right? Because we talked about last game, bot side being everything, Sheikah. Is it still kind of the same phase? Because obviously Lucian, really early game.
It depends. We've got the first strike on Spark. It depends if we see them go for this super energized build that we've seen floating around. You know, Storm Razor into the Cycler Sword, into the Rapid Fire Cannon. Or if we see them go for just Kraken and Navori into Rapid Fire, the standard AD carry build. I think that's going to be a big telltale point for me. But you have more scaling elsewhere. You have more damage across the map. Like I mentioned at the start of the game, my concern is you have Lucian Jarvan, you've got a lot of bridge, you've got a lot of early game. When you get to a point where this Annie and Kog'Maw have scaled, even the Camille to an extent, you're going to struggle to get the damage out, but there isn't anybody's health bar on the enemy team who is just exponentially growing, right? There's not like a Scion, or there's nobody that really wants to go Heartsteel, so you're not looking at having a really hard time cutting into them as the Lucian. I don't think it's necessarily all about bot side, but I do think this early game hinges on either the Lucian or the Jarvan getting some kind of lead.
Yeah, and also having a look at this build from Snepex, because 2 longswords, not what I was necessarily expecting, but we'll keep tabs on that one in a sec, as we are potentially going to see Snepex make a play, looking around mid, looking around bot, but may be able to catch QQR here with Team Atopa. There is the Tibbers, there is the stun, and now Porb jumping in to try and save their mid, but has to just run out straight away. A nice 2v2 in that mid, and as you said, it's going to be very hard for the Corki to get close to the Annie.
The very dangerous Flash Tibbers combo strikes again for Team Atopa, just securing QQR's fate there. So there's a bit of trading going on the bot side. I don't think anything's going to be lethal. Level 6s haven't been hit, but this does mean Snepex is in danger, taking this dragon on his own.
Yeah, right now is able to buy a bit of time there. Able to hold them off
moving.
as the bot lane is starting to move up. But as you said, last is pretty low, but now bringing down Team Atopa with the second bear in the team. It does just ward away Lionscreed, and QQR is making their way as well. Maybe this could be a play for Lionscreed, but it feels like it is going to be theirs.
The only smite!
Does he get the steal? And now the play is gone absolutely skew whiff for Paragon, because they are being decimated in this early fight. Paragon, we said, just don't throw the early game, and they have just yeeted it over to Lionscreed.
That's disastrous! The smite comes in 10 health too early. And the scatter gun from Corki manages to take it away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, you were already losing. Because it was a 3v2, but your 3v3, but your AD carries health bar was already super low. Let's have a look at how this happens. So, there's a good job of splitting the fight here from Paragon. You know, Team Atopa walks down, you're forcing the 3 to play around the bottom side of the river. All Snepex has to do is get the dragon, might trade his life for it, but get the dragon and get out. A little bit over-aggressive coming in. We see 1 health. 1 health steals the dragon. And then hell is unleashed. Because this Volibear can't move to the fight. He's already dead. Disastrous. Absolutely disastrous for the side of Paragon.
And it's for me, it's just the big question mark is why? Why? You know, because it feels like there was no need for Paragon to make that play, Sheikah. They could have just let the dragon go.
Yeah, it's first dragon of the game. Sure, it's a Hextech dragon. It's very nice. You don't have to be making that play, though.
As Tibbers is back on the Rift, and Team Atopa is having a pretty good time in this lane, I will say. Like, it's going to have to be very, very wary every single time Tibbers is up, and that is only going to get more and more dangerous. So definitely a lot of control has been caught. And the surprise anti-pick coming in pretty nicely. But back onto this bot lane, right? We've now seen Spark pick up a bit of damage. It's feeling like they're kind of getting starved out of the game.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, this is kind of how an early game champion into Cogmore goes. You just have to concede a lot of early resources. But that's not necessarily a problem because you're looking to scale it into the late game anyway. We do see there could be a potential dive onto QQ.
Wait a minute, watch out, not Randy Orton with the RKO, but it is going to be Refresh in the mid lane with the gank, but here is Porp as well, now making it a 2v2, but QQR just happy to concede, just happy to walk away, and doesn't look back as Refresh going to TP up into that top side to make sure their tower isn't getting taken by Bust, who is still having actually quite a good lane, even given the early dive. Yeah,
I mean, the Gragas isn't ever really going to be losing in the conventional sense. The champion's very, very safe, able to nullify a lot of lanes. The dive was unfortunate, but realistically you're not dying again, especially not in the 1v1 in this lane. We'll just see the amount of damage that this Lucian can do when given room to play. Yeah. Last health is just eviscerated. Taking stock over the wider map, QQR's health bar is just going to get half health every time Team Atopa has Tibbers. That's kind of how this lane goes. You just kind of use it as a trading pattern, and then cause it's on a relatively low cooldown, and the longer it's out, the shorter the cooldown. So you just kind of use it as a way to punish the enemy laner for stepping up that little bit too far. Top lane, we're looking to see Refresh try and get out of this lane. He can't make anything happen in lane. Bot lane's just going to be a bit of a slap fest in the lane. I mean, Spark and Heathen able to play so aggressively because there's not really any counter damage at this point in the game. The jungle is a bit different, as there could be a dive in the bot lane for
Here we
people
go.
moving
Not
down.
one, not two, not three, but 4 members on this bot side from Lionscreed. The dive is on. Here comes the play. Down goes the Cogmore, and down will go Sack as well. Spark making it out, even through the explosion. And a successful dive with successful kills, and now an even bigger lead for Spark. But can SnapX turn something into their favor? Team Atopa also there does have Flash. The Flash Tippers is on the cards. Heathen and Spark low, but they're going to respect it. They're going to walk away and take their win.
Very happy with that dive. Very well played. Tara aggro juggling was very, very clean as well. Lionscreed seem to have recovered from their game 2 and are able to start trying to make something happen across the course of the map. And I just want to go back to this Volibear build quickly that you mentioned earlier. Typically, we will see Sundered Sky into Deadman's Play into Iceborne Gauntlet, and I don't think this game is any different. There is another build going around where you go Ingenious Hunter into a little bit more damage, but generally speaking, we are more often than not seeing the Sundered into Deadman's into IVG, because you just get to play so effectively. As QQR picking up that package, dragging it up in 8 seconds, we could see the first real team fight of the game come into effect.
Yeah, Dragon and Corki package. We also heard from the desk about the Cataclysm with the package on top. Think of I need to find a name for the duo combination of that one, but that will be for a little bit later in the casters. Right now, they are going to use this to effect. They're going to be able to ward away Paragon's chances of this dragon and just force themselves into picking this objective. The package is going to be utilized to just burn the dragon a little bit faster, and that'll be a second Drake taken for Lionscreed.
And quite happy with this situation. I mean, Paragon, kind of happy to say, look, we can't contest this. We are going on to an Ocean Soul, so pretty good for both teams. Just that little bit extra sustain when you take damage. Very, very nice to have. But I think I have a name for our little package, Valkyrie into Cataclysm combo. It's a bit of a slow cooker.
Ooh, I like that. I like that, actually. Okay, the slow cooker. I'm feeling it. We can utilize that. As right now,
see how it feels.
I like that. I will say I like this from SnapX. They went in, they took a bit of jungle from Paul, but on the flip side, there's another dive potentially going to be happening. Last, we'll be able to get out of this one though, having to burn Flash, the same as Sack, and once again, a precarious situation for them. They're going to have to walk away, and Spark is just getting further and further ahead. If we could get a little look at the gold production, I feel like they are starting to mount a pretty large lead. Now, the big problem Lionscreed are going to have, there's a static Shiv in Lucian's inventory, as well as another Kershi shard. This is one-shot Lucian. But this Lucian is going to provide nothing to you outside of that. It is a 2,000 gold lead, near enough, for this Lucian, however, along with a 1,400 gold lead in the mid lane. And a 400 gold lead in the top lane. It's slightly mitigated by the 500 lead in the jungle, but there is still a lot of gold on Lucian and Corki. However, at this early in the game, there's no really easy way to peel off of them. So if they are found, they could just die on the spot. They have vision of SnapX, so they're not at any danger at the moment. Porp here as well. There's another dive could be on the cards. Ooh, Heathen is going to take quite a bit of damage. SnapX with the flash will be able to pick up an easy kill onto the Meteor, but can they find themselves onto Spark? They're trying to catch out the ADC. There's the ultimate from the Volibear, but it's not going to be enough. Could not get into range. And that'll be a nice dodge away from Lionscreed. Flash is burned though for Spark, so definitely want to keep your eyes on in later fights.
It certainly is. With that flash down, it could lead to a lot of safety being taken away from this Lucian, especially without going for a Navori-centric build. Your E is only up maybe twice in a fight. So if you use it forwards, you have to hope you can get a full combo off and have it as an escape tool as well.
Ooh, talking about full combo, we are going to see Annie moving up to the top side, and Refresh just going to hold Bust there for a little bit longer, but can Team Atopa catch up? There's the TP coming in as well, but it's going to be a bit late. The Gragas has already burned.
Looks like QQR's looking to go aggressive as well. Refresh, happy to take it.
Yeah, Refresh is actually not too happy to take it. They're going to go down, but the return, can Team Atopa do enough damage? Tippers is just not fast enough. And it will be a survival escape from QQR, but Porb now potentially coming straight in. There's the Cataclysm onto Dematopa. Might have the damage as well. A little bit extra added in from QQR, but I think the Jarvan should have this in the bag. No flasher on the Annie. One more auto would do it, but doesn't have the flag. Can't get the drag. There's the stab, though. Into the back. The Annie will fall, but Snepex is on the lurk. The bear is in the woods. And what will you find today? It's going to be the volley. He's going to charge in, but Porb just a little bit too far away.
A lot of safety going through. As bot lane, the health bars are just being melted. The culling's so strong at this point. The first tower will fall. And I feel like that was a bit overplayed in the top side. The TP coming in from Refresh. This could be punished.
Doesn't have ultimate though, so going to be a little bit harder to lock down Spark. Tidal Wave going to come in, not going to catch them out, and the cleanse utilized by Spark tries to cut this one out. A lot of damage is being dished out, but not enough so far to pick up a kill. Refresh, TP in, not successful, and has opened up top tower for Bust.
Lasp and Sack just a little bit too far away from the play to make it work. Snepex will be topside to be able to catch this wave, stop this tower from going down for the immediate future at the very least. But it feels like Paragon, they're falling flat on a lot of their plays. They're trying to find something, and they're just struggling. They're being beaten to the punch every single time. We'll see if that continues to be the case as Timotopper.
Timotopper does a lot of damage, but so does QQR. And Refresh, who has just been kind of roaming around the map, is now in the mid lane, but is going to be absolutely destroyed and removed from the map. And once again, maybe Gragas is the issue here, Zika, because Bust in this top lane with this pick has forced Refresh to be everywhere and anywhere that isn't that lane.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of saw it in the early game. While you can trade effectively with the Gragas, you don't have kill threat. And Camille, if you don't want to be waiting, say, 35 minutes for her to really come online and be a side lane threat, you have to get her a lead elsewhere on the map. Not able to find that lead so far this game. The series is shaping up to be quite explosive. Dragon is up. Package is acquired. We'll see if Paragon want to fight this one as well.
They've got to be careful. That slow cooker is waiting. And we know what happens in the slow cooker. That's some good food. Don't let them cook. But right now,
don't let them cook.
Brown the Dragon. Although maybe not Dragon first. They might actually go 14 Topa, try and just axe out the Annie. Because to be honest, I feel like the Annie is one of the most dangerous picks from the side of Paragon. But forcing that one away should open up the Dragon quite easily for Lionscreed. This will be their third sole point if they secure this.
The resets came in. There's just not enough time to get back out on the map for the side of Paragon. Not happy to try and take this fight around the Dragon just yet. They're saying we need more items onto Lasp. And honestly, that's not a bad shout. We've got 2 items now completed for Spark. 2 items completed for QQR. A lot of safety as there is a fight on the top side. Refresh melted.
Ooh, Refresh is going to go aggressive, but look at the damage. Absolutely turned around. The Lucian melting them, and here comes the Cataclysm. Sack in major trouble. Spark can dish out the last bit of damage, and once again, Lionscreed snap, and they pick up more kills onto Paragon unanswered. In the bot lane, Timotopper is going to be able to drop Tibbers, but you know what? QQR's not taking the same amount of damage as they were before, and they're dishing out a lot more.
The power of the Maw of Malmortius shines true. Timotopper only sat on that Malignance, really doesn't have a lot of damage to back up the bear at this point. And, I mean, these fights, it just feels like Refresh is looking for something, trying to be a little too aggressive, and he's being punished time after time. We saw in the top lane, you can't ult the Gragas, you just get bombarded out of it. But you can't really ult anybody else, because if you're in close range of a Corki, a Jarvan, or a Lucian, you are just going to have your health bar melted. You don't have a massive health bar, especially when you're sat on this Ravenous Hydra, so it's going to be a very hard game to try and play out from this point on for Refresh. You need Kog'Maw online, you need Annie online, and we'll see if they can come online before the next big objective.
Yeah, but it's a waiting game that I don't know if Lionscreed are going to be allowing Paragon to play. They're looking aggressive. They're looking to turn this one into their favor. I will say, really nice from Snepex to keep themselves ahead, keep that farming, keep them getting those small leads. But we need to see something more, right? We need to see bigger objectives. And when the damage is like that from Spark, 2 autos, and Sack already half HP, it's very hard to contemplate it.
Certainly is. You can see the power of this Kershi sharp build. You E forward, auto someone once. You get the first strike proc on both autos, and you do so much damage on that first auto that their health bar just eviscerates. Interested to see where Spark goes with the next item. Normally we'd see a Cyclosaur or a Storm Razor come into play here. But we'll have to see. Meanwhile, just trying to catch CS on the side waves for Paragon, trying to find a way to bring themselves back into this game as it stands.
I'm trying to think what's the logical counter to Gragas? Like in lore. Like we're not talking about like picks here, Sheikah. We're going 400 IQ with it, right? A man who likes to drink beer. What do you counter that?
Poison.
Ooh, Teemo. That's it. Teemo top. We've solved it, Sheikah. That's the new pick.
Big brains.
Or Singed.
Say,
surely that could work.
You can poison his drink, or you can send him to a desert, because the only reason he survives in Freljord is because he's an Iceborn. What happens when you put ice in a desert?
It melts.
Exactly. So surely Gragas would melt.
Ooh. Okay. We got to see if they can cook, because right now it feels like you ban the Gragas, or you basically got to think of something. We've given some options now. Poison could work potentially. Maybe we see a little bit Cassiopeia even maybe in the top side. But I think something needs to change right from the side of Paragon, and what is still to be decided is right now Snepex trying to be a bit of a menace, but with the movement from Lionscreed, going to be very difficult. Tier 2 bot tower under siege here and will be falling down very quickly. And the damage from range as well is massive coming out of Lionscreed. The culling just adding to that as Snepex trying to get into range. Will be able to get the stun onto Spark, but the damage following up is massive and he has to run away. Goodbye to the bear. And Tibbet's going to be joining as well. As in the top side, we do see Gragas just bodying Refresh once again.
I think the only way to deal with this Gragas is to ban it away, as the base now going to be forfeit for Paragon. They found the angle onto Spark, but the Breath of Life from Melio just that little bit too much to deal with, as an inhib is opened on the bottom side of the map 21 minutes into the game. We could be in for a very, very fast end. One mistake from Paragon could spell the end if that bot wave is in a good position.
And Baron is up, and it is.
Yeah.
Paragon that are moving up to the top side. They're probably just going to get the wards. Crazy if they go for the Baron themselves, but I don't think they're going to be bold enough to do that. Dragon is going to be spawning in 50 seconds. We know what that means. It's Corky package time.
It's soul time as well for that fact. Paragon kind of have to fight this one if they don't want to go for the coin flip Elder route, although to be fair, this is Paragon. That is definitely on the table for them. They could just say, we flip it at Elder. There's an Infinity Edge now completed for Spark. Worth mentioning, we are still on 14.5, so the Infinity Edge buffs have not quite come through just yet. Still a good item with this build nonetheless. Really front loads your damage onto those Kershis if you're critting.
Right now, Baron, potentially the aim for Lionscreed. I feel like they do have the strength, they do have the power to do so, but they have the package. They're going to go to Dragon. Ocean Soul, very nice for them to secure. And once again, just forced Paragon's hand potentially. But I think Paragon are going to play it smart. They're not going to overextend and try and play for the Drake.
Does lead us to have to flip for Elder. Likely only at 2 items on your main carry in this Cogmore at that point in the game. So we'll see just how it goes. Losing that first dragon has really forced an acceleration of the game in Lionscreed's favor. If you manage to get that first dragon, you have about another 5 minutes to play with.
Snepex might be able to get onto Spark here. Gets a lot of damage down, and Spark is caught out a little bit, but a nice shield from the side of Heathen will keep him alive. And now Refresh stepping a little bit far forward. Paragon have managed to make something happen, but is it a little bit too late? Because Lionscreed are too strong, and here they go, stepping forward. The damage is unreal. And once again, Lionscreed roar. They pick up another team fight, and they can go straight to Baron.
Bust, the unsung hero of the team fight, finding the perfect explosive cask onto the 2 members overextended for the side of Paragon. Heathen and Spark pushed out by Refresh and Lasps, and that cask really spelt the end there for them. Meanwhile, QQR Port just pushing the rest of PRG back. The Baron will fall, the top tier 2 will fall in turn, and it feels like bar from the 4 deaths and 3 grubs they lost this game, it's a very, very perfect game for Lionscreed.
Yeah, even on such a good moment. Oh, goodbye, Sack. That's just tough. But even on such a good engage onto the ADC, Spark, it just wasn't enough. And Paragon, they're now having to watch their base absolutely be decimated. And what could they do, Jika?
They can't really do much of anything at this point. Their carries, they're not online. They don't have the damage. They don't have the front line. They don't have much of anything at their disposal at this point. That's the second inhib opened. The bot inhib next on the list, just completely opening the base. is the name of the game. In 2 seconds on Spark. I'm not sure if they'll push for the end here, but getting these inhibs is perfectly fine. We're looking at a 14,000 gold lead, sorry.
Oh my days, the damage coming in from distance is crazy. They are just decimating the side of Paragon. No chance to even defend the last towers. They are going to fall very quickly. Maybe one last fight from Paragon, but Lionscreed come back for another 25-minute win. 2-1 is our series.
Just final team fight there, finding explosive cask into the middle of 4 members, blowing Timatopper up before he has the chance to exist in any kind of state of the game. At the Lionscreed, again, it's just dominance, and it feels like every odd-numbered game is Lionscreed's, every even-numbered game is Paragon's. The problem with that is it's a best of 5. 1, 3, 5 goes to Lionscreed. That's my prediction out the window now as well. So I think that's everybody's predictions on the desk on, although I might be wrong. I think Temporal went 3-2. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think a couple 3-2s there, but Paragon, I thought they reverted. They reverted back to game 1. They didn't really get anything going. Lionscreed looked way, way better in this one. Yeah. As you said, picking up wins in game 1 and game 3. Maybe they just can't even. But with that, we're going to throw it to the break. Let's see what the desk make of it.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk, in reality you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes, trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats and I have no intention of losing my publisher, yeah. Independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals, yeah. Let's be professional, thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey, the way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model, new era, new kid, we full throttle, just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah.
I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
And so the pendulum swings back. Lionscreed Academy clapping Paragon in game number 3. They move to 2-1, one game away from being your Four Nations Spring 24 champions. Let's break it down a little bit. So, once again, the draft has been very important in this series. We have really been drafting some absolute champions in this series, and I can say no more than that, honestly. Let's take a little bit of a debrief, okay? Paragon had a lot of picks that we had questions about, a lot of picks that we don't see that much. The Annie, the Nami, the Camille, the Blind Cogmore, Melvin Izzle. Where would you like to start? Which lane would you like to address first?
Alright, I guess I'll take probably the Annie, because at the end of the day, fundamentally, Annie blind pick, not a massive problem. In isolation, it's fine. You expect QQR to pick the Corki because you're leaving it open. So, in theory, okay. But Timatopper is not having the day of his life in these games, with this being the second, and I would say far more egregious, instance of losing out on that 1v1, just getting walked down by QQR at level 1.
Yeah.
Not respecting the damage from the Corki. QQR shockingly knows the Corki damage all the time and is plenty of, I know, honestly, it's like it's like this guy's played it before or something. I don't know, it's wacky, but regardless. I think the Annie's fine, but Timatopper really does need to be, if not on a counter, at very least playing far more respectful, more so than the pick ban, because this is uncharacteristic. I expected this player to come into the Rift and be the best player in the game, and it has not been the case so far.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
Maybe both the Paragons laners have felt it, the need to push to be the to the edge of the blade, and it's not a good look. It's too much. It's out of character.
Yeah, and QQR has been, the Corki's been open all 3 games so far. He's only deigned to pick it in this game 3, and it leaves me wondering, maybe we could have gone here a little sooner. You know what I mean? The Vigar has been perma-banned. We'll see if the Corki gets added to that pile. Now, Lawai, we've got top and bot to look at. You've had your fairly strong opinions about either. Which lane would you like to unpack here?
I think it's only fair I go bot lane. I don't feel like I'm talking about the beef, but it is in my lane, so I'm very comfortable talking about it. I think the Cogmore is questionable. However, I don't hate it. They have shown they like it a lot. Maybe it's working very well in scrims, and they just feel like it's a very strong pick. I don't think it's something that I would instantly draft 1-2, but they feel comfortable enough on it to do it. When then Nami came out, I started to question it a little bit more. I think there's a very obvious answer with the Lulu. The only thing I can think of is they've got a strong opinion that Nami is really good. Maybe as a counter engage or something like this. Then she also opted to go for a damage Nami build, which I find very strange. Your job is basically to keep Cogmore alive. They did lose the 2v2 pretty hard, in my opinion. They were struggling the entire game. I'm pretty sure they lost the whole tower as well. So it obviously didn't work out for them. Hopefully they've got a better answer in the future. I think that the top lane also had some questionable decisions, but I think the Camille, it's a classic pick for them in the top lane, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah, we have seen, I think, fairly consistent performances across most of the lanes. The mid lane, of course, a little bit less so, but most of the lanes have had a fairly consistent performance across the results, but the bot lane has been tracking the results very directly. It's been very, very swingy down there. And Temporal, with the Lucian Milio coming in for Spark and Heathen, and then as well, you were definitely a big proponent of asking for the Lulu as well for the Kog'Maw in that draft and through the game. For the Paragon bot lane, what do you think we're taking away from this? What is the learning that we have going into game number 4, into potentially the last game of the series? How are we going to try and make the best out of this matchup? Spark and Heathen are clearly a very formidable duo to go against.
I think with the Kog'Maw, it's sort of the acceptance that their late game policy. They want like a big heavy weapon from the bottom lane, even if it does delay. The Kog'Maw is fine. I feel like if you're going to use support setup for Nami, it's a bit of a waste. The Heathen has had incredible impact, be it on this Milio this game, on Nautilus twice. I think cooking a bit much and deciding that you go down to Nami when Lulu is available, when more standard straight up picks are available, is saying to Lionscreed that these bans sent Sack's way are working, and that this was more narrow a problem than we thought. I think if you're going to have a cohesive game plan, I think something like the Annie as a bridge is too risky. The Karma worked effortlessly, but we can't have Karma every game. The bans are too much.
Yeah.
Maybe back to the Hui, back to something a bit more simple. One step at a time, because it seems like they feel the need to go. And like my critique for the solo laners earlier, there's like a desperation that they got to fight everything right now. And that's what Paragon were great at not doing.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we do have we were looking for the answer, right? We were looking for the mystery, the key to solve the puzzle that is Paragon, and we theorized that we kind of almost joked, like, maybe it's target Sack, right? Because he's the newest player, and he looked like he completed this team so well. We are starting to see results from this strategy of ban Taric, ban Janna, and we haven't seen both of those games where he's not one of these two picks. Sack has looked noticeably diminished in this lane. So we'll see if there is something else down there, or if that is starting to become a bit of a problem. Maybe the first real kind of crack in the armor that we found in the Paragon draft, especially in this final form. But let's take a little bit look at the gameplay in specific. Let's go to a certain dragon fight, maybe, guys. Let's take a look at the dragon fight. About 6 minutes, Melvin Issel, you volunteered to cover the dragon fight.
I'm not strong enough.
Tell us about this one, Melvin Issel.
Listen, jungler by trade, I feel this in the depths of my soul. Volibear, taking the dragon. This fight starts okay, because it really is just Paragon trying to control the river, but Lionscreed do not falter. They come back in with the collapse, and QQR gets away with a lottery ticket here, where Snepex hits the early smite, dies immediately. They're afraid of dying to QQR is the reason for smiting as early as they did. It was 10 HP, but my god, with the result of that play, and leading to just the snowball that Lionscreed needed, they're gonna be remembering this after the game.
Oh, no.
And they're gonna be feeling like this.
Technology.
Wow.
It's improved.
It's not good. It's not good if you're Paragon. Now. That was a roughie, and I believe in Paragon. I predicted 3-0 for a reason, but it is going to be tough to get the mental back after that. It is really going to need to be rallying around comfort, standard game plan, something that is a lot more simple for them if they're to, get back in the right headspace, or even just try and shake it off, because that was bad.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Because we talked about how we know that Lionscreed have resilience and have strong mental. They've showed it on stage in front of a live crowd, and they came after that game too, and they came right back and pummeled Paragon in that game. They have shown the ability to come back and still put on a strong game, and both of these teams so far, there has been no comeback potential. There's been no window for a comeback. It has been haymakers back and forth, and currently Lionscreed, as Sheikah mentioned at the end of the cast, they're on the odd number wins, so they are kind of set up for success here. This does kind of factor into something that which will become apparent, is that blue side is currently 3-0. Now, Temporal, I know that because how much pain it caused you when we even discussed that possibility, I'm just really on a kick of causing my analysts pain right now on this pregame. So tell us about this blue side 3-0. How real do you think that is? And is it, is there a possibility, is there a route we can see for Lionscreed to maybe break that streak here?
I think the game has become less sided in recent memory. You know, if we go back a year in the past, then suddenly your RE Vi, R1, R2 like matters a lot. Different blue ones very present in the meta, and this time round we're like trading. It's like how many get through, which way is the side gonna play, and it's a lot more up in the air and balance, which is great. It's fantastic. Yeah. Except the blue one has been, I think, fair to say, if not MVP, a huge pivotal point in each game so far. We've seen Gragas twice.
Big. So
Gragas
big.
twice. We've seen Karma once. A huge pillars of those teams' victories so far. Blue side is getting away with a little bit of daylight robbery in Red's inability, and this goes for both teams, inability to counter effectively and keep a cohesive game plan together. That Lulu was atrocious, I think. The miss on Lulu was atrocious.
Yeah.
And earlier from Lionscreed, they just straight locked in on Red the last few picks the wrong way around. The theory was there, the game plan was there, but they didn't play the red side of the draft to its fullest extent. Therefore, blue comes forwards with an advantage because you've picked what you wanted, you've layered it in to not give red a free throwaway, and it's enough on its own to be a cohesive game plan.
Absolutely. And I kind of want to tail on the end of that both times with the Gragas and the Karma, these are flex picks. Even if we get into the draft, it's like, oh, it's probably going to be Gragas top, or it's probably going to be Karma mid. The fact that they are threatening constantly means the red side second rotation bans just become so much more complicated, and it really does get in your head when you're drafting, and I would not be surprised if the overthinking can lead to stuff like going to things like this Nami or picking the Annie when you did. It really is something that we need to keep in mind as we hop into draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Just while we're hopping into this one, we need to just check back in this top lane. This has been a very impactful matchup for us so far. Bust once again taking the lead. Now, it wasn't as dominant as game one, and Lawai, now that we've seen the refresh Camille, I know you had your questions about the depth of the pool up there, and now we've seen the Camille left open, picked, and still not really finding the purchase that we need. What does this tell us about this top lane matchup? Is there a way forward for refresh, or do we need to see him just take the L and start picking Ornn?
I think Refresh has been struggling a little bit in lane. However, I can still see the benefits of him picking Jax and Camille. I think even both times when he's falling ahead, even the Olaf game when he's falling ahead, he does find ways back into the game in the mid game with the Olaf TP up top, with the Jax. I'm pretty sure he came back in CS. It's like 5 and 5 at one point, despite being solo killed a couple of times. So he definitely does have that comfort. I think he can say, I don't care if I fall behind, I'm still going to do my thing. Probably is the best way for him to play. I don't think he has to. Okay, you're on Ornn duty. I don't think that is necessary. But getting to draft now, we do see Senna has been banned.
Yeah,
I think it's a very reasonable ban. Spark had a very good game. One Senna. Talia in response as well. It is a flex pick with Snipex and Timotopper. So I do like that once again.
It'd be so easy for them to control the ground as well in those tight fights. It's it is such a pivotal setup for this play. Red has to ban Karma. I think
just get it out.
Pretty fair at this stage.
If that's the case, then we're seeing either Gragas or Taric slip through. Those were the other two Lionscreed bans last time they were on Red. So far, if Paragon bans Smolder next, they are sticking to the script.
Yeah, and the Volibear ban means that Paragon are no longer willing to first pick it, and I think that's fine. Snepex did not seem to really get any purchase in that game on the Volibear. The Gragas is a potential pick for Snepex and a denial from Bust.
No way they try and sneak it through.
Yeah, I think it's fine if we leave the Gragas and for Paragon to take it. I feel like Snepex isn't going to be able to twist the game entirely on that pick, and the options it does give, or the options you can deny as Lionscreed for leaving that up. You can take the Taric away, is essential, as the Smolder still remains last, still not willing to go to that pick, as he's not been a Smolderite at any point throughout this season. So let's see what this... Oh, it is the Gragas. We're still denying it. So the Taric is up, the Janet is up.
I was going to say, I think leaving the Taric up makes a lot of sense, because it's kind of strange to blind pick Taric. You could always pick something, support R3, and look to ban the Taric and 4-5. I'd be very surprised just to see Paragon slam Taric. There's a lot of very good answers to Taric.
Varus or Cogmore, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd expect an ADC.
Oh!
We're going back to old reliable for Snepex there. The Poppy in the jungle, so pretty versatile in its applications. It kind of feels like more like the Bust Gragas or the Gragas pick in that it is flexible. It does not necessarily lock you into anything in particular, but still a solid high priority pick for Paragon.
I feel like you can just lock 5 range champions now.
it's going to be dangerous because you really do have to. Somebody has to eat that tax. If you're not leveraging a flex pick in B1, somebody is going to get guaranteed counter picks. Snepix says, I'll take that L, guys. As long as we can get winning lanes, I don't mind. I'll come help snowball it. And we do see that Milio picked up for the second game in a row for the Heathen. I would be surprised if it was anything but the Lucian, but in all honesty, you don't have to pick it here if you don't want to. You could maybe go with the Cog Milio yourself if that does hand over. Yeah.
We've hard to aggress onto in lane with everything Paragon have seen before. They're going to opt into the Twitch and they're going to lock the Taric to pair.
They're happy with it. Okay, so now, so Lawai, it's not blind. Is this good? Is this a good answer? Is this now clean for the Taric to take through once you know it's against Cog Milio?
I personally feel like it's not a great angle for Taric, but Sak is known for his Taric, so he's just feeling very comfortable in it. He wants to.
Good enough angle for him,
again, there is the Twitch Taric interaction where you go invisible and you can stun them and surprise them. I don't really think that's what they're thinking. I think they just want comfort picks. They're kind of happy with what they have. And the brand is picked in response as well.
We have got 3 out of 5 range champions locked in, so we're getting there.
Very difficult game for both Poppy and Taric.
Yeah. They're really soul band as well, so you can't just gambit into the late game.
Now, is the Corki going to make it? Normally, this is where the Vigar comes in, is ban number 4 for Paragon, and they ban something else in the latter stage, and it's instead the Cassante. So one of Vigar or Corki is making it. QQR is going to have an ultimate comfort pick, and at this point, I kind of want him to just take whichever one's open, because I feel like comfort was just so visible for QQR in that mid lane matchup.
This is really dire. Like, both of those picks are a massive nuisance for your team. The Vigar can get their burst out faster than the Taric ult can come down. The Corki poke is really irritating because leaning into the fact that it's 3 ranged champions so far, it's not just Poppy that hates ranged champions versus melee. Taric needs to be auto-attacking to chain his Qs together and be that obnoxious heal bot. If he's only against ranged, river fights, jungle skirmishes are going to be nigh impossible for Sak to get max value out of this pick.
Aatrox as well.
It's just both bust comforts.
I feel like knocking on QQR has given Paragon such a way in. Yeah.
I'd love a Corki right now.
The Corki's real good.
Yeah. To be honest, if you don't take it, Timotopper could just take it. Because he's played it before in the season. He's good at Corki. Timotopper has a Corki. And if you don't pick it...
Do we think...
Do we
think the Aurelia hover on blue 1 was a threat?
Was real. Was it real? Yeah. Was it a mental game?
I think that was saying you pick Corki, and I'll
was it
pick one
foreshadowing?
of my favorite champions.
Oh,
yeah.
It's okay in a Tristana, not as good though.
I mean, the Tristana brand is a solid duo, having that mixed damage, leaning again into the fact it's still 5 ranged champions. And the thing is, one of the ways to punish 5 ranged champions is meant to be hard dive and burst. I don't really know if that's going to get locked in. Okay, Camille does offer the hard dive. The burst, once you get a bit later into the game, it definitely takes a while. It is good backline access. It is one of the few CCs that doesn't get murdered by Milio ult. So I don't hate it, but we did just see this matchup top lane if Bust wants to take any counter of his pleasing.
He's not got the Gragas, he's not got the Aatrox, he's not got the Cassandra. He's not got his 2 best picks of the split and his best pick in this season, in this series.
It's going to be Darius.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to do it to him again. He did this earlier in the split, and it was a massacre. Like, don't get me wrong, Refresh wasn't chain dying in lane, but it's not good.
Even if not, I imagine Bust is proficient on Renekton, and I think Renekton has an absolute field day through this team comp. He can even pivot to attacking Twitch later on if he needs to. It's really nice setup. The brand gives you all the space in the world to play through a team fight. It's completely brutal.
There it is.
It does seem like a very, very difficult draft of Paragon to play, but I will say, on the flip side, they are on their comfort picks. So if you go to the last game of the series, play champs you know how to play.
It's 4 out of 5.
Get the competence.
Yeah, Timotopper on the Orianna. Let's see if he can have a bit more of an impact than QQR did. Into the Tristana, I can't imagine we'll be seeing too much in the 1v1 from him. But if the team fights are good with the Taric and the Orianna and the Camille, there's plenty of combo options there. And like I say, everyone else on that team is just play champ you're good at. Play your fave, it's like standard solo queue lobby advice level, play your fave, smile, and that's what Paragon have done. So, Melvin Izzle, do you think this is going to be a successful strategy? Do you think the draft gap compositionally is too great? Or do you think that Paragon have the sauce to bring us to 5?
I think that while the Renekton makes a lot of sense as being that isolated, you can play for your bot lane a lot more now, I do think that it does give the option for this Taric to have a lot more impact in the fights. Not only guarantee getting one stun in a lot of them onto the Renekton, but also having the ability to chain those heals together. The damage for Lionscreed is generally quite slow. And when I say quite slow, I mean enough time that Taric can start the R channel and it will come down. Cogmore W, very telegraphed. I think that it's absolutely playable for Paragon, but based on the form of the previous game, no. If it's game 2 form, it's free win.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter what they drafted, to be honest. If it's game 2 form, they probably walk away with it. I think that just seems to be like the drafts have been honestly pretty fascinating in this series, but we have to make clear that the execution has been so heavily favored in all of the wins. It's felt like different teams coming onto the Rift each time. Now, Lawai, do you think that we're going to see the Paragon win here as well? I know that you said it's much harder to play, potentially, for Paragon. We love what Lionscreed have. What's your gut feeling?
I've already been wrong once.
Yeah? Just keep being wrong. Just start a streak, you know?
My brain is saying Lionscreed have this in the bag, but my heart is saying Paragon, please, you want silver scrapes. Pop off somebody.
I'm going to replace my thoughts, which are... Well, I'm going to substitute anyway. The Paragon, it's deep flank against 5 ranged, oof, or nothing. And from home, getting better soon. Josh Previous says, please mention that Bluestar didn't just pick a strong AD carry and Nautilus and run this show. They just chose not to.
They chose not to do that, so no worries. That's something that helps us get healthy faster. Yep. So with that, let's get into game number 4. This could be it. This could be Lionscreed Academy sealing their 4 Nations Championship, or this could be Paragon continuing their Cinderella story through into 5 games. Over to you, J-Real and Sheikah.
Thank you very much, Trajan, for the potential final game of this grand finals. Who will come out on top? Will we be going to game 5? A lot of questions to be answered, Sheikah. But the first is, what do you make of the draft?
I'm terrified, honestly. These drafts, neither of them make a huge amount of sense in my brain. But I think both of them are quite hard to execute, so the onus is definitely on which team is more focused on their win con. But a point was brought to my attention in between games that I feel like I have to bring up. This is a best of 5, right? And it went 1-1 to begin with.
Yeah.
That essentially makes the best of 5 turn into a best of 3. Game 3 was the first game of that so-called best of 3. Paragon, in typical Paragon fashion, in a best of 3, got stomped. We are now in the last 2 games of said best of 3. If history is to repeat itself, we could see Paragon take us to 5 games. However, if we go to 5 games, we're then in Paragon best of 1 phase. So, we'll have to see.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of linking things together. It felt a little bit like you know,
pulling
the
strings off a string cheese
and stuff. But at the same time, you never know. It could work out that way. Now, back into this game, we got Poppy now finally for SnapX, one of the most notorious picks that they have played, starting on the top side, whereas Pulp is starting on the bot side. So, going to be pathing up to top. Does make sense with the Renekton at last, trying to get on early with this attack, but Sack not managing to land the Dazzle, which means a lot of damage is traded back from Lionscreed, and last, missing out on the first trade win.
It's just, you can see the range difference really coming into effect from this Emilio. That Dazzle doesn't land, Spark gets to free hit, and will eventually just out DPS last because the range advantage is so insanely strong. It's a bit unfortunate, but such is going to be the name of the lane. In fact, they have 2 very good AD carries here that really like attack range, so this Emilio is actually kind of Exodia for this game.
Yeah, and last, just trying to get into range of Spark, but the thing is as we said, if Sack can't hit the Dazzle, it is going to be a very, very tough endeavor indeed, with the Emilio just causing major issues, and we're already starting to see that in the CS. Now, on the top side, we saw that again, another good matchup for Bus, playing the Renekton into the Camille, having a pretty nice time once again, and I do wonder, SnapX is going to have a massive, massive impact in this game, but it feels like it's so difficult.
You're playing Poppy into 4 ranged. It's going to be a very hard game to try and find the lead on. But if bot lane want to keep playing this aggressively as the Dazzle does land, SnapX is here.
It might be a lot easier if Heathen gets caught out like this. Will be flashing away, but Flash is matched by Snepex. Now trying to get out of range, but Kog'Maw is doing a lot of damage. Snack flashing forward, but that's not enough. And now Snepex in trouble. Spark going in, gets the first blood. We've been here before, Jika. That's one. It looks like it might be two. Dazzle does land, but Sacket's going to go down. That's the double. Can we maybe get a triple as well? Last flashing in. This is so bad for Paragon. 3 kills to Spark.
Already, we are less than, again, 4 minutes into the game, and Spark is on a triple kill. Now Porp is on the top side, as it might be a fourth.
Oh, Boss doing so much damage. Refresh going to get stunned. The last bit of damage ticking out. Porp with the kill, and Lionscreed have come through once again, dominating the early game.
We're less than 4 minutes in, and there's 4 kills. Oh, good lord. Okay, I mean, Paragon, they tried to make something aggressive happen, right? Please, no. I can't take another one. Paragon are trying to make something aggressive happen. I like it, but it was overforced again. Last couldn't walk up to the play. So when Snepex flashes in, when Sack flashes in, and none of their CC lands, it's so dangerous. And we'll see it happen again. Last, already using the camouflage, now goes into the fight. Flash 1 comes in, chasing them down. Lasp still stuck on the wave. Sack flashes in. Lasp still stuck in the wave. If Lasp auto-attacks anybody there, he's tanking that entire minion wave. And this Twitch is half health already. There's so little that Lasp can do in this situation that you're not playing with damage. And you've got the Heathen peeling Spark left, right, and center. This Kog'Maw is just never going to die.
And Kog'Maw does a surprising amount of damage early game as well.
Oh, yes.
So it's one that you got to watch out for. It's not just the late game. It can also be pretty early on. And we are starting to feel some remnants of the last few games. Because I'll be honest, we've talked about kind of the odds and evens. We talked about the blue side. One consistent thing for the games is whoever's bot lane gets the 2 kills early has won the game.
Yeah, honestly. And I mean, this wasn't even 2 kills. This was a full 3. This was a triple kill into this Kog'Maw's back pocket. Definitely feeling like Churchill with the money in his back pocket at this moment in time.
But can they make
I don't know if that
count?
reference is too obscure for some people.
No, I get it. Oh, yes, I get it, yeah. But right now, the question is, can Paragon find something else, right? We talked about high burst to kind of kill off the Kog'Maw and kill off a lot of these ranged pit carries. They talked about Camille potentially having a bit of a chance, but dying in lane as well, not going to help. So it feels like it's all starting to go onto Team Adopa, Jika, and that's a bit of a worrying prospect. Especially on something like this Orianna that isn't really going to ever be a 1v9 carry for you. The saving grace is this Twitch is still going to scale into the game, and the Tristana doesn't have a lead. The Kog'Maw also still going to need some time to scale. So ultimately, you aren't super upset with this situation. And it's not ideal by any means, as there is a jump onto Timatopper in the mid lane. I don't think a kill will come of it. Yeah, not just yet. Snepex is looming around, but so is Porp, so it would be a 2 vs 2. And I do think that Lionscreed still have that advantage, right? I think the brand is just so dangerous in this game. So it's one that I feel like Paragon, I feel like they have to go aggressive, but they also need to make really well-calculated chances occur. And this bot lane, man, is just getting forced back time and time again. Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of seeing what the Kog'Maw Melio duo can do. Ooh! PQR not going to be able to find the kill, just about survives, but Dematopa having to be forced once again back underneath the tower, potentially going to have to go back to base, and this time doesn't have TP. Nor does QQR, which is a nice little saving grace. Manages to get the wave out. QQR is forced to stay to push the wave in, which then in turn forces Timatopper to stay. This is very dangerous. That rocket jump should be back up by now. All it takes is a couple of autos, and this Tristana will get the kill. Now Timatopper just having to try and clear out the wave as best as can. And this is kind of the dance we're going to see when TP is down, is who can get the back off with the wave under the enemy tower. In the early game, Tristana, every time, is going to win that trade. And talking about wave under tower, Spark is making sure that his wave is forced under there. And look at the CS difference already up 20 CS. And that doesn't feel like it's going to be going down anytime soon, because we've already seen what happened when Snepex went bot. But in the top lane now, Bus starting to flex their muscles a little bit, getting a bit of damage onto Refresh. Yeah, and this top lane is kind of just going to be a bit of a brawl fest in isolation. Camille Renekton is going to be a lane that's constantly fighting. So far, objective control is quite handily in Lionscreed's hands. This bot lane can't really move to help contest the dragon. The Grubs
similar situation where if you ever look to try and go for them, you can't have Orianna move out of lane. She's going to be pressured too hard by the Tristana. Sure, your Camille might be able to move down, but then at best you're looking at a 2v2 and at worst a 3v2.
And I've got to ask, are we feeling like the game's already over? Like, are we at that kind of dilemma moment? Like 4K up already, 8 minutes in? Or is there still a lot of game to play, Zika?
There's still a lot of game to play. I think there's still mistakes that can be made by Lionscreed that put them in an awkward position. But it has to be on Paragon to recognize those mistakes. Otherwise, we could be crowning our new champion after just 4 games in the Grand Finals.
Indeed, now talking about mistakes that could be made, Bust is caught out here. We are going to see Hextech Ultimatum, but Camille taking a lot of damage here. Refresh is going to be helped by Snepex, so we'll be able to walk away for now. But Snepex themselves going to have to be pretty careful. The Gator is starting to bite, and we all know the jaws never let go once they catch onto their prey. So it is another risky one for Paragon, but they make it out alive.
Paragon are trying to be proactive, and I like it. The problem is Lionscreed have 2 very good early game solo lanes. Solo lanes known for being pressure, like applying pressure, being threatening in terms of their kill pressure. So you can't really do anything outside of this bot lane, but you've already shown that you can't really go to this bot lane because you don't really have the damage. You lose it in isolation because of the range advantage, and if you do manage to get in, if Lasps can't join you, it's very, very hard to play. So you kind of are just hoping to let your solo lanes scale into the game a little bit, as we see Port mid. Timber Top is fine.
Oh, Shockwave just catched him out. That's going to be 2 tower shots. That's going to be 3 tower shots. And that will force QQR back. So finally, a little bit of reprieve for Team Atopa. But Porp being in the lane means that there's no chance of them fighting for this, as Lasp and Sack do have Snepex there. But man, I don't know. Spark is dangerous right now. So close to the Bork.
Spark is very dangerous. That's one puppy with a lot of bite and not a lot of bark. Honestly. I'm terrified of this Cogmore. It's a nightmare.
Refresh. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Bust just stepping up once again.
Yeah.
You can take away 2 of his champs, but you can't take away 4 of them. And I feel like this Renekton just able to do a lot. And obviously, it comes down to the fact that Camille was the kind of the obvious pick. And I like the Lionscreed saved that 5th pick, because Bust has, in my opinion, been a massive component of them winning these games so cleanly, because they're just not allowing anyone back into the game.
Absolutely has been one of these biggest factors of the wins coming through, just nullifying this top lane so effectively well, as we see another dive coming onto Refresh.
Here comes the dive stun. Oh man, you don't even need to hit a skill shot. 2 just point and clicks, and now in the bot lane, more point and clicks because the auto attacks are coming out from Spark, able to avoid the gank of Snepex, and once again making them run for the hills. Not even the ones running, as Last's going to step forward. The Dazzle not going to land because the great
again
coming up from Spark, and Lionscreed now able to get to a little bit closer to the tower. They're still fighting this one up, and Last is going very low. Will fall down. It will be a 1-for-1, but in another gank situation, it's still pretty good for Lionscreed. If only Heathen can get out here though, because they are being chased and they are going pretty low, and they might be in trouble here. The Dazzle lands, and that's going to be the kill. So finally, Paragon get an advantageous situation, but it may not be over just yet. QQR is here. Is the steadfast presence up, and will it be able to save them? QQR walking them in. They are going to be collapsed on by the Orianna as well though, so have to be a little bit snappy about it. But Dazzle is going to land. 1 kill already got. Now QQR in a 2 versus 1. Snepex has steadfast presence, can stop the jump. There's the stun, there's the shockwave, and it's a little bit too much damage, but jumps away, and now busts shots out from the Orianna. But in the top side, Refresh in big trouble, gets taken down, and fighting across the rift ends equally.
Again, a flash Dazzle just doesn't quite land onto Spark, and it spells the end for the play in the bot lane. They do trade 1-for-1, but the shutdown goes to Snepex instead of Lasp. They manage to get another kill, and it's so dangerous to keep playing this out. I mean, Porp is still topside, you get another kill there, but playing this bot lane out is so hard, right? We've seen the lane swap now, so in a shorter lane, I think it's a bit easier for Lasp and Sack. They aren't being ran down quite as hard. But making those plays is also that much harder, right? Because you have a shorter lane to play with. And Lionscreed, they just keep getting away with bloody murder.
Yeah, and they are now a 7k gold lead up. So it's a little bit scary if you are the side of Paragon, I won't lie. Yes, they do have a couple lucky moments, but I also think the Lionscreed have utilized their advantage to the max, and they've been making a lot of big plays. As we go back to what happened in the top side.
So it looks like Refresh trying to go a little bit aggressive onto Bust, but Porp still in the area. Is safe for a second. And I'm not too sure how this evolves into anything more. The Proxy comes in, Refresh walks back up to Bust, and we see the start. The Eclipse has already been picked up for Bust, so it's a lot of damage just on that alone. Can't quite get the damage off. And yeah, okay. So it's just a little bit of ignorance of Porp's positioning, I think, more than anything, as we see the second dragon of the game, the Infernal, go across the Lionscreed, and they just have a iron fist over the map at this point. 7,000 gold in the lead. 4-1 Kog'Maw, 3-0 Brand.
Yeah, it's tough, because I don't want to say the game's over, but at the same time, there's going to need to be a lot coming out from Paragon to bring this one back. Refresh just being forced away once again. SnapX is there, so going to do a bit of damage over to Bust, but I don't think you kill this Croc. He still has Dominus. He is 2 levels up on Refresh and now goes back in and gets the kill. He doesn't care. He will call the meek in this lane.
Slicing and dicing his way through Refresh in this lane. Absolutely annihilated. 0-4 on this Camille. The comfort pick that is so dominant usually. Been completely shut down.
Oh man, this is unreal. Spark is just hitting from such distance. Sak is trying to run away, but almost getting taken out and just a tiny sliver away from being killed there. And I don't know, Zika. I don't know what to say. The games are getting faster and faster and faster from Lionscreed, and this is their most dominant look yet.
It absolutely is. And if they can keep up this form for the rest of the game, they will be walking away with a title and heading into the RPS very, very comfortably at that. It's a dangerous, dangerous game to be playing. You haven't got an inch for Paragon. Lionscreed running ahead by miles.
Towers finally starting to crumble. That's going to be one in the bot side taken. QQ are obviously on the Tristan and notoriously good at taking towers. I believe that is all 3 outer towers now dispatched, and they're going to get the Rift Tower as well. It's kind of a situation of what do Lionscreed not get to take at the moment?
Nothing, honestly. The map is theirs to play with. The Herald now next on their list of goodies that they can claim that were just theirs as a birthright, it would seem. There's nowhere that Paragon can walk at the moment where they won't just get bodied into the ground. I really don't know what
let's
Paragon
talk about
can
some
do
build parts, right? Poppy's gone for the Knight's Vow. Are you liking it? Do you feel like it's a bit better because obviously they are a bit behind?
I think this is standard for tank junglers at the moment. It's a very cheap item that gives you a lot of value in the terms of it keeps your carry alive. It allows you to heal for a little bit more if they're doing a lot of damage. It doesn't really come online until late, but the earlier you pick it up because of how cheap it is, the more you can start playing around the main carry of your team. So you're looking to team fight quite early, or at least skirmish with said carry quite early.
Is this the moment? Spark is a little bit away from the side of the Heathen, but still in close proximity enough that they can bring the heat. But Spark is taking a lot of damage and having to run away. Flashed out and will be able to save his life. But SnapX now in big trouble, and here comes the crop. Bust diving in. The damage of the Pyroclasm is unreal, but the shockwave will stop Lionscreed from going further. Paragon do hold firm under the tier 2 tower, but it almost was very messy. And last, you're playing with fire. You don't want to be going up against Spark.
And there's no real way of chasing these fights down. You have to play in a very controlled single area as Paragon. Whereas Lionscreed happy to go forward, happy to go back. See the amount of damage coming out of the members of Lionscreed at this point is just oh so high. You look for proactivity, but you just don't have the items, the damage, anything to back up your power.
Yeah, and Bust, man, I don't know who you call. Like, the Croc is unleashed. He's not getting back in the cage anytime soon. I don't really know how you're going to put him in an enclosure. It just feels like they're going to roam free all game. And having no answer, allowing Lionscreed to go into a 4-1 is just painful to watch. But Ashika, who knows? Paragon, they're a crazy team. Maybe they can make some crazy things happen. But the next objective is going to be the Dragon. It is going to be... Which soul are we on? I want to say... We are on Chemtech Soul. So, another one that you kind of don't want to be giving over, but I feel like this one is for sure Lionscreed's.
It must be. I mean, Paragon, again, they have good ways to utilize it. So do Lionscreed to an extent, but not quite as many. But Lionscreed, oh, so far ahead of the curve at this point. You can see the TP's coming in, but Timbertop's health.
The TV's coming in, but you're
refresh.
going to have to run straight away. Refresh out like a light, immediately running, but may not get too far. Stunned up, blasted open, and QQR picking up another kill. As we see, this tier 2 tower is not long for this world. Goodbye to you, as we see Snepex trying to make a play in the mid lane. Dazzle once again not landing, and the damage returning is too much to handle. Spark steps forward again. They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but this man on Thunder does, and that is going to be another set of kills for Lionscreed. Another tower once again gonna fall, and we've seen it time and time again. Paragon have tried to make a proactive play, and Lionscreed have slammed them back to reality.
And it just shows that Lionscreed happy to take these high execution drafts, turn around and say, you cannot beat us, Paragon. We are your final boss. And they're proving that that is exactly the case in this game. The CC from Paragon, so conditional, so difficult to land. Those dazzles going slightly wide. These heroic charges from the Poppy not finding the walls. The shockwaves are landing, the hookshots are landing, but it's only really going to help for a very small amount of time if you can't layer everything else. We start to see the game really start to bleed out of Paragon's hands. A 14,000 gold lead currently in the pockets of Lionscreed Academy. The base broken open in 2 lanes, only the inhib left standing. You have to find a monumental pick as Paragon.
Ooh, flash forward onto Spark. There's a double. It finally lands. They do manage to get the kill onto Spark. This is the start of brighter days for Paragon, but can they turn it into anything? Because they had to use a lot there. A couple of ultimates were burned, and now Team Atopa needs to be very careful because Porp's damage is seriously high. But they will finally win a fight and force Lionscreed one step back.
Talking of monumental picks, and they happen to find a pick on the Cogmore. I'm a prophet or something, I guess. A very, very good pick coming out from the side of Paragon. Unfortunately, it didn't turn into more for them. Like, they can't get the tower off of this. They couldn't kill anybody else off the back of this. There's not really much they can do off of killing Spark. But I like the proactivity that they're taking to try and find a way back. Finding that pick onto Spark, getting last that kill finally, is going to allow them a little bit more room to play the game. The question is it going to be enough room? Gut feeling says no.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? And that is to watch the game and see. Obviously, Baron is on board, and Baron, obviously, can be a place where people throw the game. So you never know. There could be some sort of return, but obviously Paragon very, very far down. Let's not pretend that 13k at 20 minutes isn't something to talk about. And the next dragon is going to be spawning in 3 minutes 30. We talked about the Baron. Well, here it is. They are just going to start burning through this purple worm. And the buff should be theirs. 6,000 on the Nash. But they aren't going to die for it. They don't want to die for Baron Nash just yet. They want to keep playing with their food a little bit. And it's a smart choice. Don't give Paragon an opening.
There's 3 massive shutdowns to be picked up on the side of Lionscreed as well, right? So you don't want to be giving those over because that will put you in a situation of real pain. We see them forcing Paragon back, pinging back onto the Baron.
Ooh,
you have
they might
to
actually
deal
get
with Buzz.
Spark
Refresh.
Here. They have managed to put them in the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not going to be enough because the damage is unreal. The Cogmore just shreds straight through, and yes, we are going to get a little bit of time because the Cosmic Radiance came down, but I don't know how much you survive after that. Double kill already onto Spark, and now Bus is going to be joining the fight. They're going to be looking to finish this one off, and here we go. Spark back again. That's a triple. Are we going to get a quadra? Team Atopa goes down. That's going to be 4. Last runs away. Does not want to give the Penta, but Spark has secured the team fight and potentially secured the whole game.
We'll peel back for the mashup, but a monumental play coming through from Lionscreed Academy. They bait Paragon back in. They say, we're happy to sit and take this fight. They find the angle, they find the kills, and 4 of them going straight into the gaping maw of Spark.
It is just too much to take on. They are just doing too much damage. Like Spark eviscerated Refresh when they jumped in. We talked about CC, we talked about Burst. Yeah, it's Lionscreed to have it.
It's all there. Everything they could need. 9-2-2, 2-0-3, 3-0-7, 3-0-4. These scorelines are huge from Lionscreed. The item numbers, huge. The damage, above anything we've seen all series. People are blowing up on the spot. And the Dragon up in a minute 30. I don't even think it's going to be needed.
They may take it, they may not. It doesn't really matter. I feel like they only need one more fight to end this game. Inhibs are exposed. They're not broken just yet, which again isn't giving Paragon that extra experience from those minions. They're forced into their base. They have to take on a split push Renekton as well, and I don't see a way out. But Lionscreed now going to step foot into the base.
This first inhib going to fall relatively easily, as we have to some kind of Hail Mary from Paragon. Otherwise, they passively lose the game here. Baron empowered minions, bust on a side lane. Refresh recalling now. It's a 4-1 situation. Everybody moving back down towards this Croco in the bottom lane. We could see a big fight.
Ooh, Shockwave catches
Good
out
damage.
too, but again, it's not even half HP onto Spark. It's not even half HP onto Heathen. They are pretty healthy. They're quite happy to step forward, and SnapX has to make the hero play. I feel like you either keep his verdict half the team, or you manage to get a big stun, but it's going to be so difficult. And Last looking to find something. Keeper's verdict is going to go wide, and Last now the one jumping forward, but gets jumped on straight away. Tristan doing a lot of damage. They haven't managed to pick up the kill, but health bars are low, and now Lionscreed stepping in. Refresh picks up one, but it's not going to be enough. SnapX
Congratulations to Lionscreed Academy, your Four Nations Spring 2024 champions, with a 3-1 victory over Paragon. Bust, Porp, QQR, Spark and the Heathen, and Coach Zeta, congratulations to you all. They came in as strong favorites, and I'll be honest, guys, they walked out of this series earning that title. What a final game from them. True domination out of Lionscreed Academy to sew up that 3-1 victory. Sadly, the Paragon Cinderella story ended at the finals. They could not promote and then go into the championship straight away. That said, they will still be in the NLC Regional Promotion Series alongside Lionscreed Academy. So the journey for this spring is not over for them, but they cannot walk away with the crown today. So, gents, we really need to just get something out of the way very quickly, okay? We have something to show, and everyone at home, feel free to cover your eyes. Lawa is already prepared because this series ended 3 minutes in, as J-Real put it.
I already printed it, I guess.
Yeah, he's already got the promotional materials ready. Let's talk about the bot lane. 3 minutes in. The calamity in bot lane. 3 minutes in. Temporal?
Me?
Yep, I've elected you.
Me?
I've elected you. Okay. Lawa's talked enough about the bot lane. I can't do this to him. It's his first analyst desk, okay? You have to take this one on.
I put my glasses back on. What we see here is Paragon going all in on the bot side, level 3. An unfortunate overextension. Last had already moved away from the play, so the flash forwards from Sack is disconnected. And while it does split Lionscreed's bot lane, Paragon already too far apart, and an all-in into a lane-dominant pick like the Cogmore, let's not forget. We say he's the late-game hyperscaler because, of course, he is. But at level 1, when W is in, when that is up, when that is ready, he is one of the strongest AD carries in a straight-up fight.
Yep, and Spark, one of our strongest AD carries in the whole dang region. Excellent performance from him, pushing that champion to the limit. And another classic Heathen Milio game coming out big for the Nautilus player, having a great performance on that. You can see the performance here from Spark in this game, the Cogmore, really playing to the guy's strengths and walking through that lane and kind of sewing it up from that 3rd minute. Melvin Izzle, the rest of the map wasn't going too well either. You know, it wasn't quite as bad from minute 3, but give us a brief kind of breakdown on how the rest of this game shook out over those first 15 minutes, how the laning really went for Lionscreed in that 4th game.
In honesty, it was just a series of desperation plays made from Paragon. You could see that with their backs up against the wall, they just didn't have it in them. Bust, very dominant in the top side, pretty much been the story of the series. Across the rest of the map, there was just really few plays where Paragon looked like they had that cohesive moment where they punched back. There was one instance where I believe it was Spark overextended in the mid lane, that was an air quote, and just got collapsed on by everybody. Paragon managed to get something, and I do feel like it was the nerves that got to the team, at least from just watching this series, because it really felt like they could have put up a really strong fight this game, but with the way that the draft shook out, just the feeling that they needed to get some semblance of a lead or they were going to get choked out by the Lionscreed comp. The end of the day, that was the story of the whole thing, and sad to see for Paragon. It was not the way we would have liked that last game to go, but nonetheless, they put up a damn good show to get here in the first place, going all the way from that 5-7 mark, dragging their way into the playoff, managing to get the lottery ticket ending to make it into the upper bracket, completely unbelievably to everybody, I would say, just from a glance, making it to be the winners final entrant. And honestly, congrats to the team. Didn't have the best game day today, but looked top notch to get here.
Yep, for sure. I think the settings certainly might have had a bit of an effect here today, but Paragon, especially in that game 2, we cannot forget that game 2. That was a masterful performance from them, and we still saw some of the magic that brought them to this grand final. Lawai, we asked a couple of questions of the solo lanes. We were wondering whether QQR was going to be able to deal with Timotopper, Topper, how the top lane pools were going to match up into each other. I guess, what is your response to these questions? How do you think QQR and the solo lanes, basically both of them for Lionscreed, were able to manage the very impressive solo laners of Paragon, the best solo laners in the league that Rob might have called them before the season, before the series? Just give us your reaction to I guess, how that top side really went down for Lionscreed today.
It did seem like Lionscreed Solinis took that a little bit personally. They came out swinging today. I feel like they definitely proved that statement a little bit wrong. I think Timo Topper maybe didn't have the best best series of his life. But you can't take that away from QQR. Is QQR punishing those mistakes at the end of the day? Maybe against a weaker opponent, it wouldn't have happened, right? Who kills people on Corki level 1? Except QQR. That is what it comes down to. I think QQR played a very solid series. I think Bust is a very standout performer. I think he was absolutely smashing Refresh in this series. And I don't think Refresh had a particularly bad series. I think he had some very good moments in the series. I think Bust was just did not let him get a solid footing and did not let him carry the game like he wanted to.
Yeah, let's just to take that point that we've mentioned Bust a lot, so we've already seen the Spark player spotlight. I want to open the discussion quickly for you guys of an MVP of this series. I think there's two very clear candidates in Bust and Spark, and I want to get each of your thoughts on who do you think it should be and why. And Melvin Izzle. Actually, no, Lawai, let's stick with you, actually, because you just got talking through Bust. Give me your impression, Bust or Spark, if you had to pick one. Or a fifth, a secret third option, if you have one. But who do you think would be the MVP for this series?
I think Lawai was the secret. No, I'm joking. Okay, so Bust,
MVP
Bust
of the analyst desk, maybe. But,
performance.
You predicted Paragon!
Arguably the reason Paragon's here.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So I think Spark has been incredible, honestly, all season long. I think he showed it. Every single victory they had, I think he played well. I think that last game, I think it was difficult playing Tarek anyway. But when Spark's sidestepping the way he is, like it's so difficult to play anything like that. I believe he had a quadra kill that game as well, flashing forward. He definitely had some amazing moments. But there is one little dark stain on his record. Just that Varus game was not particularly good. I believe he was 0-7. I don't know if he finished that way, but he was having a very difficult time. Even in that game, was getting counterpicked. He was still solo killing, still finding the moments. This game, he's 1v2ing repeatedly. Sometimes getting kills, sometimes not getting kills. He's soaking up so much pressure. I think it's prime to give it to anyone except for Bust.
Yeah, okay, that's at least one vote for Bust and a very reasonable one. Temporal, are you of a similar mind?
With the growth over the series, with the fantastic play throughout the split, the Aatrox made its mark. And I think today the Renekton and the Gragas sort of sealed the deal that Bust not only is the person to call if you need a top laner, but he'll drag your enemy's jungler up there kicking and screaming too. I think that magnetism is what has defined a great top laner for me over the years. We saw sparks of it from Refresh today, playing with numbers, getting his team into 4v3s, 3v1s, where they have that advantage. And Bust was able to do it all on his little lonesome. That is an MVP caliber performance from a top laner.
I mean, we've had a lot of very strong arguments here from Temporal and Lawai. Melvin Izzle, are you willing to put up any fight to this, or are we all on the Bust train across the desk?
Spark's also done really well all split too.
Well, we cannot deny.
The growth is there.
I love doing a bit of contrarian in him, but no. I think that Bust, they talked a big game before this series, and damn did they stand by it, and that is just what you want to see from a rookie coming into a team like this. Being able to hold your own when, by all merit, in a best of 5, in a finals, you should be the member to fall apart. You should be the person who feels disjointed. And yet, they were the most consistent member the whole way through this series. Non-stop a point of power. Even in the game where they fell behind, I believe it was on that second Gragas instant, they still came back and had a big impact as the mid to late game went on. So no. Fair play, Bust. Talk a big game. Definitely deserved it.
Yep, absolutely. I am in 100% agreement with everybody across here. I think Bust, the context matters here, and Bust barely put a foot wrong today. Even when times were tough, he was still making it work, still winning, losing matchups up and down the map. So Bust is a very fair pick for MVP of this series. Now, before we go to an interview, we do have an interview lined up here, so stick around for that. I just want to quickly take a gander at the predictions graphic that we showed you all at the start, because most people have been tripped by this series. I don't think anyone expected it to go quite this way. Lawai had the numbers right. We've got part of it here, but the only victorious analyst today is, in fact, Doctor, the rant machine himself, coming in from left field to steal it away. We did have several more Lionscreed predictors, Dalax, Orbital, Temporal, and myself, but ultimately, Doctor takes the crown of the finals prediction there, 3-1, and definitely not a result many of us would have predicted. So congratulations to Doctor on calling that one. But now, it is time to get this interview underway, and we have Spark, the victorious AD carry from Lionscreed AD carry, Lionscreed Academy, standing by to come in, with Orbital ready to take over that interview. So let's get the champion in to debrief on that series.
Hello, hello. Welcome here to the interview desk, and welcome Spark, the winning ADC from the Lionscreed Academy roster. Spark, how you doing here after that victory?
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, we obviously prepped pretty hard for this one. They're a pretty easy team to prep for, and we were pretty confident heading into it. So yeah, more relieved than anything.
I can understand that. You had a fantastic start to the regular season, and then midway through that round robin, it seemed to wane, and you suddenly found yourself in the playoffs, in the lower bracket, having to make that Cinderella story. I have to ask, was that in the cards? Were you a little bit frustrated about that, or was that more expected with how things kind of turned in the middle of the season?
I mean, obviously we weren't planning to go lower bracket, but it's kind of our comfort zone from Insomnia days. We felt like once we sort of figured out our issues, we're pretty confident in our individual level. So it's more about like setups and objectives and things we kind of had to fix going into these playoffs. But I mean, like you could see our individual strength, right? We were solo killing in every lane. We were getting massive leads in pretty much every lane. It's for that with us. It's about not inting basically, not dying randomly on objectives and things like that.
I can 100% understand that. You have such a storied history that bringing some of that experience from the past in has really helped. But there's one player that did not have that sort of experience, and it's almost you four carrying it forward, and the rookie blooming in session. How has it been playing with Bust over the course of the season? Because, again, this grand finals, you even heard it on the analyst, as Bust pulled out an amazing performance.
Yeah, he's a beast, you know. He plays every matchup to kill or to trade. Like, he will always trade. He will always be in the enemy laner's face. And I think against UKL top laners, he's simply too good. And he will kill them in almost every matchup. So yeah, I mean, we love having him.
I mean, you say that, and yet you were doing the same thing throughout that series. Very specifically, it felt like this entire series, unlike some of the previous between here in the UKEL, where some of them were drawn out very long. It felt like more elongated series, 30, 40 minutes. These ones all felt like they ended very early on. Was this also expected? How you love to fight? Was this understood? I mean, let's talk about that game 4 specifically. There was a moment in the bot lane where it was. Did you feel like it was done at that time, or what was there?
Yeah, I mean, after the level 3 gank fails, we know the game's won, basically. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Paragon's pretty easy to prep for. They kind of play 2 or 3 champs in every role, so we know they're going to Cog or Twitch. We know they're looking for Taric, Janna. Like, it's kind of easy to draft, knowing that. I think game 2, a bit of a blunder on our part. We gave them like double enchanter with bruises, and we have no damage comp with triple tank. So like, outside of the game 2 blunder, we kind of felt like it was pretty easy to play into them. Yeah.
It was much more expected, and I think that is a type of confidence that is wholly necessary for a team of your caliber. You guys have been amazing throughout, and it's very exciting because now you have another stepping stone to go through. You made it through the UKEL here, and now there's even more ahead. The NLC Regional Promotional Series. How are you looking forward to that? Are you excited? Are you confident? Are you looking at a few other teams that maybe are kind of on your horizon?
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at a few of the teams. We may have scrimmed a few of them as well, and we do have a good amount of confidence going in. I mean, our scrims go very well generally, and like I said, like we've just had confidence the whole time. It's about showing up macro, and our individual level will like pull us through, I think. Yeah.
Of course, and we really hope to see that you are now representing the UKEL 4 Nations here as one of the representatives. Very excited to watch that. Spark, any final words? I know you're not the MVP by the analyst desk, but to me, you were the MVP, I promise. Any final words for any of your fans out there, or anyone that may have been at data, very specifically about 7 out of the 13 production members that may have predicted against you?
I mean, it's like our jungler Porp said, we have the strongest laners and jungler in the league, and like we knew we would pull through. So appreciate to the fans watching. Yeah, and that's it.
Of course. Thank you so much, Spark, for the interview.
Thank you.
And we will send it.
Thank you very much,
Hey.
Orbital, and thank you, Spark, for sharing your thoughts with us, of course, in victory. But, you know, guys, with that, our second split of Four Nations has come to a dramatic conclusion once again. You know, I've been honored to be a part of this league for another split, as I'm sure all of us on the talent team are. It's truly a pleasure to cover UK and Irish League, even so many years into the history of the game. But let's get your final thoughts, guys. Melvin Izzle, we'll go left to right this time. Lionscreed, the champions. Paragon, sadly, in second. Versus couldn't make the losers run this time. Ruddy out at third. Plenty to dig our teeth into this season. What's really sticking in your mind now that we're wrapping up?
Oh gosh, I mean, obviously not to just recap on all the stuff from today and the narratives that got here. I think that generally getting to see a lot of different teams making their way up to the top. Venom Crest obviously still falling just barely out of the finals. I think that they really did add something special to this league for the early games and really forcing a lot of these teams to not just chill and let the early game pass. And I think that's what you need. You need variety across all the teams. I wouldn't say there are any two rosters that you look at and go, they're a bit samey. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's been a blessing to get to work and commentate over great League of Legends, great region, always fun.
Always fun. That for me really hits right here. The UK League, always fun, man. We can say this for sure. Temporal, what about you? You have been a veteran of the scene in many shapes and forms. Now in 2024, how are we feeling about the Four Nations UK and Ireland?
I thought you were
League?
going to say my age then. That 2024
I
is a bit better.
I wouldn't do you like that, bro. I wouldn't do you like that.
I feel like we're getting older. I feel like the league is still getting better. An absolute honor, an absolute firehouse of a show. A great time had by all. I'm excited more about the NLC RPS this split than I was last. I think Tempest didn't learn their lesson in our playoffs. They went unchallenged. And this time, our upper bracket runners have faced defeat. They've faced an adversary who could do what the others before could not, and could actually push you through a series. To learn this now and still qualify for the RPS, I'm excited to see more of Paragon. And by God, Lionscreed, gonna see you, I hope, at Insomnia iSeries. You know, we have some UK LAN. That's where these guys came from. Remember, we said, could they do it online on a rainy night in the internet exchange rather than in Birmingham? And they have. They've done it. They're going to take the RPS by storm, I'm sure. And hopefully we get to see them back in real life on home turf real soon.
Can't wait to see Paragon lock the first A-Sol in RPS. That's all I'm waiting for. You know, no one is ready, bro. The NLC regions are not ready for Paragon. That is for sure. Lawa, your first analyst desk here, and I've left you to last as well. I've picked on the other two a fair amount today, so now I get to pick on you by leaving you to give the last thoughts here. Just your brief reaction to this analyst desk, the experience you've had here, and how you feel about the Four Nations being on the desk and the player side so far in 2024.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Get well soon, Josh, as well, one more time. I think it's UK League always just has something that other leagues just don't have. You never know who's going to win. You never know how many games it's going to be. You don't know if it's going to be 15 minutes or 55 minutes. It's always a question mark, but it's always a banger. I think when it comes to playing as well, it's been a lot of fun. We do still have Div 2 going on. That is exciting. And I will be playing a relegation. Hopefully I play a little bit better.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
It has been a lot of fun playing, commentating, everything, and everyone is fun.
Thank you for joining us.
To steal that, if you want to see more Four Nations action, because as Lowey summed it beautifully, we do have a real soul down here. This is where you can come and make something and play through an amateur scene and have it come to fruition. Div 2 will be getting a little bit expanded in the future. Expanded, maybe not the right word, but you'll be seeing more of it real soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep your eyes on the socials for that. Now, we would, of course, be remiss not to one final time thank Project Gap for handling production. Again, bringing us so much value, so much beautiful graphics, and so many wonderful streams to everyone out in the viewership. Thanks to all the wonderful admins working despite the adversities of the spectator client and all the adversities of naturally trying to herd the cats that are League of Legends players. And of course, our greatest
Meow.
gratitude goes out to you, the viewer. I'm gonna skip right past that. I can't let him. He's tried to ruin my final sign-off with the Discord kitten emote. But of course, thank you so much to all of our viewers for spending your evenings with us. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, and we hope to all see you back here very soon as the Four Nations continues in 2024. We will see you then.